Welcome into the Scott Fish Bowl Podathon, SFB Podathon, year 7. And if you follow me on Twitter, you know that I was at WWE at Madison Square Garden last night. So I guess the best way to officially kick off the Scott Fish Bowl is to say, welcome to the Scott Fish Bowl. It officially kicks off today in Las Vegas and Cleveland, Ohio. And we have some guests right off the top that are on their way to the Cleveland show, and that is none other than John Bosch and Ryan. Look at these two guys. Like I said before the show, the episode of Family Vacation no one wanted to see. But good morning, guys. Where are you in the country right now?
We are 56 miles into Ohio on I-71, going north. We are heading from the bottom side of Ohio to the top side. Get us to Cleveland for that SFB 14 live draft, baby.
Thank God you explained that, because I've never been to Ohio, and I would have no idea where the hell you are by saying 51 miles. You could have been 51 miles into the stratosphere for all I know. What's up, Ryan?
I have no idea what city we're nearby.
Read a sign.
We're near Jamestown, Ohio, whatever that is. Sabina.
I added somebody else, Dynasty Outhouse himself.
Hey, friends.
Big Russ is here, braving his way through a migraine. Well, good morning, guys.
Reaming didn't necessarily help, by the way.
Oh, I didn't tell anybody I was going to do that, because that is what makes a live show, Russ. Welcome to podcasting.
I've never done this before. This is very exciting for my first time.
I want to bring in somebody else who's, become beyond important to this happening, this show every year. And that is my Boston nemesis, Daddy's Home FF, Mike Fayella. And, when I started this with Steve and Kevin in 2018, they didn't help me at all, guys. They did nothing. They literally showed up, and sometimes not even that. And I would book the guests. It was 24 hours back then, and we would beg people to come on in that first year. And I would book the guests, and we didn't even have sponsors until I think year 3, when Dave Wright came around and started helping. But Mike puts together a 36-hour show that doesn't have a fail spot. It doesn't have a person nobody's going to want to see. We come out of the gate so hot, but we maintain that speed, just like John and Ryan are maintaining that speed to Cleveland today. We go from start to finish, 36 hours, slaying it. So Mike, props to you and all the benefits you deserve.
Man, you started this ball rolling. I'm just happy to be a part of it. Happy to be a part of this crew. And honestly, just people make it easy. We had so many people that want to come on the show. So many people that responded, just put me where you want to. I don't think I had any divas to deal with this whole time except for you, Sal, which is really pretty impressive overall.
I like to be put where I want to be put. So let me bring in the real most important guy here. It's not you, Jed. Jed's in the background thinking it's him. It's not you, pal. You'll get your chance. It is none other than the man that all of this is named after, the guy who created everything 14 years ago, and probably even a little bit earlier than that. But it's SFB 14. Scott, the live drafts kick off this year. Today for this year. Again, I ask these questions every year, but every year it changes. Could you ever have imagined that it would grow to what it is today? You have a full-fledged charity, a legal 501c3. I got that right. Usually I put the 3 and the 1 in the wrong spots. But welcome, man, and just tell us how you feel today.
Yeah, I feel like I was up for 40 hours. I went to bed at about 1 a.m. and it's 5 a.m. here in Vegas, so I feel tired right now. I'm excited for all these live drafts to kick off. I absolutely did not think it would get to this point, but it feels like it's just going to keep growing. It's what John and Russ and Mike and Ryan and Bob and you and everyone does behind the scenes. It makes it's incredible what this thing has become.
Yeah, and I could definitely speak for everybody, but they'll have plenty of time to speak for themselves. It's an honor for every one of us to be a part of it, right? I used to tell people so we started this in 2018, this show. So we're half the age of the actual SFP was 7 this year. And
Jeez.
people would always reach out to me and say, hey, how can I get an SFP? I'm like, just start like a 24-hour show watching your love for Scott. You're guaranteed to get in. So that's how I'd say the part of it. But, John and Ryan's becomes really like 1A to you in this, and I always say that because that's what everybody tweets. Scott and Ryan. I'm a little jealous. I'm just saying, but I'm not really on X. Ryan, tell me how
no reason to be jealous, my man.
I'm totally kidding. Tell me how you've seen this grow and change, and your life changed in that time because you've taken a new direction and all that good stuff too. So, tell me about your role with Fantasy Cares.
Me?
Nobody said John. We said Ryan. Nobody likes John. I said Ryan.
Oh, Ryan works.
Who cares about?
Okay. Sorry, you're podcasting through AirPods. It's tough for us to hear you. One of these days.
You're in a car. Shut your face.
Wow.
Yeah, thanks for having us on here, Sal. We appreciate it. Appreciate the work that you do. It's not that much, not as much as Mike, but we're still glad to see your face here this morning. My role started years ago as kind of Scott's sidekick and helping him manage and put together SFB every year, and really that's still my role. John and Russ and Bob and these guys have really taken the lead on Fantasy Cares and do an awesome job with that. I pitch in when I can, for sure. But SFB has kind of remained my priority as far as Fantasy Cares goes.
Yeah, and John, if you followed myself and John, and John and I have known each other for it's close to a decade, John, now. It was 2015. I think we first. It's very scary because you have not aged well. But in all seriousness, if I break John's chops all the time, but I pick on the people I love the most. So, John, thank you for always allowing me that opportunity. And you had plenty to say, so go ahead and say what Fantasy Cares has meant to you and how it's impacted your life.
Oh, I mean, it's definitely a game changer for me. My welcome into it was Scott calling me one day while I was on vacation. I'm not kidding. And I was like, well, I'm definitely taking this call because it's Scott Fish calling me. And he asked a simple question. Do you have anything that we could do that would help raise a little bit more money for this toy drive? That was the dawn of the Fantasy Cares Eliminators. So I was lucky enough to be able to really put those into the forefront and build those. And those became very helpful to Fantasy Cares. And then when Scott and Ryan finally realized they should not be trying to manage, all of SFB all by themselves, they let me do a little part of it. And I was like, all right, I'm going to just keep trying to take more and more and more. And it's now, my role's now grown to the point where I get a chauffeur Ryan. So, it's all down from here. I've peaked. I am chauffeuring Ryan around the live drafts over the next few weeks. So.
That's awesome. And I know a lot of this crew is going to be getting out to as many of the live drafts as possible because in some way, shape, or form, we think we're celebrities, which is dawned with the Celebrity Eliminators, right? John made Celebrity Eliminators, and there was some actual celebrities, and then there was like me, which is not fun for anybody. So,
hey, that Waffle Eliminator is still going strong. That group, I think, is about the same group as it was. I don't know. I think the Eliminator started like 6 or 7 years ago at this point. Some crazy number.
Yeah.
And Waffle has been going strong ever since.
It really has been, and we have a little fun thing coming up at 8:30. I call it spot filler because Kevin and Steve are supposed to join me. Now, I will tell everybody, Kevin had some untimely issues with one of his dogs this morning, and they are at the emergency vet. So we may not have Kevin. I know that threw Russ for a loop too, John. I saw your eyes. But, guys, let's get to what's the most important thing. The live drafts kick off today. Scott, how many teams are in Scott Fishbowl this year? Or it's expanding again?
John and Ryan, I think, are laughing at this because we just keep adding teams at this point. Like we filled about on time where we wanted to fill. We hit our target. and we've just kept adding. I would say by the time it's all said and done, we're going to be in the ballpark of 4,000.
That's amazing. And
Not yet, Scott.
I'm sorry, what was that?
We're 10 minutes in and you haven't given away a spot yet.
I know. Yeah, Sal will give away a bunch of spots during the Podathon. I'll let him be the ambassador of that. He can take credit for giving those away.
I'll take all the credit in the world.
Mike, you said to contact you if we have an emergency. I think we have. Scott just got the license to give away spots.
So, John, I want to get.
Yeah.
We're 11 minutes in, and we have somebody in the back room, and I want to bring him in. And talking about 4,000, last year was in the 3,000 range, right? Maybe a little above 3,000. And there can only be one, right? There can only be one Scott Fishbowl winner year after year. And I don't really know Jed that well, but here he is. And this is the man that did it. And he's wearing a Podathon t-shirt. So first of all, Jed, I will refrain from any jokes going forward. You're my new favorite guy in the room. Welcome in, Jed. Tell us a little bit about you and what you do.
Thanks, Sal. Hope you enjoyed Jalen Brunson with the steel chair last night.
It was amazing, by the way. Jalen Brunson and Tyrese Halliburton were in the WWE ring last night, so it was insane.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. Thanks, Sal, Scott, John Ryan, Russ. Yeah, thank you, guys. So, I mean, a little about me. So I have been following Scott Fishbowl and the Podathon loosely for a few years. Joined an underdog tournament. I think Scott was 2 years ago. Was that the first time they were set up?
Yep.
So that first year spammed maybe 5 or 6 drafts. Got lucky with a couple of them, and then got a wild card entry last year after the Philly Live draft, and then made it all the way through. That's about it. Been following all you guys. Love what you guys have been doing. Can't believe been watching the Podathon the last few years, and now here we are. So
you got in on a wild card, huh? So you were like kind of late in the game, getting in, and I attended one of Scott's race days last weekend, and there was a question of who was the first ever team to win the Super Bowl as a wild card, and of course it was my beloved Raiders, and it's been done about 3 more times since then. So Jed was a wild card winner, and tell us what your strategy was last year. Now the rules are a little bit different this year, Jed. So you can tell us what your strategy was. What position did you pick in? What position did you pick in last year? What was your strategy, and who carried the day for you?
So I was the 106 last year. It was kind of a mix of wanting to get one of the top tier quarterbacks because I figured one would drop after mocking, and also didn't want to get too messed up by the 3rd round reversal. So I went with 6, ended up sticking with that for this year. My early round strategy was, so I knew I wanted Lamar if he was available. So I ended up getting the Zay Flowers stack and the Justin Tucker stack if we're counting that. But the early picks, honestly, I did have a strategy, but they did involve Nick Chubb and Daniel Jones. So I don't know how much we need to talk about that part. I really was just going for in the mid to late rounds. I knew that running backs, especially ones who, obviously get a bunch of carries, and are getting that points per carry boost, just mashing those in the mid to late rounds. Like at the time, I think like James Conner was like one of my hot targets, but in the end, a lot of the late round guys ended up saving me. I got Trey McBride off waivers. I think Puka and Kyren were two of my three last late round picks. So it really was the later rounds that saved me last year. And in terms of strategy, I think I talked to Scott about this a few weeks ago. I looked at it a little bit like a best ball, at least just since the playoffs are so tourney style, and just got lucky with waivers a little with Trey McBride, but
a lot of people had a deflated Chubb last year, and I won't wait too long to make those kind of jokes, guys. I'll do them right off the top. But you ended up with Puka late, and I can tell you that what is it, 22 rounds? This draft. Those late rounds are super important. The best year I ever had, I think it was 2018. I got James Conner in the 21st round. That was the year that Le'Veon Bell didn't sign, and he was insane. I got Aaron Jones, and he was suspended the first 4 games that year, so I got him later in the draft. And those two guys absolutely, rode me to the semifinals. I rode them. It was riding to the semifinals, and they both got hurt that week, so that's what ended my run. But a lot of people go with a lot of the people in the know, right, or think they're in the know, they like to pick from the 12 spot because of that 3rd round reversal. What I can tell you is I suck every year and I pick from that spot. So I don't know that there's anything to that. But some of the other guys in the room, give me your strategy. Everybody in this room is probably so busy. We don't know what the hell our strategy is going. We like to think we're planning for it, but Migraine Russ, do you have a Scott Fishbowl strategy, or do you just show up that day and go for it?
For some reason, I felt like being nice this early in the morning, but I really wanted to say, best year you ever had, Sal, in 2018. We all know you peaked in high school. So
I did. Hey guys, I was prom king, so that is definitely true. I definitely peaked in high school. That's right, Scott. I saw your face. That was prom king. I got pictures.
Validation. Oh no, I zero strategy whatsoever, and I picked the 101 for the past 3 years, mostly because I want to stress like crazy, make my first pick, who is I spent the entire last year's Podathon asking every guest who I should take at 101. So I don't even like making decisions, because I like making that first choice and then just getting to wait forever till I have to figure it out again. That's my strategy. My strategy is close my eyes, throw a dart, and then not have to worry about it for a bit.
Mike, you have time for a strategy, or you show up and you're winging it?
Oh, well, as I already made the final, Sal, as you know, and it wasn't like 1987. It was 3 years ago. But since then, I have literally one strategy, and it's to make Andrew Cooper cry. So what I do is I pick next to him in the live draft. I print out his rankings and just use those. It's so much fun to watch him stress out while I take everybody he likes. And since doing that, I have been terrible, which shows you Andrew Cooper's rankings are trash, but it's still fun to use for me. We had to get off and make sure that Coop felt uncomfortable. He'll be on in 24 hours, but we can insult him all we want now. But yeah, my strategy is to make everyone in Boston uncomfortable. So I tend to yell at them and, snipe them all I can. But no, I have no time for strategy, man. I'm showing up whenever the date is. I'm not even sure when Boston is. It's in July at some point. I'll be there, and I'll just wing it. Probably just have a beer in hand and just yell random names. I might draft someone from 1990. Who knows, man? We'll make it fun, though.
I'm going to try and show up there and abuse you the whole draft, so it screws with you a little bit more. And we all know, if we remember Mike's, I think, Mike, remind me, was it your first year in the Fishbowl when you attacked Matt Kelly? Or was it just the first time anybody recognized you?
No, that was actually my first week being involved in the fantasy community. I had sent Scott a picture of a Father's Day card that I got from my kid. I had 30 followers, and they were just random people. I think half of them were porn bots. But I sent Scott a card. He was nice enough to put me in. I ended up drafting a week later, played Matt Kelly week 1, and that's kind of where it all started. And he'll be on with us too.
So you're basically in the fantasy industry because of that tweet with the card and me putting you in SFB.
That's
so everything you do is my fault.
100% your fault. Yes. So everybody, whenever they say, "What are you doing here?" I say, "Blame Scott," and I send them your way. I've actually sent out your cell phone number, Scott, to multiple people who have told me I've offended them. I'm like, "Here's your complaint number."
I was wondering. Yeah, I had to change my number a few years ago. I was wondering why that. No,
is that why you don't answer me anymore, Scott? So Scott, speaking of strategy and everybody's strategy, you're the guy, and I'm sure you have some help. I'm sure Ryan assists with this, probably maybe John, because I played in plenty of John's wacky dynasty leagues with crazy scoring and superpowers. What motivates you to change the scoring every year, to do the different things that you do, and sometimes you get penalized to the highest degree, and sometimes there's no penalties at all. So tell me what goes into your strategy.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's thematic. Sometimes it's like the video game scoring year. I wanted bonuses like video games. And sometimes it's just something that people are talking about, like the year where people were all up in arms. Is our sacks a QB stat or a offensive line stat? So I made that a thing. Sometimes it's just I want to push something on the community so that they realize, hey, I can bring this to my league, like with third round reversal or first downs or stuff like that.
Then it turned into how
this year, everybody's talking about the new kicker rules. So I'm sorry. What'd you say, Russ?
Then it's how can we piss off Russ by making wide receivers useless?
Yeah. I didn't do that this year, though.
You tried.
Right. I tried originally. This year, I knew kick return stuff would be talked about. And I knew if I did it just weekly, just kind of limped into it, it wouldn't be a factor for SFB. So I went a little extreme where it's going to be it's going to have to be something that people will account for on waivers, in flex spots, maybe even in drafts. But mostly I just change it every year because I don't want people to walk into a draft on autopilot. I don't want people to walk in and be like, oh, it's just your normal draft. I'm just going to draft and that's whatever. I want people to actually think about it and talk about it and put everybody kind of on an even footing.
Anybody else concerned that Ryan and John were driving and they're gone now? I'm just me. There's another person back. Oh, there they are. Thank God, guys. We don't need that in the first 30 minutes of the
Well,
podcast.
you missed the.
I did.
I put them back when it looked like they were safe.
So I want to bring in one other person, and the reason I think I haven't brought him in yet is because he doesn't have his face up, and that is a guy I think is irreplaceable to this whole process, and that's Bob Gilchrist. Bob, I don't know how many hours you have in your day, because it's clearly more than 24, or you have 8 days in a week. And there he is, the man himself.
Oh, no, go back to the logo, Bob. Jeez. Dude.
I am a logo.
Pretty.
I'm better off as a logo.
He's the center square. And if you are old enough to remember Hollywood Square, it's the most important square of all. So perfect location. I always see center on my screen. I don't know how it works for the rest of you people at home.
Yes.
But Bob, what's up, man? Tell us about this process. Tell us about how you've clearly quit everything else in your life to be the major cog of Fantasy Cares.
I did not. I just show up and do what I can. These guys make it all happen. I just pick up pieces.
Nobody likes humbleness, Bob. Count yourself.
Okay, fine. I'll do it for him. We were like, we should probably make this an official charity, right? Like that's probably the right move. And then we blinked, and Bob's like, "Here, I did this." Like, so the fact that Fantasy Cares is a 501c3 charity is literally just that guy's fault. Like, it's literally just like we're like, we should probably do this, and he's like, "Oh, I did that already. Don't worry about it."
It is like that. Like every time I ask for something, Bob's like, "Oh, I have that." Click, 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 boom. My big contribution to Bob was like last night when I was at wrestling, he's like, "Hey, do you have a picture? Do you have this logo anywhere?" And I was able to find that and send it to him. I was so proud of myself. That was such a minor detail, but I saw that it was in one of the videos today already. So now I know exactly what he needed it for and what he used it for. So
yeah, I couldn't believe that one escaped my archive.
So they're all, by the way, all the logos that we ever had are on the SFB Podathon Twitter page. Instagram page, which is not a very in-depth page, but the logos are there, the T-shirts are there, some pictures and videos of the shopping. So Jed has 5 minutes left in his 15 minutes of fame before he falls into obscurity. So I want to bring him back to the sentence.
Come on, let's pump him up a little bit. Back to back,
No,
Jed.
I mean, has anybody even made?
Send me out easy.
I know there's ways Scott's can look this up, but not now. Has anybody made back-to-back finals? Has anybody made back-to-back semifinals? I mean, we should in the offseason get a little bit of statistical data history for the Scott Fishbowl and the FF Oasis, as it once was called. But Jed, tell us what it's like to be here today with a lot of with the guys that created all this, and what you're looking forward to this year, what you hope to get out of it.
Yeah. It's definitely awesome, being here with you guys after having been an observer and, having really not talked to that many people in the community at all before playing in Scott Fishbowl. And now, I'm recognizing people from last year and all that good stuff. The live drafts are amazing. speaking live draft, can't wait for Philly Live. That's going to be a great time. I think that's July 14th. Really looking forward to that. Looking forward to my Rocky hoodie coming in from, I think I'm at five or six items so far. So gotta keep grinding those out. But yeah, other than that, looking forward to finding out who the starting kick returner is for most of these teams.
Who's throwing a name out there? Somebody give me the guy, the kick returner that's going to make a difference this year. Who in this room knows the answer to that? John
the one
Bosch.
we've been talking about since kick returners points was Rashid Shaheed. Like he was like the number 2 scorer overall or something ridiculous last year. So I mean that's the name that we've been throwing around. But I love that in the 101 chat they are literally fighting over who they think is going to be returning kicks for each team. It is so much fun to watch. No idea.
This is always my favorite answer. Justin Fields.
EA, let us know what they think.
Right. Yeah.
Put it in the chat.
Shaheed, Mims, Gibson, all those guys. Eckler returning them at Washington camp. But I like to joke that it would be the most New Orleans Saints thing ever to have Shaheed not do kicks and throw Taysom Hill back there.
Yes.
I feel like that would be the most Saints thing ever. And it doesn't even feel wrong. It feels like get him the ball and just bully through that line of people right at the drop. It feels like something they would want to do.
And does it feel like that dude never gets older, Taysom Hill? He's like mid-30s, and the guy is still jacked, still doing it. He's just like, oh, what do you need me to do this week? I'll do it.
He actually ages at a different pace. It's a medical condition, so he's still like 27 somehow, I think.
Bonus. So we're coming to the end of the round of this first 30 minutes here. Let me see if he's there. I'm so happy to see that helmet-headed little freak. And Kevin made it too, guys. I'm excited. So if you guys don't know this, I'm going to introduce them in a few minutes. I started this live show in 2018 with my then 2 co-hosts of I believe we were the Fantasy Football Funhouse at that time. But we started as the Falafel House back in 2015, 2016. And I couldn't have gotten this off the ground without these 2 guys. And I'm so excited that they're here for a reunion. And they both showed up. So that's awesome. So to everybody else that's in the room now, they'll be dropping in and out throughout the entire event, the next 36 hours. Scott, you are in Las Vegas for today's Las Vegas draft. What time, Vegas time, does that kick off today?
Oh boy, I think it's 8:30 a.m. Vegas time. I'm pretty certain. It's 5:30 now, so we're a few hours away still.
Oh, go take a nap, man.
8:30 a.m. in Vegas. Wow.
I think so. Yeah, I think 8:30 a.m. Vegas time is when it starts here.
Jed B, go practice, go study, go get ready for you. I want you to go back to back. If I can't win, which I will not, I want it to be you. And if you believe that, then you don't know me. John and Ryan focus on the road. Everybody's welcome to stay in the background. Russ will be with us for a little bit. I know he's not feeling great, so power to Russ for powering through. And Bob will be flying today. I think Bob will be in the air a total of 8 hours today, or that changed, Bob?
No, plans changed. So I will be hanging around.
He's actually in a plane right now. That's a fake background behind him. He's not going anywhere. He just likes being in planes flying in circles.
I don't think it's a fake. You ever see that Always Sunny in Philly when they just fly her around Philly for hours and make her convince her that they flew to like another state? Anyway, watch that. So, all right, Jed, be well.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Take Jed out of here.
Nice job, champ. Good work.
Have a good one, guys.
Who's running the show? Who's producing it? Me? All right. Do you guys want to stay for these 2 guys? I think you do. I have a feeling some of you guys do because you haven't spoken to them in a while.
I got to stay and say hi. I got to say hi to Kevin and Steve.
There's one.
Hey.
And there's the other.
Man.
The other 2/3 of the Falafel House and FF Funhouse. Steve, who's been in mothballs, has his 4-year-old Scott Fishbowl T-shirt on because that's the last time anybody saw him out of the witness protection program.
I've been wearing it since then.
And Kevin's flashing how much money. Kevin's flashing how much money he has with that moonroof above his head. What's up, fellas?
What's going on? Not
And
much.
I hope you don't have any police police officers watching with the amount of people we have streaming in the car right now.
Kevin looks like he's sitting still, and Kevin had a little family emergency. And what I mean by that is a family pet had an emergency this morning. So
we had a dog that woke up this morning with some kind of cough, lung issue. So it's weird when you wake up and a dog is just staring at you. You kind of know something's wrong. So we had to. I'm outside the vet right now, sitting in the car. So we're making do.
Kevin, I don't have a dog, and I can't tell you how many times I've woken up with a dog staring back at me. So this is the type of life I live.
We've been telling you to close your door, Sal, for years.
Technically, I've been waking up outside, Russ.
Sadly, that doesn't surprise me the least.
Steve,
Kevin, which would be scarier? Waking up with the dog staring at you or waking up with Steve staring at you?
I mean, there's no question waking up with Steve anywhere near me would be scary.
Sal has gotten used to waking up with Steve staring at him, so it's not that big of a deal anymore.
Hey, he's a beautiful sleeper. What can I say?
I believe Kevin was the first person to say Steve has a very stabbable face. Was that? So, and that was in Steve's bio. My face is not that stabbable. Was that
it was for a long time.
Yeah.
Not that stabbable once you get to know me.
That's how it goes. Yes. So what is up, Steve? Tell us about what the hell's going on in your life. Have you has Scott completely cut you out of the fishbowl now that you really don't show your face?
Actually, no. It seems like the invites have come a little quicker since I've stopped being so active, and so I think he's taken some pity on me. I know I've got to be in his least favorite division because I'm in the Godzilla division with Jason Tran, who's a big fan or a big friend of Scott's, but I'm also in Derek's division, so we're in that same division together. It's got to be. It's got to be one of Scott's least favorite. So
I don't know who Derek is. That's
some
life. It's a long-running joke, everyone.
And the show rolls on. The tradition rolls on. So I'm going to open the floor. Johnny Bosch, take it away.
I'm sorry. What am I supposed to do?
You know what? I know. You know what John wants to talk about? John wants to talk about going to fantasycares.org/auctions. We have a bunch of awesome sports movie related signed jerseys up for auction that are going to end throughout the day. So check out fantasycares.org/auctions or use. I love the dedication to QR codes that Bob and John Bosch show. They both love QR codes so much that there's one everywhere. And if you'll notice, it disappeared next to Sal's face. We had one that if you wanted to donate were in favor of the Podathon to show your respects to Sal's wardrobe, which really is all this is. You can. How did you guys make the QR code go away? And it's not even here for me to put it back up.
It's in the overlays. Just hit the overlays.
I like this. Russ is the best promoter of the biz. I'm like, he's our Don King.
There you go.
So slight correction, Russ. And Scott can verify. There's an S or no S on that. Link.
Auction. fantasycares.org/auction. Because when Scott created it, we only had one, I guess.
This is live YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. We're working out all this stuff behind the scenes on the right now.
If they have watched us for more than 30 seconds over the past year and a half, they know this is just how we operate.
Listen,
we do not plan a single second ahead of time because it just wouldn't be our style. But we need to find a way to get that overlay just to put that in front of Sal's face, so it makes our lives a little easier. But you can scan the QR code. Sal, just lean this way a little bit. Scan that QR code in the corner, and you can donate in the Podathon's name to let Sal know how much you enjoy that QR code covering his face.
So, Kev, what were you saying, bud?
I was gonna say I think I've done podcasts with most of the people here right now, a bunch of times, and somehow Russ is one of the better producers, which is very sad for everyone.
That's a problem. That is very.
You know what happens? Remember, you've seen actors in the past, and then you don't see them anymore, and they became producers and stuff like that because they aren't made to be in front of the camera. So, and that's why he does his best work. So, Kevin and Steve, since the last time you've joined the Podathon, I believe you've missed the last 2 years?
2 years, yeah.
So the last 2 years, I actually have people that help now, unlike you two.
That's great.
We have a production team, we have graphics, we have audio, we have it's professional. They were like, okay, you got rid of those two. Can we now get involved and make this a lot better? So
listen, we were telling you for years that you needed better help than us. I don't know. That's on you.
That's true. That's true.
It is true. You're so self-deprecating all of a sudden.
In fact, when everyone came in to help Sal, they were like, okay, the first thing we need to do to make this better is get rid of Kevin and Steve.
It worked. I mean, the show has flourished. It's 36 hours. I don't think you guys have been on it since it's been 36 hours, have you?
No, I don't believe so.
It's 36 hours now. There was an attempt to make this 48 hours. Mike Fayella almost dropped dead. We had a meeting to set up scheduling. Mike said, guys, that's another 12 hours, 24 guests. It's tough enough booking 72 of them. And then when it was all said and done, Scott puts out a poll yesterday trying to get this to be 48 hours next year. So, Mike,
join us after the Podathon for the Podathon after party. We're going to go 12 more hours.
It's going to be all of us asleep on camera.
I told you, Sal is just going to follow Scott and do Animal Planet style. Mr. Fish is now going to the bathroom. Is it 1 or 2? Tune in to find out. For 12 hours straight, Scott. Give the people what they want.
Is anyone actually doing 24 hours anymore? I mean, it's kind of weak that no one's straight for 24 hours. I got to say,
Kevin, Sal can barely do 9. He can barely do 9 now. The amount of whining that I got.
Mike, did you hear that? I think Kevin just volunteered for 24 hours. Put it down.
He's legitimately here for 30 minutes and he's talking trash, this guy. So,
Russ, you just got freed up. Somebody called JB. He doesn't have to hop on at 2 in the morning anymore. Kevin's going to be here. Oh,
there you go.
Good.
Oh, nice.
Well,
you can take my 3 in the morning
Kevin.
shift. Yes.
I'm so happy to have you back. This is awesome, Kevin.
You guys want to do a quick Dynasty Wall Street?
We could bang that out in like 15 minutes.
I mean, listen, it was back in the heyday of fantasy football podcasting before you people who were in the chat got computers and thought you could podcast. Now everybody has a podcast. I mean, legitimately, everybody has a podcast. It was a different thing back then. So I think back to 2015, I met Kevin and Steve, and Steve was like 12 at the time. He created this 16-team league, and we were on the Fantasy Life app, which was Matthew Berry. He will be up with us in about an hour and a half, I believe. Fantasy Life app, and he called it Fantasy Life app Fantasy Football League, and we just started referring to it as Falafel, and it became the Falafel House. And we created this chat on that app that in 1 year grew to 15,000 peoples just organically. 15,000 peoples. It did 15,000 peoples. People.
By the way, just a league chat. It was just a league chat, and
it was
all these random people.
I always thought it was Falafel House because you tried to say Waffle House when you were drunk one time.
So there you go. The urban legends grew as a result of. But in all seriousness, that was the most insane organic thing I had ever been a part of, and we got close with the original app creators. Charlie and I'm going to forget the other guy's name if he's watching. It'd be mad at me, but
Mark.
He's not watching. Mark and Charlie. And that chat for 365 days had at minimum 1 message per minute around the clock, which is just a living, breathing thing. And it's Kevin and Steve and 2 other guys who are terrible, so we fired them from the podcast. Hey, Brandon. We created this podcast, and Matthew Berry came on in year 1, 2016. And guys, I got to tell you, at a time in my life when I needed it, it was a great thing. I don't know that I would have picked you two, but I ended up with you two. And I do appreciate you guys at that time. And I do appreciate you for being here today. And Kevin, any reflections back to Podathon 36-hour, your host? Any reflections back to those old falafel and funhouse days?
Yeah, I mean, I encourage some of you to go out and Google Falafel House and just listen to some of if you can find some of the first episodes, particularly with the 5 guys, they were awful. I mean, we were very bad at it, but we had a good rapport with the people in the chat on the Fantasy Life app, like you said, and I think, they kind of stuck with us for a while, and once we fired the other 2 guys and sort of found our stride. To me, it was one of the most fun things I've ever done for sure. And it spawned me to get further and further into the degenerate world of fantasy football, especially when I met Bosch, and he really, really made me get into the degenerate world of fantasy football. Some of my friends still make fun of me for, for some of you guys, this is probably a low number, but I think at my peak, I had somewhere in the range of 65 different, leagues that I was managing. And to them, that was just crazy. And I know to you guys, it's probably like, it's all right. But
No, that's crazy.
yeah, it was a lot of fun. I got to do podcasts with John. I got to do podcasts with Russ. Obviously, meeting Scott Fish and being able to hang out with him a bunch has been great. So, and Bob's okay too.
Wait, you and Scott hang out? What the hell, Scott?
Yeah, bald guys unite.
I'm here, guys. I'm here.
Oh yeah, that's right.
No.
So no, I mean,
No,
look,
you're not in high school.
You guys, you and Steve Sal are two people that, ironically, having not really seen in person, are still two guys that I would consider great friends, and for all the stuff that we did and went through together. So it's been great.
Awesome,
Yeah,
Steve. Nobody wants to hear you, but no, go ahead. You too.
Listen, you're gonna get
Kevin in person. Have you not met Kevin in person, Sal?
No, keep ducking him.
Kevin and I had at least 3 opportunities that he avoided me in. Once I was in Rhode Island, I believe, Kevin, right?
Yeah.
You lived a mile away, and I was like at a 1-year-old birthday party. Another time I was in Boston on a college trip with my daughter, looking at schools, and he literally worked within the vicinity, knew the place I was staying, and did not show up. And then another time he came to New York City for work, and I tried to come in and meet him, and he avoided me like the plague. So, F you, Kevin. Steve.
He flew into Cincinnati to watch Monday Night Football with me one night.
That's true.
That's really weird, Sal.
I mean, that was a work trip, but I needed a place to watch football that was, somewhat hospitable.
Well, here's the good news, guys. And we'll have Bob Lung on as the final 30 minutes before we close the podcast out tomorrow night. I will be at the Expo this year for the first time. Supposedly, I have a place to sleep. I'm waiting for you guys to pull that rug out from under me when I get there. But I'll be flying in on Thursday, August 8th, meeting Scott and sharing a big yellow taxi from Cleveland to Canton. And I get to give everybody big, wet, juicy slaps on the tush. Steve, go ahead, Steve. I know you had something to say.
It's all right. I was going to say, you get like 5 good minutes of me talking during this 24 hours, and you guys won't even let me do it. Going back to falafel, the falafel days, it was crazy. One, I don't understand, or I can't understand how we all had as much time as we did to dedicate to that. Because the 3 of us were in that chat from sunrise to sunset every day, like just talking all throughout the day. And the things that happened in there, we would have, scheduled meme battles, and we would have ranking nights where we would just rank all kinds of different things. And we had, just like the Podathon is set up, where people would come in and be on the night shift of being in the chat overnight and just like keeping conversations going. It was just a crazy thing. And, like you guys said, to have the podcast spawn from that, and then have our friendship and, the other leagues that we're in with guys that we met in that chat that we're still in 8 years later, is just, it's an awesome thing. So yeah, it was crazy. It was a crazy time. I don't understand how we did it, because I cannot for the life of me think of dedicating hours and hours and hours to a chat in every single day, but it was awesome. And I'm grateful for what happened. And I'm grateful for all the people that I've met along the way. And it's just awesome that it's still going. And I'm glad to be back. I'm happy to be here. And yeah, that's it.
Take it easy.
When you describe it, Steve, I don't know if it's just your voice, but it makes it sound so much more nerdy.
Yeah.
It is my voice.
It's also the visual, Kevin. I mean, he's not
yeah, that's fair.
Not a very ugly looking human. But that first year, if you guys remember this, I don't remember. It was probably on Twitter that I saw it. And I was like, guys, register for this. Get in this. This could be really good exposure for us. And it was the Scott Fishbowl 480. And that's how we came to meet Scott. We invited Scott on to the Falafel House podcast. And we thought that was a big deal when he accepted. Now it turns out all these years later, it's just Scott. And then what I mean by that is we all know Scott is ridiculously awesome. We all know that if Scott wanted to go out and make this a multi-million-dollar venture for himself tomorrow, he could do that. He's never done that once. He came on, he immediately made us feel like we had this important show. He's done that for everybody he's come in contact with in the 9 years since then that I've known him. And Scott, I mean, you're very humble, so you're not going to talk about yourself, talk about whatever. But what made you feel like we were worth even giving your time to back then?
You asked, and I had time.
Nice. That's the perfect answer. Now I know you were a fan of the show. I know you were excited when I heard Steve and Kevin were going to be here. Unless that was just fodder, I don't know. But memories, good memories.
No, it is good memories. I remember you ran three leagues on there at one point, for one with me, one with Liz, one with Mike Wright. Fun play with us leagues. It was good times back in those days.
Yeah, we ran the original Celebrity Leagues, John Bosch. So suck it. Back then, and
interesting about those three leagues. Liz and I both won our leagues. I don't know if you remember that.
Yes. So you're saying Mike Wright didn't?
Somebody
bring that up when Mike is with us in a few hours.
No, you got plenty of other.
Come back at 12 o'clock our time and say that.
Yeah. No,
That's just an indication of the level of guests that Mikey has booked for this. We're talking about Matthew Berry in 2 hours, and we're talking about Mike Wright in about 3 hours, 3.5, 4 hours. I can't do math. It's Saturday. Coming up after this segment is a guy who started going for two, who, by the way back in 2015 and 2016 was on the Fantasy Life app as well, and he's joining us right after this. So there's some great people that came out of the Fantasy Life app, and that's now grown into Fantasy Life, the entity that's become. And Matthew's moved on from who's with ESPN at the time. And, he was instrumental. Scott, Matt, Mike Wright came on that first year. What else? Liz obviously came on with us that first year. And Liz, who every year I try to move this around, and somehow she still has the family vacation that weekend. She's on family vacation again this year. She was going to try to make it. But Liz has become, first of all, she's thrived from that point to where she is now with ESPN and being one of the leads at ESPN now. But she's also a board member for Fantasy Care. Scott, is that correct?
That's correct. Yep. Yeah, she's on vacation, but she probably sends her love, I'm sure. She's one of my favorite people, one of my longest best friends in this industry, and it's awesome she's on the board, and it's awesome that she's doing so well. I'm just so proud and happy for her.
And I'm going to drop a board member secret. She asks us ahead of time when the Podathon is going to be, and then she's like, all right, cool. let me get my hotel that day.
Yeah, let me figure out my family vacation around the Podathon. Make sure.
Only because we just point out that Sal asked 5 people to be on the Podathon out of the 136 guests, and only one said yes. So I think that should be something that's noted.
Well,
I said,
what I like to say
here anyway. So I mean,
what was that, Kevin?
I said I'm impressed you got him to ask 5 people.
I have definitely relinquished that duty to Mike. I mean, if you guys weren't watching the first 30 minutes, I mean, the guy slaves over it. He really does. Mike and I will go at each other, and that's just who we are, like, for fun. And that's kind of like what made Falafel work so well back in the day with these two guys, is that if you get people that know how to take a joke and can joke back with you and don't take it personally, those are the successful, fun relationships. But Shane Battier still might come on, Mike. All right, so just calm down. Nice. JJ, I worked on JJ. I used to book Matthew every year before I had, turned it over to you. So don't give me this BS.
I'm looking at the list where it says Sal to book, and I see them all marked in red. That's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying.
We almost had a spit take. I almost spit that out.
Look, if Sal asked you to be on anything, would you say yes?
That's a solid point. Next year I'm coming to you two. I'm going to send you the VIP list, and I'm just going to have you guys book them.
You know what, Mike? I'm here for it. I'm here for that.
Let me see 4-hour Podathon we've ever had.
Kevin will be making up another family pet that got injured. He made up a story. Like, the guy's got 30 minutes. He's injuring his own pets. Just
I was
get
going
out
to
of there.
say 2 years have passed and nothing's changed. Kevin's finding a last-minute excuse to get out of being on the air with us. So
That was your MO, pal. What are you talking about?
yeah, it's been 2 years. Who can remember who's who? No one knows.
Okay.
Steve
Okay.
disappears, and Podathon fame happens to where the first thing that was personalized on the intro video for the Podathon was the Podathon chair.
Oh, the Podathon.
There it is.
Oh, it is. This is the same chair.
Is it the same
Wow.
chair? Do you remember?
It's
Is
the
it
same chair.
It's the same chair.
Now, say, Steve.
We stared at it for hours. Of course, we know it's the same chair.
Steve, I say this respectfully, and it wouldn't be me if I didn't. Did you get that in a divorce?
Yeah, it was the only thing I kept. She got the falafel trophy because it was the most expensive thing I owned, and but I got to keep the chair. So,
Did anybody see the clip where Tony Hinchcliffe said to Tom Brady, "Nice shoes. Did you get those in the divorce?" And Tom Brady responded, "Yeah, I'm going to shove one. I'm going to shove one of them up here." That roast was fantastic, by the way.
oh, it was great.
It was very
I
good.
watched that over and over again.
Can we have a few minutes with just the chair?
The chairs got hours 3 through 5, I think. So you guys are going to be set.
Does anyone know if the chair's Twitter account still exists?
Oh, it came. It was posting yesterday.
Yeah.
The chair showed up yesterday and heard that Steve was back, and it was like, all right. It did say to Steve, please bring a cushion because I'm sure you've gained weight in the last few years. So, but look at him. He has not. He's still 100 pounds of nothing. You are the description of Rudy from the movie. 5 foot nothing, 100 nothing.
I'm pretty sure the last time we talked to you told me to eat a sandwich. It's like the last thing you said to me.
Eat something. I'm just have anything. Oh,
I'm living off beer and jerky today. That's going to be.
Scott is looking down at the pool at
oh my God!
This is where the draft will be today, Scott, at 8:30 Vegas time.
Yep, 8:30 Vegas time. There was someone in the chat that asked, so I decided to go show where I'm at right now.
Love that Pixar shirt.
That's awesome.
Love that Pixar shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the merchandise has grown. Let's talk about that. Bob's still here, right? We have a few more minutes, and Steve and Kevin have board meetings here.
He's sitting on the screen the entire time. Bob's still here, right?
I think he's frozen. He's frozen.
Nobody
Bob,
beats Sal for hosting.
I'm not. I'm not frozen at all.
I know you're not. Play along with me.
I can't. I guess his audio's out too, so just go on, Sal.
Look at that logo, that beautiful Podathon logo. It's at the top, my right corner. I don't know how it reflects back out there at home, but I think it'll still be on the right side. Tell us about graduating to your own brand of merchandise. And by the way, quality is outstanding this year. I have that shirt that Russ is wearing also, and I have an Avi Maker shirt that was shared with me, which is awesome as well. Fits nice, shows off the guns.
Don't scare us like that, Bob.
Whoa, hey. Nerlens, is there an live New Orleans draft, Scott, that Bob's getting ready for? Bob, tell us about that journey of creating a merchandise and who comes up with all these graphics. Like, we have so many logos.
So Steven Johnson and Jordan Lupe, Cantaloupe on Twitter, and myself, we have very extravagant brains, and we'll play with pictures for months and work on the theme. I won't deny nor confirm that I might have something that says 15 on my computer right now, but that's how far in advance we get going.
But let's tell the real story of SFB. I think it was 11 when we actually started making graphics. It was just Bob, John, and me, and we're just like, we want to do stuff. Let's do. And then like me and Bob started playing with our phones and put some stuff together. We're just like, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put a shop together with a couple of designs, and then we're gonna show Scott how set up it all is, just so he doesn't really have a choice but to say yes, because it's like, oh, Scott, we're hitting this button right now. Just I hope you're okay with that. And so there's no good story about how Bob started in all of this merch. He was just like, we're going to do it. And then we just sort of did it. And Scott was too nice to say no.
Maybe
Pretty
what
much.
happened.
He realized how much work we put in, and he just kind of said, "Yeah, go ahead. You guys can try to do that."
Oh, look at that. Not even an hour in, Sal's talking on mute. That's awesome.
Who muted me? Because I didn't mute myself. So somebody muted me. Somebody definitely muted me. I didn't touch that button. So
I'm just happy your internet works, Sal, to be honest. I mean, I think we've gone 2 years with your internet going out for like hours on end. So I'm proud of you for finally paying your bill.
So I broadcast now from my apartment in Brooklyn, which is where I live for the last
outside
2 years.
With a nice view of the city at night at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, I do have the beautiful city. This is actually, guys. This
I think we knew that, Sal.
It's not real.
Hey, you all shut up. I meant it's not a green screen, you knuckleheads.
It's freaking 9 in the morning, Sal. Everyone knew that wasn't real.
I meant a green screen. Yeah, I want to have this.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, you could be podcasting from a bathtub, so it could be worse.
There was requests for the murder basement earlier in the show, Kevin. Early in your appearance, and
no murder basement. Maybe I'll jump on from the murder basement later.
There's no way you still have. You moved? Didn't you move since then?
No, I'm still in the same house. We still have the same murder basement. There's no bodies in the freezer, I promise, for anyone listening from the authorities.
There's also zero chance you hop on later.
Muted Sal is a staple of the Podathon. I didn't put that one up there, but I think that's an old school falafel Sean Mayer, dead duck himself. Russ, tell people your favorite thing that we sell. When I sell, we have up available to be purchased for charity purposes. All about it. You have that graphic by any chance? You ready for that? Were you prepared?
Oh, we have so many graphics. I mean, if we want to talk about stuff that we're doing right now, we can talk about fantasycares.org/glass and these beautiful iced coffee glasses that is the only thing you can drink out of them. If you go to fantasycares.org/glass, that's one glass. That is 2 pictures on one glass on both sides of it. Or again, scan that QR code because that'll bring you there, right there. And my favorite is fantasycares.org/stickers for the Sticker of the Month Club. You can go and get yourself some SFB stickers every single month.
Yes, and Russ's favorite. Nobody muted me that time. So somebody said the over-under that I'll lose my voice. I lose my voice every year, Gator.
Look at that. Look at that.
It will absolutely. Look at this handsome son of a bitch. You guys cannot deny me. You cannot. You cannot deny me that. And, look at that. So,
sun's
by
out.
the way, guys, that is what is behind this curtain. That's why I cover it. My gym is back there.
That was going to be your shower.
It's a good
yes, I
time,
slimmed
it's a good
down.
thing our time is almost up because this is getting awkward.
And the thing is, he forgoed his security by drilling the holes in the walls to get that curtain up. Right?
This is getting
That's
awkward
dedication
now,
level for
Kevin.
Podathon.
Kevin,
Yeah, well.
you feel awkward now. You podcasted with me for 6 years, maybe 7, and now it's getting weird for you.
Well, you guys were potting so long ago that there wasn't video, so they had no idea that you were naked the whole time.
It's 9 years, Sal. 9 years.
There were clues,
well,
Russ. There were
been around
sounds.
for the last 2. That's what I meant.
Sal already
fair.
said that he does not math on a Saturday.
I'm good with math. So listen, Kevin, I don't know that you can stay. So I want to give you an opportunity to speak if you're heading out.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out for a little bit. I am gonna try and pop on a few times over the next couple of days here. But I really appreciate you having me back on. Again, like I said earlier, podcasting with you guys, some of my favorite times in life, and being able to be a part of this Podathon when it started, and part of the anything related to the Scott Fish Bowl and Fantasy Cares has always been an amazing thing for my life. I promote it to everyone I can. I think we used to end podcasts regularly by reminding people to either donate or get their leagues to donate their portions of their winnings, things like that. And this is just the best expression of that. So great job for taking this to where it is, Sal, and all of you guys that have helped Sal get there since Steve and I couldn't. It's just it's amazing to see what it is, and I truly appreciate all of it.
Awesome, Kev. I couldn't have gotten here without both of you two guys. And by the way, you guys are the one guest that I booked that Mike was talking about earlier. So thank you for showing up today and being a part of this.
That's a huge get. It's a huge get.
Yeah, wow.
I got two guys out of the industry. Two guys resigned from the industry. Woo! Big win. All right, Kev. Go do what you got to do with the family and family pet, bud. Love you. Be well.
Hope the pup's
All right,
okay.
thanks, guys. Take care.
And Steve has signed on board to stay with me till 8 o'clock tonight, East Coast time, 5 o'clock his time, because he's out there in California. So Steve, sit back, relax, and let yourself go. Don't fret what you. No, that's not the song we're singing. Anybody else, guys? Everybody in this room is welcome to stay. I'm not going to remove you. You all have the ability to remove yourselves. So stay if you'd like to stay.
I'm going to go take a nap. We'll see you guys later.
I got a
I'm gonna
haircut.
nap
Haven't
too.
showered yet. I'm disgusted.
Yes,
I'll be
Scott,
back.
go take a nap.
I'm gonna nap too. I'll be on a bunch. I'm sure I'll just drop by from time to time over the course of the next day and a half or 2 days. Yeah, 48 hours. So
This will be awesome. That means, Steve, I'm going to get a lot of time to attack you directly going forward. So
That's good.
See everybody soon.
That
So
is my biggest contribution is being your punching bag. So that's fine.
No, I need you to fluff up a little bit. I need you to take a better punch. We have our first.
Of Columbus, so I'm going to say goodbye for now as well.
Be good, Johnny, or Johnny be good. I don't want to get sued by YouTube for saying Johnny be good. Take care, pal, and Ryan as well. Hey, bud.
Hello.
What's
hello.
up? So, Steve, you have none of these in front of you, which means I'm going to have to do all of them. And that is, we actually have sponsors returning. We have a lot of big sponsors this year that we'll be talking about throughout the show. But coming up is going for twos, Jeff Lambert and Ryan Searfoss. And Ryan, I know I've had you on before and talked to you. If I said that name wrong, you can yell at me when you get on here. But visit draftcountdown.com for all your NFL draft needs. Glimpse into the future of fantasy football for your dynasty, Devy, and redraft leagues with future 7-round mock drafts and rankings for 2025, 26, and 27 to get a sense of the upcoming NFL stars. And it's always 100% free. That's Steve's favorite price. 100% free. It is good to see you, pal. It is good to have you back.
It is awesome. I will say I was a little apprehensive getting back into this kind of thing, but obviously knowing all the guys that are involved in this, and it's just, there's not a more welcoming group. And people have their thoughts about fantasy football Twitter and the vacuum that it is, but it's just such an overall great group of the people that, kind of lead that space. And so it just signing up for 12 hours was easy. Signing up for 24 would have not happened, but 12, I can sign up for 12 quickly.
I don't know if I'm more angry at the amount of hair that Jeff has grown in since I first met him, or the fact that he's wearing a Boston hat. That's Boston? I know it's not the right colors, but it is a Boston hat, a Boston logo. But Jeff and Ryan, what is up, guys?
I have the big hair, and you got my last name right, so I wanted to make sure when you said that let you know you got it right.
Pretty damn fantastic. It makes sense.
Really?
Yes, and my hair has grown out a little bit since we first met, Sal. I've been growing out the last couple of years. I don't know why. I never had long hair before in my life, and at 45 decided to grow long hair, and now I'm 47, so I guess whatever.
The answer is because you can. And you see this barren wasteland that I have on top of my head, and Ryan, you're younger than me, though. Ryan, how old are you?
39?
Oh, Jesus Christ, Ryan, what happened? Talk to me.
It's been like this for a decade, man.
I mean,
Maybe
I'm going to
longer.
be 50. I'm going to be 50 in August. This is acceptable. You know what I mean, guys? But yeah, I am going to turn 50, and I don't wear hats to cover up that I'm bald. I actually have been told I have a nicely shaped head, and that is this one, you sick monkeys. But it's a Podathon hat. If you can't see it because it's a little bright, this is a pretty sweet Podathon hat.
That's
So I do
awesome.
have. And just talking about the merchandise last segment, this is some of the amazing stuff. They did posted pictures of me in the sweatshirt and in the t-shirt, and maybe I like myself a little bit. I take pictures and send them to them in the chat. I don't know. But Jeff, talk to us about what you guys are doing over at Going for Two and the donations and the money to raise and give us. I mean, you guys have been tremendous partners with us now for a couple of years, and it's just the way this thing has grown has been amazing. So let us hear it.
Yeah, it has been absolutely amazing, and to think that my little website going for two has been able to raise the amount of money. It's a tribute to you guys and to Scott and to, everybody who's kind of put the popularity out there. And I'll go ahead and give our number right at the top here. We're talking about the charity. Last year, our number we raised was 3,185. That was our number last year. So when Scott set up the Fantasy Cares link for me, I had to make that our goal this year, right? Just to beat last year. And I was looking at that number like, I don't know if we're going to be able to make that number this year. It's always, a hard thing to continually promote it. Well, as of this morning, when I woke up, we were a little short of a milestone. So I put out a last minute tweet like, hey, I want to get to this X dollar. Can we do it? And over the last 15, 20 minutes, another $200 rolled in. And we are now currently sitting at, now keep in mind, 3,185 was last year's number. This year's number is $7,138 raised.
That's amazing.
Absolutely amazing. That a tribute to the Discord that I run, where we got mock drafts going on daily. A lot of those guys and gals, donated. People that follow me on Twitter, I've been spamming Twitter for like 2 weeks now. I feel like one of those bots that you get in your inbox all the time that you block on Twitter, because I've been spamming it, constantly putting it out there. Donate. And the community has stepped up big time. And, to see that $7,000 number is just amazing. We did have a couple of anonymous donors that did some donation matches for us that really helped out. One in particular did over $3,000 match in total. She wants to remain anonymous, but I've actually met her in person. She's a great person, and she does this every year for us. This is the first year she's done this amount of money, but I mean, it's awesome to see the community come together like that, and to be able to, with my little website, my little podcast, to be able to raise that kind of money. It's a tribute to the Scott Fish Bowl, to Fantasy Cares, and everything that you guys have done.
Yeah, for a second there, I thought you said you robbed a purse, which was like, whatever, get the money however you can. But no, it is amazing. And the Scott Fish Bowl community, the fantasy football community, Fantasy Cares now, nobody rallies like they do, right? It's like you raised $7,000, over $7,000 here. And year one of the Podathon, we didn't raise $5. And year two, we barely made $7. Year three, and Steve could verify this, because I thought it would hit stride in year 5, but year 3, which was COVID year 2020, when people were tight for money, this Podathon brought in $42,000 that year, and I was just like, what the hell did we create, right? And I like to take a lot of the credit because these guys aren't around, but we created it, Steve, Kevin, and I, and it only grew from there. And to the point was made earlier on in one of the earliest segments that it's a 501c3 charity now, thank God, because the way we used to bring in the money was like just so like we had these PayPal accounts, and it was just like it wasn't comfortable at all. What I can tell you is, without a doubt, much like Jeff, when it comes to the fundraising point, there's not a dime taken by anybody that's working on this. Every dime since year one has gone to where it needed to go, for the right reasons, for the right people. So it's wonderful to have partners like yourself get on board and have the followers. You're not that little of a podcast anymore. We referenced before you came on in 2015 and 2016. We used to run into you in the mean streets of the Fantasy Life app, Matthew Berry's Fantasy Life app, and I was like, yeah, this guy's getting a little too much notoriety over here. We got to get rid of him. He might be too good.
I still have this on my desk.
That's awesome. I have the little clip that goes on the back of the phone, so you can hold your hand on there. But and yeah, I don't think I get more notifications from anybody else on Facebook than you guys that you go on live. So I get those pretty much daily as well. So I do support, I do follow. But tell us about the things that are doing. I mean, you expanded in a major way on your website and with your podcasting. So Tell us what you guys are doing over there, what people could come, what are they going to get out of being a follower of Going for Two?
Yeah, so obviously I mentioned the Discord, which is huge for the Scott Fishbowl. We do, I mean, there's a couple guys in there that post mocks relentlessly, 8, 10, 12 mocks a day. If you want to do Scott Fishbowl mocks, that's the place to be. It's constant. And even after the draft start, there's constant, chatter about strategy and everything else. And the Discord has really grown quite a bit over the last couple of years. I see Jamie in the chat. He wants me to mention so I am actually raffling off my first round pick in the Scott Fishbowl. So for every $5 donated, if you put the word raffle in the comments and then your Twitter handle, every $5 you get a raffle ticket to try to win drafting my first round pick. And I know Jamie wants to. He's a Roshan Johnson guy. He wants me to draft Roshan Johnson first round. So I know he's donated to give me the Roshan Johnson pick. But yeah,
so if you do what he did last year.
Yeah, he took Roshan Johnson in the first last year. He raffled. He I guess tried to raise money to take Roshan Johnson. He's a big Roshan Johnson fan, but he's hoping to give me. I know a lot of people want to give me the kicker because they all know that I'm not a kicker fan. That's why my website's goingfor2.com. We don't believe in kickers. We have Ryan's wearing my one of our hats that says no kickers right on the top there. So I've heard that. But yeah, so any $5 donated to the charity. Put the word raffle in your Twitter handle so I can find you if you win. And then I'm actually hosting the DC live draft, and we're hoping to get whoever wins that first round pick. We're doing an offsite live stream. I see Kyle in the chat. He's going to be hosting it. He's going to be hosting it from his house, but he's going to do check-ins with us throughout the show or throughout the draft. And I'm hoping to get whoever wins on live to make my pick live on the live stream. So that'd be really cool as well.
That would be really awesome, and it cannot, regardless of who is picked, be anything worse than Steve has done in the Scott Fishbowl in the past. So
I did pretty good last year. You shush. All right, I did pretty good.
I'm sorry. You were a witness protection. I had no idea you existed last year. So when is the DC draft, by the way?
July 7th, so a week from today.
So I got to see what the Excella Express train is like from New York to DC. I feel like that's a 4-hour trip. I think it's very
doable. Come on down, man. Yeah, we're going to be at the Sports and Social Sports Bar in DC. It's a really nice place. So yeah, come down.
I'm trying to get out to LA also I'm drafting live in New York City on July 13th. I think Philly's the next day. I don't think I'm going to do that one, but I'm trying to fly out. So here's the thing. I know my friend's not watching this early in the morning. So I have a really good friend who's a bodybuilder, and he's in his last competition in Pittsburgh on the 17th of July. So I'm going to be in Pittsburgh as a surprise. He doesn't know we're coming.
Art, the Pittsburgh one's on the 14th.
Yeah, it's on the 14th. Oh my God, I might have to take the whole week, huh?
Hey, Sal, can you shoot me your friend's number?
That's where I'm drafting at.
Can I do what?
Shoot me your friend's number.
That's I'm drafting.
It's a guy, Steve. You want my bodybuilding guy friend's number?
Yeah, look, he can do some work with me.
You want him to work you out. And listen, there's nobody who's more, it's June, and there's nobody who supports pride and the LGBTQ community more than me, and I mean that 100%. If you follow me, you see that. But I know Steve doesn't swing that way, so I was confused. So I'm trying to get out to LA on the 20th, which is where my daughter lives, so that's 2 birds, 1 stone. And then there's a red-eye flight that a lot of people take it from LA to Boston, because Boston is the last live event of the year, and as a gala, the very first Fantasy Cast gala is happening in Boston on the 21st. So, I mean, get out to as many of these things as you can, everybody. It's just, if you haven't drafted live yet, and I did last year, the first New York City one was last year, it is just, you think this is fun, the chat is fun. They've taken what we've done here, brought it live, and in person is so much better. So, Ryan, been quiet, my friend. Talk to us about what the hell you're doing with yourself.
I don't know. We're very excited. First live draft this year for me. We'll be at Voodoo Brewery in Pittsburgh. I saw a couple people in the chat talking about it. Super stoked about it.
So that's on the 14th, huh?
Yeah, it's Sunday.
It's supposed to work on the 15th and 16th.
Works over right.
Yeah. That's what
my boss might be watching. Hey, Josh, if you're out there watching, I feel like I'm coming down with a 1 month cold.
He's looking a little pale. He might not be feeling good that day. Might as well.
So, Steve, do you remember your most important question? We used to let you just ask this one question, and
I've been waiting. I've been waiting 2 years for this.
Steve is back. Go ahead, Steve.
All right, Jeff, we'll start with you. What division are you in, and what spot are you picking from?
So I'm picking from the 12 spot, and I am in Danny Bateman from the Replacements movie. That's the live draft in DC.
Awesome.
Yeah, I've always been a 12. Last year was the first time that I tried something different, and it didn't go well. So I'm going back to being a 12 this year. Obviously, I won't.
For you.
Yeah, I knew Ryan would bring that up. So let me just say that.
Steve has always been a 0, so you being a 12.
But Ryan, I knew Ryan would bring it up. So I've been in the Scott Fish Bowl since SBF 8, and I have never made the playoffs. So that's why I'm raffling off my first round pick. I figure I can't do any worse, right? So whatever y'all give me in the first round can't be any worse than what I've been doing. I've had some bad luck. I drafted Andrew Luck when he retired. I went hero RB one year and took 4 RBs in the first 4 rounds, and 3 of them had season-ending injuries in the beginning of the season. So I only had 1 RB the rest of the year. I drafted Kyle Pitts and Mark Andrews to go bully tight end, and Andrews gets a season-ending injury, and Kyle Pitts doesn't do what he's supposed to do. So it's been some bad luck for me for sure, but I'm hoping that this year will be a little bit different.
All right. And what about you, Ryan?
I am in the Commissioner Gordon League division and from the 12 spot as well. And
you guys both picking from the 12 spot due to the 3rd round reversal? Is that why you're a fan of the 12?
So I just picked it because I like being on the ends, so I can kind of control the thing. And when I picked it, I forgot about the 3rd round reversal. But once I remembered, I was very happy about my decision. Completely forgot, and I forget it every single year until draft day normally.
So I like the draft. I'm picking for the 12 spot this year also, and I'm in the Michael Corleone division here in New York City. And so I get in the group chat, the league group chat, and it's a lot of new people in there that I haven't interacted with, and they're talking about, hey, what draft slot do you think you're getting? I'm like, whoa. The draft slots they're determined. Okay, yeah. They're determined. You picked your slot. Okay, I have 12, and if anybody tries, you want to see the Godfather, you'll see it the day of the draft. You try and take my 12 spot, I'll shoot people. There'll be a gun in the bathroom behind the toilet, right there, waiting until somebody tries to take my 12 spot, because that is my spot.
I love the 12 spot this year,
So
especially in this draft format.
Many years ago, before they did the 3rd round reversal, I did have 12 one year, and I never am a believer in taking back-to-back quarterbacks at that swing. It's just I feel like then I'm really going to be void at other places. But I decided to take back-to-back quarterbacks this one year, and in their prime, I got Tom Brady and Drew Brees. And it was the year that they both sucked. Don't make that noise. It wasn't a good thing. And I mean, they sucked for fantasy. They just weren't good that year, and I tanked, and it was pretty ugly. But
I had Brees that year too. That was probably my fault, Sal. I took Brees that same year.
Damn it, Jeff, and you're bad, Andrew Luck. I've backdoored my way into the playoffs multiple times. My best year was 2018 in the Al Bundy division, champion of the Al Bundy division. Polkai, 33, 4 touchdowns, and got some luck in the draft. And in a league like this, where the scoring changes every year, and some people come back in and don't check that scoring. And if you're watching this and you're in the Scott Fish Bowl, go check the scoring. There was a time when you lost 103 points when the quarterback threw an interception. At least that's the way it felt. I mean, I had negative points from Justin Herbert in a playoff round one year.
That's still that's my favorite scoring still.
Now you get now you don't get punished at all. There's 0 negative points in Scott Fish Bowl this year.
I love the negative points.
And kick returners are valuable. So I don't know what Scott's doing. I'm not sure Scott knows what he's doing, but he's keeping it interesting. Do we have any? Jeff already stated he's never made the playoffs. So Ryan, have you ever had a deep run? How many years are you in the Scott Fish Bowl?
I've been since 8 as well. I've made the playoffs the last 4 years. 2022, I was like 5 points away from the finals. And
That's
very
tough.
upset by it that I didn't make it. I took that for charity, obviously. It was like so close. It hurt a little bit deep down.
Yeah, I know all about hurting deep down, but that's something different. Burns a little too. But Steve, you're not used to this, but right now there is over 2,300 and climbing viewers of the SFB Podathon at the moment.
That's crazy.
Back when you used to be on, we could barely get 23.
Yeah.
Before they were your guests, right?
Before they were my guests, correct. Now you're not. You're just not even a co-host anymore. You're just yes. So did we touch on a strategy for this year with the kick returners? Every year kickers became more valuable, and it was like, draft the kickers early, and some people do it, and then I don't. And I'm always a little trigger shy on those type of things, but will you go after kick returners early, or will you say, all right, there's some late, Ryan, I'll go for some late?
So I think I'm not going after the kick returners early. I'm taking the draft pretty straight up for the first 7 or 8 rounds, just building players I trust, then start taking the shots later. I think it's those late rounds where you get the kick returners and punt returners that's going to matter, because especially the new kick return rules, we might see very different type of players returning kicks in the NFL this year because they're trying to protect players on it. And some of the more standard guys where you might see now, like 3rd round running backs. I used this on our show last week. Like the Ravens might use Justice Hill as a kick returner, but we don't know that now. I think it's going to be more that first round of free agency where we see the return men. So I'm just going to try to play it straight up, other than like some obvious ones like Raheem Sheed in like the mid rounds. But I'm kind of just going to play it normal and just fill out the best roster I can, because that's the biggest thing, is the 4 starting spots to me.
Did you hear the rumor? You heard the rumor that Taysom Hill's going to return kicks in New Orleans this year?
Taysom Hill and Devin Fields, right?
We started that rumor here on the show today. Jeff, how about you? What's your approach this year?
So for the kick returner thing, it's going to be difficult, right? I think if I'm taking a kick returner, I'm taking a guy that has a role on the offensive side of the ball as well. A guy like Rashid Shaheed, a guy like Marvin Mims. Sounds like Xavier Gibson might also be getting that, a bigger role in the offense. Those are 3 that I'm probably targeting. But what I really want to do is when we hit the preseason and we see who's actually doing the returns, then I might waste some of my fab on some of those guys, because then we'll know they are, who they are. Because a lot of times the rookies get put back and we have no idea how that's going to shake out. If you look year over year on kick returners, it's very rare, unless they're very good at what they do, that they actually repeat next year. So I think I'm going to wait and see to get the true, quote unquote returners that only do returns until preseason-ish. Once we get the waivers, start to roll in, then I'll start doing that to get some of those guys on my roster.
Yeah, and spend that fab wisely in the Scott Fish Bowl, because we know people will go in early with all their money, and then that's it. You can't make trades in Scott Fish Bowl, so you cannot. If you're a person that wheels and deals, this is not the event for you. You need to draft well. You need to be on top of free agency. You need to maybe predict a little bit, as to what Jeff is alluding to with kick returners, where they'll become. So this is a different animal, and it's going to be over 4,000 teams this year. I don't know if you heard that in the first segment. Scott has expanded it. He's making more divisions. It's bigger than ever. And I remember, so what would essentially have been SFB 6, which was the SFB 480, was Steve and I were in for the first year, and it was 480 meant 480 teams. That's who you were competing against. 480 by 8, I think it was 1,200 maybe already. At least it was approaching 1,000, but I think 1,200 for some reason sticks out in my head for SFB 8. So it is, if you win this thing now, it is a war of attrition. It's a lot of luck. It's a lot of things breaking the right way, but getting that right person off the waiver wire and waste your fab. We have somebody saying waste your fab, Gator, in there. Yeah, by all means, $100 the first week when you find out it's Gardner Minshew, not Aiden O'Connell, who's going to quarterback for the Raiders. And I hope that neither one of them quarterback for the Raiders. I'm not going to lie. As a Raider fan, we'll just run the ball.
Yeah, going into the fab in my luck, I mentioned earlier that I did a hero RB where I went 4 RBs in the first 4 rounds, and then I lost 3 of them. Well, that year was the year that J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards went down back to back, and I had both of them on my team. I handcuffed J.K. Dobbins with Gus Edwards, lost them both, and then blew my fab on Tyson Williams, who was the running back on the Ravens at the time. Blew my fab on him, thinking he's the guy, and then they go out and sign somebody else, and he ends up not even being the guy. So that's kind of how my luck has gone in the Scott Fish Bowl. So I lose 2 running back, I handcuff one of them, and I still lose my handcuff. I blow my fab on the third guy, and he ends up not even being the guy on the team. So that's kind of how my luck has been.
Hey, that brought up a really fun story for me. So as you know, I mentioned earlier, we became Falafel based on a 16-team league that Steve created on the Fantasy Life app back in 2015, and that's how we all met. League chat, and that was, if you've never played in a 16-team league, running back depth it's insanely scarce. And I was holding on to, I was in first place, and I was holding on to the number 1 waiver pick because it was like a pre-fab era. It wasn't a lot of fab back then. But, you kept that until you used it. It wasn't based on a recent and I waited and I waited and I waited because I was waiting for that running back that was going to carry me the rest of the way. And a fella named Orleans Darkwa had an amazing week for the Giants. And I was like, this is it. I'm all in. I pick up Orleans Darkwa. A week later, Steve gets D'Angelo Williams because Le'Veon Bell gets hurt. And Steve wins the very first ever Falafel 16-team season. And I got to have Orleans Darkwa, who I don't know if he played in the NFL another year. So even with free agent position like that, use it wisely and make the right decision. So, guys, we're coming up to the end of the 30 minutes. We'll start with Ryan and we'll close out with Jeff. Ryan, parting shots, anything you want to say to the viewers, the listeners, and the Fantasy Cares community out much?
Just thanks for everybody who's involved with this. Thanks for inviting us on. Jeff mentioned before the Discord, one of the coolest things with it and all those mock drafts we're doing, we do have pretty good ADP on going for 2 that's worth checking out for the Scott Fish Bowl. I know everything's insane with how picks go and wild cards, but this at least gives you some sort of an idea. So definitely check that out. That's really it. Thanks a lot for having me on, guys.
Thank you for joining us, Ryan, and being back multiple times. Jeff.
Yeah, thanks guys for having me on, and thanks for the time slot. Pretty good time slot this year, so I appreciate y'all looking out for me on that. I want to give that number one more time for those that just tuned in. It's $7,138 raised, which is absolutely amazing. Credit to everybody in the Going for 2 family, extended family, all of our followers. Awesome job. Ryan mentioned the ADP. You can find that goingfor2.com/SFB14. ADP is basically the URL, so you can find that ADP. I think we have 70 plus mocks involved in that data, so it's pretty good, especially for something like this where the ADP for sleeper just doesn't work for you. As you can always follow me on Twitter at JeffLambert77, and you can find the links to the Discord in there. So if you want to do some mock drafts, we're still doing mock drafts. There's been already 2 this morning that were dropped. So join us in the Discord and do some mock drafts for sure, man. Thanks guys again for having me on.
Thank you guys, and follow these guys because they're doing great things. Not only just delivering a great product, but they're supporting this community, the Fantasy Cares community. We couldn't be more appreciative of you guys. Be well. Enjoy your weekend, guys.
Absolutely.
All right. See you, fellas.
So, Steve, we're 90 minutes in. I'm 90 minutes in. You came in 30 minutes late, and I already have to go to the bathroom.
Wow.
So something we have now that we never used to have when you were here, we have clips, video clips, and I'm going to play one right now. I found one I think will take long enough for me to go.
Okay.
I'm ready and I'm waiting, got my t-shirt on, I'm donating SFB, the 36-hour fantasy motivation. Those donations, YouTube's on and psych for what I see. And it makes you smile what you could do, what you do, and an open bar too. What a lineup we get to go through. Falafel reboot, one Matthew Berry, 2 my
You know what's amazing about those videos, Steve? They come in, and when they fade out, we come right back up. The production value here is amazing. And
that is amazing. I'm glad you have that, because when you said you had to go to the bathroom, I definitely thought we were going to have like a Garth Algar moment when Wayne leaves Wayne's World and he's the only one sitting there on the couch. And he's
I would have brought in our next guest, and Mike Fayella is always just hanging in the background. But somebody asked during the last segment, because I had them on during my Dynasty Hot Sauce appearance, where the Rocky Balboa shorts. So here they are. These were my 4th of July shorts for this year. Heath is in the back going, what did I get myself into?
That is awesome.
So those will be this year's 4th of July fit, as the kids say. I think the kids say that. Do the kids say that? Any kids out there? Before we bring in Mr. Heath Cummings, I would like to say that this segment is presented by Dynasty Underdog, a Dynasty football podcast delivering key information about the basics of Dynasty football. New to Dynasty? Dynasty Underdog has you covered and will help you compete with the Sharks. Join at Uriah Dawkins, at Willie Beeman, FF, and at Jake Abrams, as they keep it real and fun to help listeners avoid common mistakes when playing Dynasty football. There are sharks in a pool. Listen to Dynasty Underdog on all major platforms to navigate the Dynasty waters together. Dynasty Underdog, bite down. And I made sure I looked it up. It is Jake. It is twice. I didn't stutter. I didn't read. I looked it up to make sure I was giving the guy's handle out correctly, and it is Jake. And let's bring in none other than Mr. Heath Cummings from CBS Sports. How are you, sir?
I'm so happy to be here. I'm so excited, man. I'm here on the SFB Podathon. We are like 3 hours away from heading down to Pompano for the Fort Lauderdale live SFB draft, and I'm only a week away from flying to Kansas City for the Kansas City live draft. It's a wonderful time of year.
I think it's amazing, Heath, that you're for sure a busy guy, that you take the time to be as involved as you are in this, but to go to multiple live drafts that are, not where you're from. You're down in Florida, or I believe you live down in Florida, right? And you're getting up to Kansas City. That's amazing.
Well, for me, it's more of like a blessing. Like, I get to be a part of this, like the greatest thing I think we do in the fantasy community, which is raising all this money for all these incredible good causes. I've been so blessed and lucky to get to go on all these Target shopping trips and to help raise money for all these other great organizations. And now I get to go to a brewery and hang out for 4 hours while people draft their fantasy football team. I'm really sacrificing. You are right. I should get more credit for traveling around and going to breweries and watching people draft fantasy teams.
I'm trying to get to as many as I can possibly as well, but I can't do Kansas City because I hate them and I'm a Raiders fan. So not the people. I like the people.
I really would think, and I've not ever been on the Raiders side of this, but I would think at some point that would start to wear off. Like you still feel that, because I'll tell you, from our end, I rarely think about the Raiders anymore.
You were thinking about us when we won on Christmas Day last year, weren't you?
No, not really. I was like,
damn it. Damn it. No, I knew I was going to get the old, there's not a rivalry if one of the other teams doesn't ever win anything. So it is true. No, when you're a fan of a very poorly run organization that doesn't win anything important ever, you have to hold on to the things that you hate.
Yeah.
Right? When you're winning things, you could just be like, oh, that's cute. You give a little head tussle, and it's like, but no, I'm hurt. And you being such a nice guy hurt me a little bit more today, Heath. I'm not going to lie. Just kidding.
No, I'm hopeful this year that the Chiefs can pay enough attention in October and November and December where they don't have to go on the road again in the playoffs, because that was a little extra difficult last year.
They have a finely tuned machine down there right now. So before I let Steve talk, because nobody wants that, let's touch on one of your biggest players in Kansas City, and he's starting to age out. He hasn't shown it, Travis Kelce. I mean, when do we see the cracks in Travis Kelce? When do you start to feel like he might fall off a little bit?
I think like we're in kind of a question mark time right now because there's a couple of different ways to look at last year. You can look at last year's numbers, and from an efficiency standpoint, from a volume standpoint in the second half of the season, it's not difficult to say it's already started. And I have a rule with older wide receivers, older pass catchers, that when they start to show those cracks, you should probably believe them. But there's also a couple of reasons, and I mentioned one of them. It's like, how much did the Chiefs really care about the regular season? And that will carry on into this year. They may just rest him a little bit. They added Hollywood Brown. They added Xavier Worthy. They've got Rashee Rice whenever he's able to play. So it may just be that they don't need to lean on him quite as much in the regular season. It's also that I don't think he was healthy in the second half last year. So from what I've seen, we've already seen one change. He was on an island. Like maybe Mark Andrews was kind of in the neighborhood, like attached a couple around later or something, but he was on a complete island. And now there's people arguing for Sam Laporta over him, for Trey McBride over him, maybe for Andrews over him. He's really in that top tier of 3 to 4 tight ends. But for a big tournament like this, I think this is the kind of guy you take a swing on. I don't want to draft someone who may beat where I'm drafting them by a couple of fantasy points. Travis Kelce could be just about the most valuable player in this format if he can go back to the 5-point edge over every other tight end.
Yeah, and in the past, we've seen him going as early as the first 5 picks, and some people took him 101 in the past. I expect that to fade a little bit this year. So with that being said, who is that next guy? Is it Sam Laporta? Who is the next tight end? And it's like, this is the guy I have to have this year, because Andrews has been around a little while too. He's still young, but who's that tight end that if you're gonna go early, he's the guy you're gonna go early for aside from Kelce?
Well, I think like this is probably not quite the right answer. Trey McBride's my tight end 1. And the nice thing is he goes as tight end 4 a lot of times. So I think that the thing I've been doing in regular drafts is I just wait until a couple of tight ends come off the board, and then I will draft Trey McBride. Now I'm drafting 12th in this draft, so I'm probably not going to have that choice to wait a couple of rounds and see when the tight ends get drafted. I would guess by the time I make my 3rd selection, they're all going to be gone.
Well, with the 3rd round reversal, right?
Yeah.
Remember, you have a 3rd round reversal. Maybe Trey McBride is a guy in some drafts that will fall to that spot. Would you take him? I won't make you answer that question because you're drafting, and some of these people are watching.
I'm not drafting until next week. Those people are definitely watching, but I know most of the people that are in my draft there in Kansas City, and so they're going to snipe me anyway. Right. No, I will definitely take Trey McBride at 301 if he's there. So you better take him in the 2nd round if you want him, Uncle Rico division.
I was going to say, Steve, you just answered one of your questions, which is, well, go ahead, Steve. Ask. You know what division he's in, so.
I know what division he said he was picking 12th, so I got nothing. So I'll just go back.
Please take a break, Steve. Please.
That's all right. I'll see you guys in 22 minutes. No worries. No, I want to talk about the Chiefs because last year, those Chiefs, like you said, maybe weren't taking the regular season seriously. So as a result of that, their fantasy production throughout the board was not, we didn't get the Patrick Mahomes that we were used to getting. We didn't get that Travis Kelce that we were used to getting. People are going to remember that, even though they were still Super Bowl champions. So going into these drafts, are you buying the presumed dip that we're going to get on those players because they weren't themselves? Or are you concerned that they are going to just try to coast through this season as well because it worked for them last year?
No, I think that everybody should definitely let Patrick Mahomes fall all the way to the 12th pick. He doesn't run as much as some of these rushing quarterbacks, and that's extra valuable due to the scoring this year. And he clearly fell off last year. He's not the same. No, Patrick Mahomes is my QB1. I think that really what we saw last year is that, yes, the Chiefs can win the Super Bowl without wide receivers or with one rookie wide receiver, but Mahomes can't quite be that guy if Travis Kelce's hurt and they've only got one wide receiver. I think Hollywood Brown's going to make a big difference. Xavier Worthy in the second half is going to make a big difference. And I think Mahomes will return to being one of the 2 or 3 best quarterbacks in fantasy.
All right. I'm on the same page there. I can't wait. I'm adding Hollywood Brown is the guy that I want to get in every single draft, every format. I want to add him on there. I think he's going to be awesome. So I'm on the same page. Glad to know we think like Heath that we are on the same mindset.
Yeah. I think from what I've seen, and Brown is one of those players that even if you have really good SFB ADP, maybe you get to draft at the end of July and everybody's already drafted and you kind of have a good idea where guys are going to go. There's going to be no consistency with Marquise Brown. He's going to be drafted. There's going to be like a 6 or 7 round range of where that guy is taken.
So you're a basketball guy. So you basically say that the NFL regular season has become like the NBA regular season. Not important. Just get to the playoffs. Just do enough to get to the playoffs and make your run.
Well, no, I don't think it's like that for anybody but the Chiefs. It's only like that
being
for
a little
the
tongue in cheek. But speaking of that, because I follow you on the socials, and you retired from your basketball coaching career, right? Because kids are getting older, and what are you going to do with all this free time you have?
Yeah, that's kind of what I've been trying to figure out. I guess I'm just going to travel around the country to Scott Fishbowl live drafts. But yeah, I had a good run, and I may be like Jordan. I may retire and then come back in a few months because I couldn't stay away. But my youngest is now 14. He'll turn 15 in August, and he's playing basketball at a higher level than I ever did. And so I've got to step back and let somebody else coach him for a while. But I'm not sure I'm going to be able to hold off on that itch for too long.
Yeah, and I was a soccer guy. Like I played soccer in college, and then I coached my kids, and then I became a referee because I couldn't stay away. Right, the kids all stopped playing, and I continued to ref. And then my son became a baseball guy, and he went played a year in college in baseball before COVID hit, and so it's when you're a parent and that time comes when you stop being involved in that. So your kids are still playing, but my kids now that's it. Like I have 3. One of them has been out of college for 3 years. One of them graduated a month ago, and the other one has 2 years left in college. And she's a dancer, and she's on the dance team there. But I get there for the show. She's 4 hours away. You start to go, oh my God, like I have to actually think and be a real person for myself now.
It is a weird time alive. I actually drove 15 hours yesterday back from Tennessee visiting one of my older kids who lives up there now. So yeah, we just move them around the country, and then you can go. That's kind of your vacations. Just go visit the kids.
So I'm going to be 50, and August 6th is my 50th birthday. So 2 days later, I'll be flying to the expo, the FF Expo, the Fantasy Football Expo. And I'm going to celebrate my 50th birthday with all of my wonderful friends in the fantasy football community that year. What I'd like to say is that if that is Larry who is saying that from the account, he is as old as me, and this moron has a kid who's like 2 years old. So nice going. You think I'm aging poorly? Give yourself another couple of years. You're practically being a wheelchair, Larry. You old son of so-and-so. Larry, they're a great hot sauce. Dynasty Hot Sauce is, if you watch that show regularly, there's something wrong with you, but that's exactly the audience they're going for. So it totally works out. He lives nearby me too. He's in New Jersey, and he keeps trying to meet up with me. I keep having to come up with new excuses to not do that. But so let's touch on what you're doing in your career. What's new at CBS? Is there anything new? Is it take it?
Yeah. There's all kinds of new stuff. I've been really trying to lean into that the Dynasty game over the last couple of years, and launching FFT Dynasty, and it's more of kind of an interview-based show where I just have people from around the Dynasty world on and ask them questions. That's what I want to say. Like, you guys do such a great job at this, of a new guest every 30 minutes. I have enough trouble preparing for 1 guest, 2 guests per week, and you guys are just plowing through the guests here and finding things to ask them questions about and talk to them about. And I found that's not as easy of a thing to do, but it's something that I really enjoy doing. So I'm trying to get better at that, trying to get better at trying to find different ways to promote and analyze the Dynasty game, because I really do think it's one of the best ways to play this game that we all like, we all love, and it keeps people together and leagues together for a little bit longer. And so just kind of leaning into that side of things, and then finding as many different ways to use this game to do good things. I was up in Memphis at St. Jude last month, and I'll be there again in August to try to help them raise some money with some content creator fantasy football drafts. and of course going to as many Scott Fishbowl live drafts that I can. But just between the dynasty and the charity, that's really where I'm trying to focus as much of my energy as I can.
Do you find yourself, obviously you probably play in many dynasty leagues as opposed to redraft, which one do you prefer, or do you think they both have a space, and do you find that you're better at one of them than the other? Because for me personally, I'm in both, and I suck at dynasty so bad. I'm so bad at dynasty, and I cannot seem to do anything to change that. But redraft, I have a great time and I do relatively well in. And so which one do you prefer, if there is one, and do you have do you find yourself doing better at one than the other?
Well, yeah, dynasty, because it's so much more skill based. No.
True, it's true.
No, it is dynasty, and part of it is because, like you mentioned, that suck. I really kind of embrace the suck. I enjoy the rebuild so much, and I think that, like, we have this debate in dynasty about whether you should ever be competing every year or whether it's okay to tank for a couple of years and then try to build a super team. And I love that idea of, like, take a couple of years and just acquire as many draft picks as you can. Be the Philadelphia 76ers, only draft the right players and not the wrong players once you get those picks, and turn into just a winning, dominant franchise. So that's, I like the dynasty format more. For that reason, is like I enjoy both sides of it, both the contending and the rebuilding.
Yeah, I think that sometimes, and you have to have that mentality, Heath. If you want to have a good dynasty league, you have to have that mentality, because what happens very often is when a team starts to age out, a person loses interest, and right away they want to drop out of the league. And that's not, you got to be there for the good and the bad and the rebuild. It's a dynasty. You're supposed to build over time and sustain over time. I've seen so many leagues fall apart because guys are, I'm not going to be good this year. And we've been in some insane leagues. The old Scott Fish Capitalist Pigs leagues were insane. They lasted for a while, but it was a 52-team league. I believe it was 52 teams, where we had like 12 or 14 teams in 4 different divisions, and then you played down to the final one from each one of those. It was wild. And it was gambling league money. You could gamble. There was an actual casino inside the league. And it was him and John Bosch are some of the more creative dynasty leagues. I was in my very first dynasty league, was called Power Hungry. John Bosch was the commissioner, and there were superpowers. You drafted superpowers, and you had like 2 to 3 uses based on them. Some of them were positive, some of them were negative, some of them worked against an opponent. Some you could steal a player from somebody's. It was, when you get to that level, you clearly have no life. But also, it really, you have to dig deep for something like that. So I scaled way back because I want to be more focused and a good league mate. So I think
how did you do that? Because every year I say, especially we get to like October and it's Wednesday night and it's time to do waivers, and I just hate myself. I'm like, no, that next year I'm not going to have as many teams. And then I get to August and I have like 6 more teams than I had the year before. So I'd like to hear more about how this scale back thing works, because I've clearly not figured that out. I will say I've joined 2 John Bosch leagues. The first one I joined was Auction Addicts, and I've been a part of it ever since, and I love it. It's one of my favorite dynasty leagues. The second one, I don't remember the name of it because I made it through 1 season and said, no, I'm out. Find somebody else. This is too much, John.
Yes, John will overdo it. And John loves auctions. John doesn't have leagues that have regular drafts. It's all auctions. In fact, I was in one, man, I can't remember the name of this league. Empire League maybe, or something, where there was 5 leagues in one league. There was a redraft. Yeah. There was a dynasty draft. There was a dynasty auction. There was a best ball, and there was 5 effing leagues, and there was no way. I was in it for a good 4 years before I had to give up. But for me, Heath, I've taken a step back over the last 2-ish years in podcasting and stuff, because I switched over to admin work in a hospital. So my full-time job is actually working in administration. And I'm assistant vice president of facilities at a hospital, a large hospital in Brooklyn. So I just don't have the time. So respectfully to the people, in those leagues, I step back. So that's how I scaled my leagues back. It's not easy for everyone. But Mike's here. You're muted, Mikey. You're muted.
I was going to say real quick before Mike hops in, and everyone has probably told John Bosch that's too much other than his wife.
Oh.
So
Steve, leave those jokes to me. Mike, go ahead.
That was well done.
I heard you talking about dynasties, Sal, and I wanted to jump in because I wanted to talk to Heath about a particular dynasty that's just starting, and I wanted to get your feelings.
I was just talking about trying to get out of leagues. Are you starting another league?
No, I'm talking about a dynasty that's currently in the great city of Boston that just raised banner number 18.
Yes.
How many
Jesus
of these
Christ.
banners do you think are going to go up in the next 10
Oh,
years?
my
I mean, I'm
God.
going to put the over under at like 7, but how are you
Obligatory
feeling?
Celtics.
Yeah, I think like 7 is probably a good number for combined Chiefs and Celtics championships. You got to remember, like I live about 15 minutes from the Panthers home stadium as well, so I'm getting ready to go to the parade for a couple of days for that. So all my teams do is win. No, 3.5, I think, for the Celtics in the next 10 years.
I think that sounds fair. All I ask is next time they put the parade on Saturday, literally, I mean, first world problems. It ruined my commute that day trying to get home. With the amount of people celebrating another championship, I feel like there's a duck boat parade around here like every 3 months all of a sudden, and it gets.
We win too much in Boston.
Well, I mean, Sal, you must be enjoying the Raiders parades. You guys won last in 1984.
No, they beat the Chiefs on Christmas. They had a parade.
Oh, I did hear that. They raised a banner for that.
We had a social media parade. We absolutely had a social media parade that day. It was a banner at the old Raider household. Oh my God, that was great. God, I don't even know how to come back. Well, no, Heath.
Yeah.
How long are the Panthers going to wait to have a parade? They won a Stanley Cup a month ago, for God's sakes. What are they waiting for?
No, I think the funny thing is that they are like, I don't know if you know anything about South Florida, but the hockey stadium is basically out in the Everglades in a mall parking lot. And so, like, the joke is that the parade's just going to go around the mall. I'm not just, they may have, you guys have the duck boats. We have the airboats that go through the Everglades. Yeah, it takes a long time to schedule something like that in South Florida. We got a lot of things going on down here.
So I live in New York, but I'm a Devils fan when it comes to hockey. And when the Devils won their cup back in the day, they were still at the old Brendan Byrne Arena, right? The Meadowlands Arena. They had the parade in the parking lot. They had people line up and they drove around the parking lot. Because where the hell in New Jersey are you having a parade like that? New York City, you have the Canyon Heroes. Like, there's no better place. And Boston's a great city. So to have a parade in Boston is great as well. I've never attended one. I've seen them visually. I've been to Boston. But the Canyon of Heroes in New York City, I mean, there's no better place to have a parade. We don't have them that often. But if anybody wants to step up and win, we're right there. We can definitely do it.
I mean, you have some teams that are close, right? I'm trying to think. I can't think of one off the top of my head. That's, you did just trade your entire future for a middling Mikal Bridges and for the Knicks, so that should put you solely in the 3rd seed in the East.
The Knicks will compete for the semifinals next year.
Yeah. Are you guys gonna have a parade for that? That's as close as New York teams. I would. The Yankees have lost 74 in a row now, I think. Did you almost get no hit by the
They scored 16 runs last night, 16-5. The Yankees won last night.
Don't let the facts get in the way of the jokes, Al. Come on.
Yeah, once again, celebrating regular season wins here. Raise a banner.
So Heath, I don't know if you caught anything that I posted last night or earlier what we were speaking about, but my son, who's a huge WWE fan, so he graduated college. I got him tickets on the floor. We were on the floor right where the wrestlers come out last night at Madison Square Garden. So that was pretty intense. So that was probably the best thing to happen at a New York arena in a long time.
No, I saw the picture of you there. I thought you were going to be in a match, and I was disappointed that you weren't. But no, that's a great time. That's big time there.
One of my friends he sends me a message: $20 if you jump in a ring and suplex somebody. I'm like, $20 to get the ever living shit beat out of me.
I don't think that would have gone well.
I don't think it's worth the $20, the traction that my body would be put in. Because if you've ever been to a wrestling event, they will beat the hell out of a fan that gets in the way. If a fan tries to touch a wrestler or gets in the way, it's no holds barred, and that's not a joke. I've been there and witnessed it.
Yeah.
Are you going to another event? Because I think we could raise a significant amount for Fantasy Cares to see you get suplexed.
I would do that. I would do that. I would allow myself to get suplexed for Fantasy Cares. You found my line, and I will jump right over it.
All right, so fantasycares.org/suplex Sal is going up soon. A QR code will go on the screen.
I'll tell you what. Later on, we have Debro, right? Derek is coming on. He's bringing another gentleman from one of my leagues, Jonesy. We have a person in that league that is a professional wrestler. He's been on, I believe he was on WCW this year, and he's an up and coming wrestler. And you're joking, but we could probably make this happen. We could probably make it happen. And if anybody wants to see my 50-year-old body get slammed off the mat, off the canvas, I'm totally down for it because I was a huge wrestling fan as a kid. Huge. And that would be like a dream come true to actually get in a ring and get my ass kicked. I mean, other than my mother doing it as a child.
I think like you need to ask for at least a month of training before this happens. We had Eric Young on a few years ago, and we asked him to suplex I think it was Will Brinson, and he basically told us this is not going to go well. You guys don't know how bad this stuff actually hurts if you don't know what you're doing. It's a bad idea. I think we ended up doing. I don't remember what we ended up doing. Might have been a clothesline, but regardless, it's going to hurt.
We have a request for a wrestling theme for SFB 15. Mike, write that down so I don't forget because I am old. Heath, we got another guest waiting in the wings, and I'm gonna if you have time to stay because I think last year you guys just took over the show and spoke together. And
yeah, he took all my time. I was mad about it for like 6 months.
That's why we put you on first. We put you on first this time. So you're welcome to stay as long as you can, and until that guest maybe kicks you off. But I wanted to say to you, you mentioned earlier that like it's a talent or have the ability to speak to new guests every 30 minutes. Here's how I'll tell people how I train. I have no idea. Everything will come 100% off the top of my head today. And I find that to be the best way. And when we used to podcast regularly, Steve and I and Kevin, that I would never tell them what I was going to say. And I think that the authenticity, and you're an authentic guy. That's my one way of getting around to saying that to you. I think your authenticity shines through when you come on these with us and how you interact with people. And I think those are the best hosts and the best podcasters. So thank you so much.
Like I said, I'm really blessed just to get to do this. It's easy to be authentic when you love what you're doing, and this is a lot of fun. You guys are a lot of fun to talk to.
See, you hear that, Steve? Tell your family.
I almost just fainted.
So before we bring up the next guest, I'd like to say that you should join the JWB Fantasy Football community, a tight-knit group of passionate fantasy fanatics. The JWB team feels like family, prioritizing our community by bringing together diverse perspectives to give you the edge in fantasy football. Enjoy daily mock drafts, expert rankings, projections, and weekly content for every type of league. Plus, explore our comprehensive video clips catalog with takes on every NFL player, and they capitalized every NFL player. Don't miss our free Scott Fishbowl 14 projections at JWBF. That actually is JWBFantasyFootball.com. Follow us on YouTube, join our free Discord, and find all our content and team links in the pinned tweet at JWB_FF. Give the JWB family a shot today. And it's good a time as any to bring in probably a guy. Mr. Berry, is he awake? Did somebody wake Matthew up? What happened? Probably a guy who's most responsible for Steve and I actually being on a podcast. Yeah. And people are probably mad at him for that. What's up, Matthew?
I didn't realize I was on. I thought somebody would get in my ear and be like, "Hey, you're on." I'm reading my email. I'm reading my text. I'm multitasking is what I'm doing, Sal. You know what I understand people like Heath just, have these lives of luxury where they can just like sort of hang out and just, do nothing until they're talked to by, 3 random guys in various garages. But no, I'm over here working my ass off. I'm multitasking. I'm trying to find out if, I have an announcement to make. I'm trying to find out from the powers that be if I'm allowed to make this announcement, you know, and blah 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 blah. I got stuff going on, but
This
you know,
is-
that's fine. That's fine. Put your lack of professionalism on me. That's not asleep. Although God forbid you know let me do this at a normal hour. Like they keep there every year. They're always like, it's like, oh, you want to do this? We start at 8 a.m. You want to do this? Would you like the 1 a.m. slot? No, and it's only by the grace of God that I managed to somehow, you know, get a decent hour. But yeah, anyway, hi guys. How are
Matthew,
you?
I can pull up the email that said I have every spot imaginable open, I believe was the statement that was made. Now, Heath, I said you have to be here between 8 and 9:30. That's all I got.
Remember, that was Mike saying that, Matthew. I was going to pretend we did it to you.
Yeah, well, you know what? Listen, it's it's my word against yours, and my reality against yours. And that's what we're going to go with.
That's fair.
Yeah, this is definitely not the production value of football night in America. It is barely even Saturday morning in America. It's
no, this is
horrendous.
listen. This isn't the. My daughters are 12 years old, and this year in school, they had to do a podcast. This isn't the production value of a Highland Elementary 6th grade podcast, just so you know. The one my daughter did with her friend, all about Taylor Swift, was candidly looked better than this. It's fine.
But I wish my kids would get that assignment because like they come home with types of things that I can't help them with at all. I mean, they get assigned a podcast and they're going to get an A on that assignment. The other kid's going to be thinking, man, this kid's a genius. How did he do that? Because Dad did it all.
Yeah, I was surprised. I was surprised that was a kind of an assignment. You know, what are they teaching our kids? But you know, but yeah, they did.
How did Daddy make this palatial life for us? I think is what.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't even that. It was just. Yeah, I have a setup for the stuff that I do at home, from home, and for Fantasy Life, and so I helped them out a little bit with that. But no, they did everything else on their own. So yeah.
Well, I'm happy we got you.
But anyway, enough about how much better my 6th graders are than you guys. I'm sure we're here to talk about something else.
Well,
I tuned in early, and I heard you guys talk with Heath about the Boston Celtics, and I'm like, wow. Like I know that this show usually goes off the rails when you're talking about fantasy football for whatever 24 hours or however long it is you guys go, but I felt like an hour and a half in is pretty early to bail. To be honest with you.
We have Mike to blame for that because he's such a grandstander, and the minute he can mention Boston, he does. So I agree.
In fairness,
only there was a
the rails at
in Boston.
8:04.
Yeah, I get that.
We should just keep him booking the show and not speaking on the show, Mike. Your best quality is off camera.
I mean, you said it, I didn't, but yes, people are saying that. People in the comments are saying that. People in the chat are saying that. Blah blah blah. Did you guys tweet out my appearance? I should tweet that out. I should let other people watch this train wreck of whatever it is we're doing.
We have no production value. We rely on the guest to do all his self-promoting, which, by the way, is something you've done well your entire career. So we decided to keep Heath here because he said you stole his time last year. So
I did. That's fair. By the way, you know what I didn't realize? Because I mean, like I popped in late or whatever it is, and like so I basically, I stole Heath's time last year, and of course, because I'm an a-hole, I just spoke and filibustered, and Heath didn't get a chance to really speak. But you know what I noticed? Because I for once actually came on early. I was backstage, is what they call it here on StreamYard. And so I listened to the last 12 minutes or so of your interview with Heath. And what I didn't realize, Heath has got a fantastic voice. It's really deep and has some gravitas to it. Heath, I am very impressed with sort of your podcasting, your broadcasting voice. That's a genuine compliment. I was not familiar with your game, sir. I stand impressed.
I was waiting for the punchline, but no. Then thank you very much. That's a nice thing to say, and really, that's the best part about it is it's not something that I can take any pride in because I haven't done anything. It's just how I talk. So thank you.
But it is. I'm impressed with it. I mean, just anyway, because I have like this tinny kind of whatever, very Jewy voice, which is I'm Jewish. I can make that joke, but I'm just
One thing the Podathon has done is launch the careers of young up and comers. So Heath Cummings, you may make it in this industry, my friend. And when you do, you are welcome.
Yeah, I owe it all to Mike.
In truthfulness, there was a guy we had on a few years back who, when I was done speaking to him, I said, "Sir, you're a free agent, and there's no way you'll be a free agent very much longer." And that is Lawrence Jackson. He is one of Matthew's co-workers now. And Lawrence is so happy to see him get the success he deserves. And Matthew, talk about him and what he brings to your weekly show.
Lawrence is awesome. I love Lawrence. Lawrence was doing, a couple of videos on social media, and I saw them and I thought he was fantastic. And so I DM'd him and I said, "Will you come over and help me out with Fantasy Life?" And so he did. He started doing some videos for us on Fantasy Life. And then he called me up. I don't know. He'd been with us for about a year doing videos like on a part-time basis, or, he called me up and he said, "Listen, I love what you're building at Fantasy Life." He goes, "But I got a full-time offer from NBC and I don't know what to do." And I said, "Here's what you do. You hang up on me immediately and call them back and say you'll take it before they take it back. That's a much better gig than just working for my dumbass." And so he did that. And then as it turned out, probably 6 months after that, randomly, I wound up at NBC after I left ESPN. That's where I wound up. And so, I knew immediately, I'd really enjoyed working with him, on a part-time basis at Fantasy Life. And so I knew immediately, hey, can we get Lawrence to be, part of, as I got there, and NBC was like, "Okay, all right, we got you. Now what?" I'm like, "Well, I guess we got to build a show here." And so Lawrence was an easy call to be like, "Can we get him involved?" And so, he's on every fantasy football pregame, which is our Sunday morning show, which airs on YouTube and Peacock, during the season, 11 to 1 Eastern. And then he also is a contributor on Fantasy Football Happy Hour. He does it every single week. He's on our Wednesday episode, and he'll pop if myself or my two other co-hosts, Jay Croucher or Connor Rogers, if any one of us have to miss, he's also the immediate next guy up, our break glass in case of emergency guy. So he's fantastic. He does a great job. He brings a terrific energy. He's a good teammate, I think, which is most important as well. He's really well liked internally at the company. I've met his wife and his children. They're awesome. So he's a good family dude. He's a very good human being. And I think he's a really smart analyst who is good on air, and that's hard to find, right? I mean, Heath and I are both in sort of the business of entertaining people, of trying to give good fantasy advice while being entertaining. I know you three don't really care about any of that, because I've watched the Podathon for these years. So, but Heath and I are both in the business of trying to give good fantasy advice while being entertaining. And Lawrence Jackson has that in just, in spades. Like, he is unbelievable in terms of just the amount of, he's hilarious and funny and insightful. And we love Lawrence. We love him.
I will say I was at FSGA in Vegas earlier this year, and Lawrence and Tara Roberts did a panel on, it was kind of how to do short form videos and TikTok and YouTube shorts and stuff like that. Stuff that I feel like I'm really bad at and they are really good at, and they make it look so easy. But I really enjoyed kind of listening to him and trying to learn from him. I still don't think I'm ever going to do the things that he does really well as he does, but just a very talented guy, but also someone I really enjoyed talking to.
He's a good dude. I don't think I would. I'm going to have to ask him. I'm going to say, listen, the Podathon guys claim that they made your career, and I'd like your react. Is he doing the Podathon at some point?
He's traveling.
He's in Oregon right now for the Olympic trials.
Yeah.
Listen, another guy whose career I claim to.
I'm going to ask him about that, because I don't. I don't even take credit for launching his career. I mean, I feel like we gave him a boost when we were doing some stuff with Fantasy Life, and I amplified him on social a handful of times, but even I don't think I think Lawrence was inevitable, to use an Avengers line. I think Lawrence was inevitable. It was just wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when.
So Matthew, we're going to be in the same place, me, Sal, and Lawrence in August. So if you can make sure to mention it was Sal that took credit for his career, that will be really entertaining for me come Expo time. Thank you.
I'm going to clip this off. I'm going to clip this off for him, and I'm going to just let him see it, and just
I also take credit for Elliot Chris' success.
Really?
Yes. And
how's that?
Strictly joking, but I did get to hang out with Elliot at last year's Scott Fishbowl live draft in New York City, and Elliot was very gracious to me. And you may not know this, but he told me that anytime I want to do anything in fantasy life, just come do it. He's like, it's there, it's backed.
He did not tell me that. He did not. He failed to mention that. So for people who are watching who don't know, Elliot Christ is the CEO of Fantasy Life. He runs my company for me, and he is fantastic. And while he did not tell me that, because he probably knows I'd be like, really? Sal? We can't do better than Sal.
Matthew literally sold the Fantasy Life app just to cleanse himself of me. He sold that out for that reason.
Absolutely not. I sold the Fantasy Life app because Reed Rooney and Austin Harper, the guys who are running BetSperts, the company that is the parent company of the Fantasy Life app and 4for4 and Dynasty League Football and Bleacher Nation and a number of other sites. Those guys are just great CEOs. And honestly, I thought I'm smart enough. I think if I'll be real here for 1 second, I think that if there is, one thing I can point to that has helped my success, whatever it is that I think I'm a very good judge of what I am and what I am not. And so I'm very realistic with myself in terms of trying to sort of stay in my lane, if you will. Right. Like when I used to work at ESPN, I would never try to out spreadsheet Mike Clay. I'm just not going to do that. Right. I mean, that's a losing effort for me. And so I never tried to go there to be like, I've got my metrics too, Mike. And no, Mike is Mike and let him do what he does. He's great at it. So I try to stay in my line and sort of do what the things I'm good at. And when it comes to business, I'm not a particularly good CEO. Reed and Austin, who run BetSperts, and I did not have a super strong CEO at the Fantasy Life app when I was running it myself. So there was an opportunity there to join a larger company that had really strong management. And I thought it was great. And they've done a great job with growing that. And obviously I'm still on the board of directors. And so they're doing well. And then when it comes to Fantasy Life, specifically with the newsletter and everything like that, and fantasylife.com and everything we're doing there, Elliot has done an unbelievable job in terms of not only running the company, but helping grow it and stuff. And I feel like we've got an all-star team. We've managed to hire a bunch of really great people. And the most important thing about Elliot and all the people that we hire at Fantasy Life, and this is something that came up with also Lawrence, is that they're all good people. Elliot's just an unbelievably good human being. And I told Elliot when we were sort of interviewing him, I said, we talked about his skill set and his business sense and what he would want and from compensation and blah, blah, blah. And we did all that. And I said, here's the most important thing. I said, as we're building this company, I have one rule. I have the most important rule. And that is no assholes. I am too old and too successful to have to deal with assholes. I've managed to get myself to a place in my life where I no longer have to deal with assholes. I can sort of do what I want. And what I want to do is surround myself with good people that have a good heart, that treat other people with respect and kindness, that inclusiveness is important to them, that diversity of thought is important to them. And so I want to be surrounded by just good people. I don't care how talented they are, how popular they are. If they are an asshole, they are not coming on board. And so far, believe it or not, Fantasy Life now has 20 full-time employees, not including me. I'm not an employee of Fantasy Life. I don't draw one dime for Fantasy Life. I'm an owner, obviously, but I'm not an employee of the company. And so far, we're 20 for 20. So far, we're 20 for 20 in terms of no assholes. So I'm most proud of that. And again, same thing at NBC, which is great, is that, the people that work on my show, both in front of the camera and behind the camera, are all awesome human beings. And we just laugh every day. That's what we do.
Well, you tweeted out, Matthew, about a couple of announcements, and it's gotten to be a little bit of a buzz in the chat. So if you're free to make these announcements, I know you were checking, then by all means.
Well, Elliot didn't. I just said all those nice things about Elliot, and then he just didn't text me back. So I'm just going to make the executive decision that I'm just going to do it. So I have two big announcements about Scott Fishbowl, about SFB 14. Heath, and this will be exciting for you if you want to write this down.
Yeah.
I'm I'm hoping Heath will tweet this out. I'm hoping because he's in the clip with me. I'm hoping Heath will tweet this out. I know the three of you will, but no one follows you guys, so it doesn't really matter. But but I'm hoping maybe Heath, who has a significant social following, Heath has a fan base. I'm hoping that maybe he'll tweet this out. So here's number one. I've done this every year, or I've done this for the last few years. And so once again, I've talked with my buddy Scott Fish and my buddy Ryan McDowell. And, they tell me that there are a number of people that for whatever reason would like to play in a league with me specifically. Everyone wants to be in Scott Fish Bowl, but they want to play in a league specifically with me. And so this year, once again, we have made it so that you can get into a league specifically with me. Here's what you have to do. We're doing it to raise money. Obviously, Fantasy Cares is an unbelievable organization, and what you guys do, all jokes aside, what you three do with the Podathon and what Scott and Ryan and everyone behind the scenes with the Scott Fish Bowl does, it is one of the best things, if not the best thing about our fantasy football community. And so it's my small way of trying to give back. And so you just go to fantasycares.org/Berry, Berry, I believe. And you can register. What you have to do is you have to pledge to donate money. You have to pledge to donate $1,500. And if you pledge to donate $1,500, we believe it or not, we're actually going to get more than spots available that we have. But of the 12 people in my league, I'm one. So now you've got 11 spots. 8 people that pledge $1,500 to charity are going to I take it back. Sorry, 10 people. 10 people that pledge $1,500 to charity are going to get to play in a league with me. And so it's going to go to two organizations. One is the Sarah Foundation, which is a organization here in Connecticut, near and dear to my heart, that helps those with disabilities adapt to living life. And so. Whether it's an adult with Down syndrome or an autistic adult or whatever, help them find a life outside of just being in someone's care. And so it helps them get educated, helps them get a job, help them live as close to a normal life as you can as an adult. It's an unbelievable organization. My wife and I have dear friends who have a 34-year-old son that is in this organization. And the other one is also just directly to Fantasy Cares. So Scott and I are sort of splitting it, as it were. So your donation will either go to the Sarah Foundation or directly to fantasycares.org. Now, in addition to that, obviously we have a Twitter group chat that'll go on. And so, you can DM me all the time. We're all in this group chat together. It's not required, but believe it or not, I am still a member of the SFB 12 and the SFB 13 group chats. And they'll ping me occasionally, and I'll be like, hi. So you get access to a group chat where I'm in. We're also going to do, after the Scott Fish Bowl, but before the fantasy football season in September, we will have a private hour-long Zoom call, me and all the participants in the league, where we'll do this, and we'll just, we'll BS about fantasy football for an hour, and we'll just talk and hang out, everything like that. You also get, so if somebody can go to it, Scott and I came with a whole package. It's like, I think you get like a Scott Fish Bowl t-shirt or something too. Do you get someone go to that link and tell me what else you get? Sal, you got that?
I do have it actually up right here. So what you get if selected and compete, you play in the SFB 14 Shield Division with Matthew Berry. You have access to the Twitter group, as you mentioned. You join the video call, personally signed picture of Matthew Berry, and an additional SFB 14 gift. And then it goes on to explain the charities, as you mentioned already. It'll be over $12,000 that goes to those charities.
So we're really excited about that. Now, I know that the last couple of years I've done this, people have been like, hey, I would love to play in a league with you. I can't afford that, right? And I get it. I totally get it. My goal is to try to raise as much money for charity. So I've been lucky enough that there have been people that can afford that and want to pay that amount of money, that they're willing to donate that to charity. But what I wanted to do was I said, let's figure out a way for at least some people to get in. So that last spot, as I mentioned, I think it's eight of the donators it'll go to Sarah Foundation, 2 go to fantasycares.org. And then the last spot will be raffled off. in essence, if everyone that donates to fantasycares.org, like from this point until whenever we finish it, and I think it's like a week from now, something like that, Scott would have to talk about this. But if you donate $1, whatever it is you donate, anyone that donates any amount of money, if you donate, you're entered into a raffle. We will draw somebody from that to get that last spot. Obviously, if you don't want the spot, if you're like, hey, I'd rather play in a league with Heath. I like Heath. F you, Barry. Then don't worry. We'll move you over to whatever league you want to be in. But we'll give away that spot if you want to donate. If you can't afford the $1,500 price tag, which is obviously pricey for a lot of people, if you can't afford that, but you do want to donate and you do want a chance at it, just literally whatever it is you can afford. Everyone can afford different amounts. No donation too small. Just make a quick donation to fantasycares.org. And, and you'll be entered into this drawing, and you get to play against me, and you get all the stuff that Sal just mentioned. So that's announcement number 1. So we're super excited about that. I know all of you guys are going to be in Boston, I believe, as well at the Fantasy Cares Gala. I'm trying to get there. I don't know if I can. It's a family thing. I will be at the FSGA, conference that is Monday and Tuesday after that gala, where we're giving out the Game Changer Award. But we haven't announced the winner yet. But the winner we have this year is great. But so I'm trying to make it up to the gala. It depends on the wife and kids. So we'll see if I can get care. But anyway, I know all you guys will be there, and a lot of other amazing people will be at that gala as well. So hopefully everyone can make it out to Boston as well. So that's announcement number 1. Am I just filibustering and going straight to announcement number 2? Or
Yeah.
All right. Mike is like, yeah, keep it going. Mike,
That's awesome stuff. You guys are supposed to, when he goes to grab the water bottle, you start filling it for him so he can prepare for the next announcement. This is the type of stuff though that, like, I just love all the different ways we've found to use this game and the people wanting to play in leagues with us to raise money. Alfredo just sent me a text. He's helping to run the Fort Lauderdale live draft today, and said, hey, do you want to host the draft? It's no big deal. All you have to do is announce the picks and put the stickers up. And so I think I'll tell him, people are donating $1,500, Alfredo, to play in a league with Matthew Berry.
Yeah.
$1,500 to Scott Fish. I'd be glad to host the Fort Lauderdale event, which is, check my watch, 2 hours from now. No problem at all. Happy to do it.
All right, there you go. If we can raise $1,500 in the next 2 hours, Heath will go host.
I'm gonna go do it anyway, but yeah, I'd rather have the $1,500.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's do that. Let's get Heath there. But Heath, to your sentiment, which I think is amazing, and I completely agree. So a couple of years ago, actually, Scott Fish won the Game Changer Award. They call it the very humbling. They call it the Matthew Berry Game Changer Award. But he won the Game Changer Award, Scott, and I agreed to it only because they let me pick. And so I picked Scott as the winner just because I agree with you. I think if you followed my career at all, if you've read my book, Fantasy Life, if you've ever read any of the long-winded opens to Love Hate, a big theme of everything that I've tried to do is about how fantasy football is more than a game, that it is something that brings people together. That it is kind of this kind of magic weaving of a lot of different things that allow us to be better than ourselves and try to make the world a better place. Right. And I think there's various leagues and how people keep in touch and what it means to various people and how it touches their lives. And, I know, these 3 guys, met on the Fantasy Life app way back when. And so, just, 3 random guys that met on a message board, and look at how much good they've done. I like to have fun with these guys, but you guys do great work. The Podathon is always a perennial favorite for me. I'm always honored when you guys ask me to come on, and I'm always thrilled to do it. So I think there's no better embodiment of what fantasy football can do for the greater community, for the greater good, than the Scott Fish Bowl and Scott himself. And so, he was the most no-brainer selection of all for the Game Changer Award. And I did it the year after COVID because I thought, our whole world got turned upside down, where so many things that we all took for granted were not normal. I'm I'm watching my kids do school from a Zoom in a different room because I can't be in the same room with them because I tested positive. Like it's all, and my wife is walking around in a mask, and it's like all craziness. And but in a year where everything in our world got turned upside down, fantasy football was a somewhat return to normalcy, and the Scott Fish Bowl bringing everyone in the community together, I think is just like the great embodiment of it. And what's really heartwarming to me is not only, the tournament itself and just how much fun it is, but specifically how it brings everyone together. I mean, like I sort of talk about, I was joking earlier about the no assholes rule at Fantasy Life, but I sort of feel like that's for Fishbowl. I'll be honest with you. There are a couple of people that get let in where I'm just like, really, Scott, that guy? Because that guy's legit an asshole. But for the most part, everyone in the community really embraces it. And it is great that, Heath, who does great work over at CBS, and I'm at NBC, and we can be on a show together. And I think Adam Levitan is coming on next, and he does great work at ETR. And, and so, everyone is just sort of like kind of in this together and sharing it. And there's no corporate rivalries. There's no company rivalries. We're all here with the exact same goal, which is to have fun and raise some money for charity while doing it. So, I think that's really well said, Heath. It's a long way of saying I agree with that. But that's what I do. I speak long.
Yeah, no, and it's our favorite 30 minutes every year because we know we get the rest of our voices. And my voice is terrible, Matthew. So nobody wants to hear it. But what I would say to you is, yes, we did meet on that Fantasy Life app all those years ago. 2015, believe it or not, it's 9 years ago. And what success we've had, minor or whatever it is, we do credit to that app. But we've done a lot of hard work, and we appreciate you acknowledging that. And I would say that the rest of the world gets to see what we would dream it would be to be successful at fantasy football through your eyes. And we're proud of that. There's not a single one of us who are like, damn, this guy doesn't deserve that. No, you deserve that, because I remember back when the internet was barely a thing and you were grinding and a talented Mr. Roto, and I followed you back then, and I wrote an article about that where your brother reached out and thanked me for the words that I said. And that's how far back I go with you. But I'm always excited the same way when I get to speak to you for this 30 minutes, because you're genuine. The same way I said about Heath, the same thing I say about Scott. You're who you are across the board, every platform, and you give back of your time. You don't have to do any of that stuff. You do it because you want to, not because you have to. So thank you so much for the kind words.
Well, you're very kind. You're way too generous. I feel like that's just a long way of saying, a very nice way of saying I'm old, which is true. I am. No, I mean, listen, I'm always happy to do this. You guys, seriously, you guys do legitimately great work. And I know the Podathon is a big favorite internally, within the fantasy community. And I know you guys will all be at the expo in August. So I'm hopefully. I don't know if I'll be able to make it, but I know there'll be a lot of people from Fantasy Life there, and I know they all speak very highly of you. And Elliot is right, of course, Sal. If you ever want to do anything for Fantasy Life, you open arms, all three of you, coming over. Heath, I don't think we can afford you, but if you ever feel like donating, we'll have you as well. What I'll also say is, so here's the other thing that. I would love to, I'll just announce as it relates to Scott Fish Bowl, and again, trying to give back. So one of the great things about Scott Fish Bowl, and there's so many great things, but one of the great things about it is that tool that Josh ADHD built on his own that allows you, I see all the nodding heads, that it allows you to see sort of ADP, where everyone's drafts are, what they're doing, where certain players are going, where you are in relation. Like, it's a massive tool that allows you to figure out the entire tournament, like where the longest run, the shortest run, longest way, longest time that went before first quarterback got drafted, on and on and on. And you can look at literally anyone's team in the league. Hey, I wonder what Sal's doing. And you can look up, Sal Leto FF, right? Or whatever, or at Daddy's Home FF, or whoever it is, or Sid Skeet, whatever it is. So, and you can check out what Heath is doing or what I'm doing, or whatever, and watch me screw up my draft every year. And so anyway, that tool is going to be on fantasylife.com. So we're hosting that tool this year. We talked to Josh ADHD. Do you need a home? I guess whatever deal he had had expired or something. I don't know what happened, but anyway, the tool was available and sort of looked without a home. And I said, we would love to give it a home. So it's going to be, and it's 100% free, obviously, but it's, we're really excited to partner with Josh ADHD and Fantasy Cares on this tool to try to, bring more promotion and awareness to Scott Fishbowl and specifically to the tool, and again, try to raise more money for Fantasy Cares.
That's awesome stuff. I've got to get out of here to get ready to prep for this draft, but I did want to just make one request since you're going to be working closely with Josh. If he could update that sometime other than when he's on the clock this year, that would be great. And he generally takes about 7 hours per pick. I love to give him a hard time about that. No, I love that tool. It's fantastic. A great way to follow along.
Yeah, he did a great job with it, and I think it's it's just a great example of what Scott, it's not like he's a programmer that was hired to go do, like, this is somebody who just did it on his own because he loves Scott Fish, and it's a tool that has usefulness 3 weeks out of the year. You know what I mean? But like, he built it and he cares for it, and he does a lot of work with it. And obviously, shout out to the Fishbowl staff that allows him to get the the API stuff and allows him to get the data, and it's a whole thing. So shout out to everyone involved there. And I will yell at Scott. I will yell at Josh Heath saying, like, you need to update this. You need to, I'm sorry. Listen, if Sal, Mike, and Sid can, do 24 hours or 48 hours, or however long it is you guys do this Podathon, they can, Heath, Josh, you can update the app. You need to just sit there for 3 straight weeks. Just refresh.
Going strong for 36 hours this year. Heath, we will let you.
Oh, you guys are doing 36 hours. I'm sorry.
1 second before we let Heath go. Heath, I am getting the back end team to set up fantasycares.org/Heath does stickers. I will let you know if we get to that 1,500 mark, so you can put the stickers up on the board.
I'll send some tweets with pictures of the stickers and maybe a beer in the other hand.
Perfect. I'll let you know when it's live, buddy. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Matthew.
Be well.
Heath, great to see you.
All right, Matthew, that other gentleman you talk about's backstage. You can stay, you can go, Matthew. We'd love to keep you for 36 hours if you want to stay. But Adam Levitan is up on the board with us. I figured maybe you guys might want to say hello.
I'll stay. I'll stick around for a couple of minutes. And then once Adam gets into all the sex questions, I can bail.
Team sex is in the house.
Team sex, shower narratives. But no, Adam, listen, I'll just say this while Adam's here. I think our industry is filled with people that do great work, but I will tell you, I am so impressed with everything that Adam and Evan and their team have built to establish the run. They are, when we were building Fantasy Life, there's a couple of companies out there that we kind of point to and say, like, that's a company to try to emulate, and that's a company to try to aim to. And I think they do great work over there. And I know Adam's a big part of that, not only in front of the camera or as it were, as a content creator, but I know he's a big part of what they do behind the scenes in terms of how they plan out what they do. And so, I a lot of respect for what they've built.
Yeah. How much to donate now? Because Matthew said that about us. How much does that cost? $250, $500?
1,500 is the going rate. I heard 1,500. Yeah.
1,500. Thank you, Matthew. That's too kind. And yeah, appreciate it. How you guys doing this morning?
We're good.
I think we're holding up great. Matthew's speaking for all of us, which is true. Hey, guys, we're about to hit 4,000, which are live viewers right now, which is a big number for us. I mean, we generally hit that 5,000 cumulative, over time. We're here 36 hours. It used to be 24 back in the day, but no doubt star power has brought out the eyes and the ears to this YouTube channel today, and we can't thank you guys enough for that. But I feel great. Steve, how you feeling?
I feel great. I'm on beer number 2 already.
You look terrible.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
Big Mike is checking up. But, Adam, you're one of those guys who, back when this was, and Matthew's been here since year 1. This is year 7. We're half the age of the SFB. We're 7 years old this year. And Matthew has done it every year since year 1. And Adam, back in the day, you would always come when I asked, and then I let Mike take over the scheduling, and you missed a year or 2, and I blame Mike for that. But you're back now, and thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me. Are you guys drinking for 36 hours? Is that what's going on here, or that's just only Sid Skeet is drinking right now?
Yeah, Steve, affectionately known as Sid Skeet, he is drinking, and he weighs about 100 pounds, so he should be done really early. I'm going to be hosting this by myself in no time.
Hey, Adam, I have a question for you. This is a rumor going around the internet. I just want you to say yay or nay. Is it true that the reason Silva's not doing Podathon this year is it just no one wanted to bother trying to explain StreamYard to him? It's just too much effort. Like it would take the whole half hour to just try to get him up on StreamYard, and we're just like, it is what it is. We'll just have Levitan.
Well, I didn't think you guys had a full-time IT person on staff. Anytime we need to do anything, we have to send someone to his house to figure out how to set it up. So yes, we didn't want to burden the Podathon staff with an IT guy.
He appeared on the Podathon once, and his screen was black the entire time. That's a true story. So we just gave up. We don't even ask anymore, Matthew. We know the real deal is right here with Adam Levitan.
It's he's busy grinding. It's fine. You know what I mean? It's absolutely fine. He's a legend. We miss him at Roto World, but like I said, I think him and Adam are just doing awesome work at ETR.
Appreciate so much. Hey, so can people donate with Venmo, or is this like PayPal only, or what are the payment options here?
Oh, that's a great question.
Mike, you could explain it maybe a little bit better if you need me to. I can.
What do you mean I can explain it a little bit better? What do you think I do? I book guest buddy. I literally put names in a spreadsheet and occasionally show up and do sound checks.
Okay, so I'm going to go click on these banners over here, Adam.
No, you know what I'm going to do? I'll do this. Well, you guys talk to Adam. I'm going to let me go to this QR code that's in the corner.
There you go.
And I'll tell you what comes up. I'm on my phone right here.
So you can do the QR code, or you could go to fantasycares.org/Podathon. And it's a legal 501c3 charity now, Adam, fully functioning. We take there's many ways to donate on that site, and I don't know. I haven't tried to do it through Venmo, but
so I'm doing it right now. You can do it through. I have an Apple Pay or a card or a U.S. bank account. So no big deal. Just give me your bank account and
shout the numbers out. Shout out your code, man.
Yeah, or your card. It doesn't seem like Venmo or PayPal or Zelle are options.
Okay.
At the moment.
Yeah. Well, I'm not giving Sal my bank account. There's 0% chance of that. So, and I floored my PayPal account betting on golf, which was really dumb. So now I need to find a different form of payment here.
Hey, Adam, I have a question for you. I'm going to take over because these guys got no good questions for you. So Levitan, I'm curious because you guys have a big staff over there at ETR. How long did it take your staff editor to put together 45 seconds of good basketball highlights? Did it take all day? Was it a 3-day effort? Like what was your special effects budget for you guys to put that video together? I'm just curious because, it definitely was an all-day affair.
It was definitely an all-day affair. So I challenged everyone. So we had 26 guys out in Breckenridge at a house, 26 ETR guys. Me and Mark Dankenbring, we live here in Denver, and we play basketball, 2-3 times a week. We're not great, but we play a ton, and we're used to the altitude. So I gave everyone on this whole staff a free roll. If they could beat me and Mark in 2-on-2, they get the money. And so me and Mark played 8 games in a row, and we lost once to Taylor and Jack. But everybody else, like Daigle, when I say like Daigle claims to be in shape, he does like 30-mile races. After one point of the basketball game, he was like on death's door. I actually thought we were gonna have to take him to the hospital. And like we were at around 9,000 feet, and people were trying to play us. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. And from an editing perspective, that's the trick with everything. I mean, everything's you can't. It's so bad now, and I actually think it's really bad for society. I can't even watch anything without being like, that's not real. That's edited. That's fake. It's really bad, including that our basketball highlights, which we pulled out the best of, obviously, of like probably 6 hours of play. So yeah, more fake news is the bottom line.
Yeah, fair. I'm glad I was able to uncover that here on the podcast.
So, Adam, it has been a couple of years since you joined us. So, talk about Established Run. Talk about how you guys have grown, because I think you guys were just getting started with the whole site, and now you're saying you have 26 people. And by the way, I don't want to work for either one of your sites. I just want to come to the hangouts. Like, I don't want to have to actually work. If I could just come hang out with everybody, that'd be great. But
yeah, we're actually coming up on 5 years. This next couple weeks will be 5 years since we started. It's crazy, man. Like I'm not a businessman, but you know, it's grown slowly but steadily by, I think people just think we're sincere and trust us, and that's it. You know, just try to put out good stuff and hopefully people follow it. So we're
being a
trying.
con man, it works. You're saying you convincing them to like you as a con man? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's been like a crazy fun and stressful at times, but you know, it's good. It's been good.
For everybody that's watching, right? If you want to make money and be successful in fantasy, you don't have to be a business person. Matthew is self-proclaimed terrible CEO here on his show, and you're not a business person, and both of you guys are running successful businesses. So for the kids watching at home, fantasy football, absolutely the direction you want to go in.
Well, the idea is just very simply like I think it's important, two things. Number one is understanding what you're good and what you're not good at, right? I mean, Adam knows what he is good at and what he is not good at, and the stuff that he is not good at, he lets other people do. When him and Evan were starting the business, like, so, you know, he mentioned Taylor, one of the guys that he lost to in basketball during their, you know, their fake news basketball highlights. And that person is Taylor Caby, who is, by the way, very tall. He's a very tall human being.
Yeah.
But more importantly, and Adam, by the way, is not, I don't know how many people have met Adam in person, but Adam is not a tall person. He's many strong attributes, but height is not one of them. And, but also Taylor's a really good CEO. Taylor does a great job with that company. And same with mine, like Elliot does a great job with Fantasy Life. You know what I mean? I hired Elliot March 1st, 2022 as my first employee. You know, I'm just like, hey, you want to help me try to build this thing? And we're sitting here on whatever today is, June 29th, 2024. So 2 years and a couple months later, and we're at employee number 20, and we've got 2 open heads. You know, so you know, hiring good. My philosophy, and I bet Adam's is similar. My philosophy is hire good people and then get the hell out of the way and let them do good work. Don't micromanage. Don't trust that they're going to do the job that you've hired them to do, and let them do that. Give them the room to do stuff. And if every once in a while they do something like, yeah, sure, Sal, you can come on, you know, do whatever you want with Fantasy Life. You just sort of live with it. And you're just like, yeah, that's Elliot's, whatever. You know, I've sort of given him the keys, and he can knock himself out. And
we were drinking that day. There was a lot of drinking going on when he said it. So. Hey,
That's
listen,
fair.
we're loaded with Fantasy Life employees. We have Jake. You know, Jake will be on, and Kendall and Sam will be on tomorrow. And I didn't even tell Mike, but I spoke to Sam on the side. She might just stick around and host the rest of the show with me tomorrow night after she appears. So that'll be amazing. Adam, let's get over to the
Sam,
stuff.
Kendall, and Jake are all terrific. They're fantastic.
Yeah,
And don't you have?
amazing.
I assume you have Cooter Doodle. Don't you have Cooter? At
Of
some
course,
point?
we have Cooter.
Forget
and
about
Linda.
Cooter's tonight.
Cooter
with
Doodle,
Linda.
Linda, Chris Allen. We have your whole team, man.
That's
Everyone.
great. All of them are fantastic.
Now, what I want to
Cooter
say
is-
though, Matthew,
yeah.
when you said no assholes, I have a group chat with Cooter and Linda, and they are extremely mean to me. So they might be nice on the timeline, but they're really mean over
But
text.
maybe
I don't
you're
know
the
if-
asshole, Mike. Maybe you're the asshole, and they're just reacting to you.
Yeah, exactly. You ever think about that? Yeah, it's a good point. Excellent point. I don't want to steal all of Adam's time. I'll pop off here, but the last thing I'll just say is I can say something that not a lot of people, not a lot of people in the fantasy football industry can say, but this is a true thing. You know who's a fan of mine is Mama Levitan.
Yes.
Adam's
Big.
mother is a fan.
Big.
I've met Adam's mother, and you know, I think she had positive things to say about me, right, Adam?
Yeah, it was one of the highlights of her entire life. You need to take your book tour down south now. They actually just moved. I grew up in Virginia. I lived in Virginia my whole life. They just moved to Florida with the rest of the old people. So They're now down in Sarasota, so you need to take the book door down there next time.
Next time, I absolutely will. But please send her my love. Your mom is awesome.
Will do.
Matthew, one other thing you could say that very few people could say in the fantasy industry is that you're older than me. I'll be 50 in August, and that's why I love having you around.
That's right. I am an old fuck. There's no.
Seriously, we've said it all, and thank you so much, Matthew. Be
Thank
well,
you, Matthew.
and hope to see you at one of the events coming up.
100%. We'll see you guys. Good luck in Scott Fishbowl, everyone. We'll see you.
Take care.
All right, Adam, you're going to actually get to speak a little bit now. Now, we love Matthew, but that's the beauty of Matthew. We can put Matthew on for an hour, and he'll do his own podcast, and we'll sit around looking poor as we do. Like, that's what we look like. And he's a consummate professional, and he's still in the backstage listening to me, so I'm trying to say all these things. Adam, when you enter into these big Scott Fishbowl tournaments, or I'm sure you get invited to do so many different things, and you want to show up because you want to do the right thing, but does it become one of those, God, if I don't perform well, I'm going to get attacked, and people are going to be like, because I did that for years with my local friends. We actually did a podcast, and there was, first of all, they'd steal all my players, and then they would abuse me if I didn't do well. So how's that been for you?
I think that it's a good lesson for people that how much variance and how small edges can be. If you think that you have a 20% edge on your opponents in a field or in the Scott Fishbowl, that's absolutely massive. I'd probably challenge if anyone actually has 20% edge. And so when you run that out, you realize how often you're going to get last or second to last or sixth or whatever. So when you're playing against other people that are good, I think it's a good lesson for people that even people trying really hard and using sophisticated stuff can't generate that big of an edge in something as small sample as season-long fantasy football. So I hope everybody understands it's for fun. And if you beat me this year and a ton of people have beaten me throughout my entire life and everything, it probably means that you got lucky and that's it.
And that's the reality. We had on last year's winner, a 3,000 plus tournament field, and we had this gentleman Jed on in the first. You have to be lucky, right? You have to have a certain amount of luck to win something of this magnitude. I mean, it's like we said, the war of attrition, healthy players hitting that way. There's $100 free fab budget, period. That's it. There's no trading. So no league involves more luck than this one, I feel. But
yeah,
probably doesn't have much fun.
Just like player selection also. I mean, last year I wanted to be on a Cooper Kupp fade, but my priority was to be on Tutu Atwell. But then Tutu Atwell started getting a bunch of steam, and I kept missing on Tutu Atwell, and I was like, fuck it. I'll just take Puka Nacua. I mean, just like I didn't want to take Puka Nacua. I wanted Tutu Atwell, but then I ended up with Puka on all these teams that ended up, winning. It's just so lucky. I didn't even want him. I wanted Tutu, and so there's small things like that just some people would look back and be like, oh, I'm a genius. I was on Puka, but I was really just lucky that people started taking Tutu Atwell and steaming him up,
Steve, you've been quiet for a while, so I left that open for you. You see how I left that open?
I appreciate that. Adam, I enjoy it when we have you on because you're one of the guests that talks openly on Twitter and on podcasts about betting. So I love the future betting markets in football. Are there what are you looking at right now? I know we're still pretty far out, so there's not everything's not available to you, but what are the things that you look at end of June, starting July, that you're trying to get an early edge on with the betting market, because those lines can shift so much as we get closer to the season?
Yeah. I feel like a lot of this has gotten so much tougher. I used to think that season-long player prop were the softest market in all of the NFL. In other words, how many passing yards will Josh Allen have over the course of the entire season? And it sucks tying up money across the course of an entire season, especially when interest rates are where they are on top of other opportunities in gambling. But yeah, like that's kind of been wiped out a little bit. I think we bet 7 things so far. Normally, by this time I would have already bet 30 or 40 season-long things. So market's certainly gotten a lot tougher there. I think keep our eye on that market. And then the other one is the awards. I think awards is now probably the softest market out there. You can tell because on like one book, somebody might be 60-1 to be offensive player of the year. And on another book, they're 15-1. And like, there are nothing else in NFL betting where spreads get that wide across books, which just makes you understand how soft the awards betting is. So I'm always looking at the awards stuff. I think that, and shopping it hard. My favorite one was the Matt Eberflus Coach of the Year stuff, but I took that at 20-1, and now it's down to like 9 or 10-1, I think, which is I wouldn't take that, but yeah, there's stuff like that pops up that is really good in the awards, I think.
Steve, I have to say, I ran to use the bathroom, and I have my headphones in still, and you asked a coherent, intelligent question, and I want to let you know I'm so proud of you.
Well, that's it for me, guys. I will see you next year. Is there anything specific? No, I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep pushing with the betting. Is there what bet is you mentioned Eberflus? Do you just go all across the season awards, or is there something that you try to focus on? Have you found an edge in any one of them specifically, or are you just looking at those values and going from there?
Yeah, I mean, I look at all of them. There's only 7, so it's not that hard to like really be on top of all of them. I will say I feel like I really got screwed last year because I was all in on the Damar Hamlin fade for comeback player of the year. I had everyone. I had Breece Hall like 30-1, Cooper Kupp 30-1. I even had Sam Darnold like 80-1. I had like everybody except for Hamlin, because Hamlin I thought was such a bad price. He was like -600, -700 when this stuff started, and then out of nowhere, this motherfucker Joe Flacco plays 5 games, and they give him comeback player of the year. And now, because that happened, they came out and made a clarification on the award. Rob Motti, who I actually know from Philly, he runs these awards for the AP, and he came out and said, now for comeback player of the year, you should be coming off of an injury or something, or some other hardship. I forget the exact language, but coming back from being old and playing in 5 games, it's never gonna win again. They just did that last year just to fuck me, and now they turned around and took it away. So yeah, it's a weird market, because anything that's not played on the field, decided on the field, is always going to be a weird market. But I like those a lot.
How about Joe Flacco, right, doing what he does, former Super Bowl MVP with the Ravens, goes to Cleveland and then convinces them he's going to do well in the playoffs, and then has that game. I mean, talk about fucking people.
I know, God, and like he played so well for those 5 games, and actually helped me in best ball because I had a ton of Njoku and some Amari Cooper, and so it didn't help a ton there, but it really hurt on the comeback stuff, and obviously the playoffs was ugly.
So you mentioned the big fuck you with Joe Flacco. What is your biggest betting fuck you moment that you can remember?
Man, I'll always tell this story because it stands out so much. I was in college at Penn State, and I just had no idea what I was doing. Didn't have any money, but was betting a bunch, and had over 41. This was in the year probably 2002, maybe 2003. Over 41 in Giants Vikings in like a Monday night game. And they scored 40 points in the first half and scored 0 in the second half. And I remember thinking, like, this is like not for me. I remember actually thinking this is too much pain for me to handle, because I already had no money, and that would have been a big one. And I remember I was sitting there with 2 of my friends, and I was like, I don't think this is for me. Like, emotionally, I can't handle this. Which was a good lesson, because I really don't bet. Since then, I really don't bet sides or totals or anything like that at all. Just only player level stuff. No team level stuff really. And I think that's a good lesson for everyone. I would actually say that if you're actually trying to make money, that betting the NFL sides and totals market is not the way to go about it, I would say.
I'll say for me, just a couple of years ago, probably not my worst, but the one I remember the most right now, 2020, going into the Big East tournament. Creighton was playing somebody. I made a wager on them first half, their spread or something like that. They play the first half, they're losing, and then basketball gets shut down for the remainder of the year with COVID. And so they just didn't even come back to play the second half. I had a 1 first half wager, so they played that so I could lose, and then they shut basketball down for the remainder of the year. So they just had to make sure they could take my money real quick, and then they decided no more basketball.
I want to talk about losing. I was sitting in a movie theater watching the Impractical Jokers movie when they announced the NBA was shutting down, and that movie was terrible.
Yeah. The golf stuff, when John Rahm was winning, there was a tournament he was winning by like 10 strokes going into Sunday, and he tested positive for COVID and had to withdraw from the tournament. That one stung. I had a couple of good teams going on that one, but yeah.
You know, and all the excitement of Matthew spilling.
So Adam, this year with Scott Fishbowl, I have to ask everybody, what division are you in? Where are you picking from?
Great question. Let me see if I can find an email from Scott.
Oh, wait. While he's doing that, Steve, I was saying we spilled over with Matthew, and I never read this, the sponsor of this segment. So I want to get it in right now because we are at almost 4,300 viewers right now, and they'd be happy if those 4,300 people heard that Podathoners, if you want to win your fantasy leagues, you need to visit goingfor2.com. Why going for two? Because you can't go for three. Going for two has some of the best up-and-coming writers who want to share their passion for the game with you. From redraft to dynasty to daily fantasy, goingfor2.com has it all, including live shows at Going for Two Live, found on YouTube and syndicated on all major podcasting networks. Visit goingfor2.com today because no one remembers the extra point. So how'd that work out for you, Adam? You find anything? No.
I'm still looking, but I'm here. I found the email. Okay, choose your division and draft slot now. I get to choose. Okay.
Oh, I was gonna say we have to do this live, Adam, because I just checked and you are not in a division yet.
Okay.
All right, so let's find out what division you choose and where you're gonna pick from.
It says email my SFB ID. Okay.
You get it authentic right here on the SFB Podathon, everybody. This is how it happens. This is how the meal is cooked. Right.
Wow, this is getting really sophisticated. He's got a whole login. Let's sign in with your email and SFB ID.
You thought you were going to have to give out your bank account number. Guess what? We've come to that portion of the show.
Listen, buddy. You're not getting the bank account number.
Sal, I'll ask you. You said you're picking 12, right?
I am. Yes.
Do you have someone in mind that you're hoping falls to you at 12?
Yeah, you know, you've played in leagues with me long enough, Steve, to know that I'm best player available. But in Scott Fishbowl, they've kind of leveled the playing field with. I don't know if Adam knows that kick returners are actually valued pretty decently high in the Scott Fishbowl this year. So be aware of that, Adam. I'm sure you'll read the rules before the draft,
yes.
Or get the site open, one of the two.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm going to pick back-to-back at 12. So I'd like to come out of there with a quarterback, and if a really good tight end is there, probably a quarterback tight end or a quarterback running back combo.
I think somebody from our team, Steven Krupka, is helping me with it this year. Is it possible he signed up for us and is already in the division? STEPHEN space KRUPKA.
I'd love to say yes. Let me double check though.
Wait, kick returners. Well, that's good because in the NFL, we're going to see some way big differences with the kickoff rules. I don't know if you guys follow this, but their kickoff is going to be way different this year. It's actually going to mean something in the NFL again.
Are you excited about that, or do you think it's a moot change? It doesn't matter.
I really only care about fantasy, so I don't know how it's gonna affect the NFL. I think it'll be more exciting to watch games because, like, normally when you watch a game, it's the worst when they go touchdown, commercial, kickoff where nothing ever happens, commercial, then back to for a first down. But now people are actually gonna have to be there to watch the kickoff because, like, there's gonna be kickoff. People are gonna return kicks really often, and there's gonna be kickoff returns for touchdowns. So if you're in a kick return league, and I think actually coaches are going to use some of their better players on this because it's going to be pretty valuable. So if you're in a kick return yardage league or something like that, I definitely would start thinking about who's going to be doing that kind of stuff. I think it's going to be way different than last year in terms of who they use. Like, I would consider using, like, in big spots, Deebo Samuel on, kickoff return or something like that for sure.
You know, it's become a new tradition, I think, this year of just bringing on the next guest while we still have on the current guest because people keep overlapping. So, Bob Harris, say hello to Adam Levitan.
Hey, Adam.
Hey, Bob. Good to see you. How's it going?
It's going great. Glad to see you here. Glad caught Barry earlier. All this old talk. I'm thinking, God, those guys are old. And then I went, oh wait.
Yes, Bob could say he's older than me too. These are the type of people I like having on the show. Adam, I'm guessing you're approaching 40 or around 40?
I'll be 42 in September. Yep, 42 in September.
Much like Steve, you guys don't age. You look the same way you guys did when I first started speaking with you a few years back. So
the jealousy is I hit 1,042 is off the charts here. Oh, to be young again.
Adam, we don't want to hold you up. You're welcome to stay, but if you have stuff to get to,
Yeah, I'm here with the family, but thanks so much, guys, for having me. Really appreciate it. I'm gonna find a way to donate here as soon as I get off without giving Sal any of my pertinent information. But thanks, guys, so much for doing this. It makes
straight cash.
It really does. You guys make the fantasy community look good. I can't think about anything except for taking the cold, hard money out of my opponent's hands, and so you guys actually make us look good. So I appreciate it.
You got it, man. We appreciate you. And if I was any good at taking people's money, I would do it. That's why I do this. Be well. Have a great year. We'll speak to you soon, bud.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Adam.
Bob, I want to let you speak, but I don't want our sponsors to get mad at me. So this guest is brought to you by DraftBuddy.com. With over 24 years of experience helping fantasy players win their leagues, Draft Buddy prepares managers for the most important day of the year, Draft Day. Create custom cheat sheets for your fantasy league and track your draft with Draft Buddy. Buddy syncs with drafts on Sleeper and My Fantasy League. Use it to track your upcoming SFB 14 draft. Send Draft Buddy developer Mike proof of your charitable donation supporting the Scott Fish Bowl and receive a $5 off coupon. Visit DraftBuddy.com to download this winning tool today. And the SFB Podathon chair has made its return appearance this year, and there it is in all its natural wood grain glory. Bob, a few years back, Steve got up quite often, and people became more fond of his chair and requested it. It has its own Twitter account, the SFB Podathon chair, and it's actually in the chat. It's been in the chat today as well. Mr. Harris, welcome.
It's almost as interesting as me, and that's the sad fact of it. Love the chair, not as much as I love you, Sal. And I know Mike's here. I'm not going to ignore him. I mean, the elephant in the room. He's here. I couldn't do anything about it. There were no options offered to me. I feel like it was some kind of ruse. I was told I could avoid Mike Fiala, but no, here he is.
So, Bob, I did, and I'm going to be professional, unlike you, and I'm gonna ask you a question right out of the gate because this is about the Scott Fish Bowl.
Here we go.
And the Scott Fish Bowl is a tight end premium league. Now, with your inability to judge tight end talent, do you think you have any chance in hell of even making the playoffs this year?
So I've done a single mock, and I think I've guaranteed my success because I took every tight end in that draft. I didn't go bully tight end. I went triple bully tight end. Look, this is like a large field tournament, right? I mean, you've got to differentiate and separate from the crowd, trying to, leverage the scoring system anyway. Like, I never win this thing, and nobody gets upset, and nobody gives me a hard time. It's because I'm swinging big. Well, Mike gives me a hard time because Mike gives me a hard time about everything. But I mean, like, I want to take some chances, and again, everyone remembers who won. Nobody remembers who the rest of us. I mean, we're all just there taking a swing. So swing big, kids.
Somebody wrote in the chat that we have to get Steve a new chair, but no way. That chair is better than Steve. First of all, it's got more followers than Steve, and him being uncomfortable is exactly what we need.
Yeah, the chair, I will say, it is one of the more comfier chairs. But yeah, I could never, ever imagine doing the Podathon without the chair at this point. Like, it has taken on a life of its own. Just getting that tweet yesterday from the Podathon chair account is just hilarious. It makes me smile every time. So yeah, the chair is going nowhere. Like Sal said, it was in the paperwork.
I've seen calls to sacrifice it in an auction for the good of the cause. I don't know. That's like a tough call.
Listen,
No, I
I
think
like
that-
Fantasy Cares. I don't like it that much.
Wait a second, Steve. I've already accepted the challenge of being suplexed in an actual wrestling ring.
Yeah.
If we're going to take an axe and fly into that chair, we're doing it.
All right, whatever.
And that is a very good reminder that fantasycares.org/suplexsal is live.
I'll get you a human scale.
Go to fantasycares.org/suplexsal to raise money to watch Sal end up in traction for the next 2 years. We will still get him live on the Podathon from his bed, but we want to make sure that he is not moving. So donate to charity. It's all for a good cause, both to help our charities and to end Sal's reign as feeling good about himself. So Suplex Sal is live. Please donate today.
I was going to say, I come on here every year because this is like the only chance I get to talk to Sal like every year. Like you see him floating through your social medias, doing all kind of fun stuff, having a great time. Life is good. And I want a piece of that. I want some of that. And this is where I get it. I see Fayal all the time. Steve, I mean, I see you here, but I'm here for the Sal love. That's what I'm after. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. We're predicting the future.
Oh, that is awesome.
Oh, my God.
If I had a dollar for every time I watched on my phone Sal take a drink of beer and wink at me, I'd be a rich man.
I look so slim in that cast. Listen, Bob, you are one of the people that I think we follow on almost every social media platform, you and I.
Yes.
And I am trying to get the most out of life right now. So I switched up careers. I was a blue-collar operating engineer working in the field for a long time. I did 20 years doing that. And I switched over to admin work. And you know, it's afforded me a little bit better of a salary, and my kids are getting older now, so they need less money from me. That's not true. I'm paying for a lot of their stuff. But yeah, I like that you pointed out, because people say to me all the time, I want to live your life. I want to live your life. Just go live your life. It's
Right.
like, go live your life, because it's not going to live itself.
No.
You have to go enjoy it. I mean this so sincerely. I've been thinking about doing shifting gears podcasting wise. We have more divorced or single 40 to 50-year-old people in the country than we ever had at any other time in recent history, and people don't know what to do with themselves. Well, guess what? You die eventually. So go enjoy this time between now and death. I've seen it. I've been to funerals. Nobody wins life. They end up dying. So I've attended events. I've traveled. I have a lineup of concerts this summer, which I know is near and dear to your heart. I'm going to everything and do everything I can. And I really, truly, honestly believe in just going out. And with my kids being older, I get to enjoy a lot of it with them. And like, there's none of this, you're not home anymore. They're all 20-something years old at this point. My youngest one will be 20 this year. So, yeah, I will be drinking and winking at Steve later.
Yeah, I had to change shirts. I was wearing your shirt before I gave. Sal stole my shirt. I like, is this like the uniform, or is it going to look really stupid? I said it's going to look really stupid, so I had to made a last minute change, a command center call. I feel like it was the wise choice.
I appreciate that. I wouldn't have been able to tell you apart, to be honest, Bob.
It's true. I mean, that was part of the thing. I mean, the hat might have done it, but
Oh yeah, the hat's pretty sweet. Have you seen these hats?
I have seen that hat. I'm
Rob
ordering now.
Gilchrist has
Ordering
crushed
now.
it. Please order now. I have the sweatshirt. I am all geared up. I wanted to make sure the sales were up, so I wasn't embarrassed. I mean, Steve's here. He's one of the hosts of the show. Bought nothing.
Wow.
There's still time. Listen, there's still time. Fishbowl merch at Fishbowl merch on Twitter, X, however you want to call it. Go follow all the SFB accounts and buy the stuff.
shopfantasycares.com for those of you who want the direct website. You can get Sal's shirt.
Deliveries are fast this year, people. Deliveries are fast. I mean, like
literally
smoking
days.
fast. Literally days. Boom.
And the quality is unbelievable. Like the
Very good.
softness, the quality, and washability, by the way. I've washed these shirts. I've worn them and washed them and reworn them, and they hang in there. Their quality this year. Oh,
Feel good. I didn't know I was coming on to be a male model, but I'm happy to do it.
We're always going to use you for your looks, Bob. Always. Every show we're on.
thank God this guy here is not on until much later at night this year. That's Shane Manila. He's on at like 1:30 in the morning because we got complaints. I'm not going to say we haven't got.
Yeah, Shane knew it was going to be 1 to 3:30 or 4 in the morning at best that we can get him and his team on. Somehow Hot Sauce guys got on at 10. That was huge typo on my part. That was supposed to be 1 a.m. So mistakes were made, but just put the kids to bed early.
All right, Bob. I don't know if you answered this while I was going to the bathroom, but what division are you in for Scott Fishbowl? Where are you picking from? Who are you looking to get?
The Dave Wooderson is mine, and in Dallas, live in Dallas, the 14th. I'm picking 10th, which is my normal spot. I'll be looking for players at that spot, a handful, a series of players, which will want to go out on the edge here. Like I said, I did one mock, and I wasn't kidding. I went 3 tight ends to start. I would have gone 2, except Joey Wright is a son of a bitch and stole my quarterback that I had designs on. But that's probably the, and I think he knew. I think he knew what I was up to. Joey Wright is a scurrilous individual. I hope he's having fun in Fort Lauderdale right now at a live draft. But yeah, I think I'm going to try and leverage the scoring system as always. I'll be diving into the pool of return receivers and things like that. So, you guys go to the trouble. Scott goes to the trouble of creating this really unique scoring systems. I'm going to go to the trouble to try to leverage those scoring systems. So far, it's worked horribly.
We've talked.
What's your best finish? Well, what's your best finish? While you mentioned that in Scott Fishbowl,
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. It's like so bad. It's like I don't know.
That means not well. If you don't know, that means not well. I know that one year I made the semifinals. Mike knows the year he made the finals. We will remember those forever.
But that's my point that I made at the top. Like nobody remembers your less than successful seasons. I mean, I remember that I played, and I remember that I was pissed that I didn't do better. And it sucks. You look at the rankings come out, you go, oh. And you're angry, but taking the big swings and going for the big win. It's just, to me, that's the thing about tournaments is these are large scale tournaments, and being a little bit different and taking some chances and having everything work. Right. And we all know how that goes. Football is a funny game. It was designed to be unpredictable and strange things would happen. They designed the football as an oblong spheroid, so it would bounce in ridiculously weird ways that nobody can foretell. So, I mean, that's part of the fun of this, but trying to, the scoring system to me is trying to leverage that is part of the big fun of this contest.
Steve, I want to let you get back to your question, but I put this up because Jonathan Siegel said, let's keep Sal going for 48 hours, ergo less draft prep for Teddy KGB in New York City. I got news for you, Jonathan Siegel. The Salito in that draft is my son. So you are drafting against my son. I will be there. I'll be drafted in the Corleone division at the same time. So I will get to meet you, give you a big hug, but losing to my son is worse than losing to me. So both Salitos will be there that day. But thank you, man. And thank you for participating and coming to the live draft. Steve.
As we have always referred to Sal on our show, is young Sal is the better Sal and will always be the better Sal. And so, no, losing to the younger Sal should be expected, not something to be poo-pooed at. But what I was going to ask is we've talked to many people so far this morning about the change in the Scott Fishbowl with the kick returner. Another big change is the only one running back required in the starting lineup. Not a lot of people have talked about that. And so I am picking, even though no one's asked me yet, from the 1 spot this year. And I'm taking Bijan Robinson number 1 overall. Wow. And I feel very comfortable with that. I think that he disappointed a little bit last year from what everybody was expecting from him coming out. But with the obvious changes that Atlanta has made this year, I am going to take him number 1, and I'm going to hope that that pays off for me. Do you think that having that 1 required running back spot is going to make a change in the way that people draft?
I think people will be dialed back a little bit more because of it. I mean, I've seen the mock I did. I think Bijan went in round 2, late round 2. But there's a handful of running backs this year that look like they're capable of it, like every year, of making running back 1 runs, taking their shot at the great Christian McCaffrey, who again is a player and a half. I mean, there's not a lot of guys out there. You can think that maybe that won't happen this year, that he's It's about to end. I mean, the roll and the volume suggest otherwise. And so we'll see. But like, you know, you can make an argument for Breece Hall looking at the strong finish last year and the volume he's going to get. I think that's the key to me is the volume. And I think Bijan is going to be one of those guys that chases, is in pursuit of the running back one. I think we'll throw, you know, Saquon Barkley, you know, I think is in a good spot, to, you know, in terms of volume. If you know, look, Jalen Hurts doesn't have to score every touchdown. Saquon, score from 5 yards out. It'll be okay, man. But you know, I think there are a handful of backs that you can kind of think are going to be in the running for that. I would like to not spend at the ceiling on the running back in this league. And so I probably won't go that early. I think I waited until round 4 or 5 in the last one, and got somebody I thought was reasonable, who I feel like now is less reasonable. But yeah, I've only done one mock because I really do like to test out some weird theories and weird approaches, and I don't want to go out there and advertise over the top because there's people I'm drafting with in Dallas. I see them in the chat. I know you're out there.
So Bob, that's interesting because I have the 101, and Steve, you know, mentioning no one asked him, not that you asked me, but you've asked literally everybody else that's been on this live stream but me. But I'm actually going McCaffrey, 101. Bob, like you said, he's a player and a half. Swing for the fences. Plus,
right.
You know, I'm drafting against Coop and other people, so a really soft draft room makes it very easy to take some chances. You know how that works. They'll screw it up somehow. So I do like taking chances in soft draft rooms like the Boston Live will be. You know, I had a similar soft draft room when I did a live draft, a best ball draft with Mike Dempsey and Bob Harris. Very similar, where I just stacked my entire team round after round. So what I love is that when you know your league mates, it makes the strategy a little bit easier. But so Bob, you know, this is now, I think, what is it, your second or third straight year doing Dallas Live?
Second year doing Dallas Live. I did LA the year before.
Oh, that's right. You're at the Trophy Smack one. So are you drafting with the same people? Have you started picking up tendencies? Have you looked at
I think it's a little different draft room. I mean, a lot of the same people will be there, but I think, you know, last year I was in like Debro and Ray. And there were a handful of people that I was real familiar with. Stephanie Miller, I think, is in my league this year, and that strikes fear in my heart. I haven't seen the whole list yet, so I will find out when I get there. It's a really great vibe. They've got a great place here. Community Beer, Brian Quinlan, is, you know, kind of facilitated all that, and it's like really nice upstairs tap room, food available, all the beverages and whatnot. I even had, I'm gonna go ahead and confess here, a non-alcoholic beverage. That was a fruity tasting beer, something of the likes of which I've never tried before. I know y'all like this kind of stuff. I don't. It's been like, you know, a very long time since I've had a sip of the actual liquor. But I tried one of those things. It was delicious. I mean, it was like really good. And also, like when I drink non-alcoholic beer, I have one and I feel all buzzed. So that got me going.
Bob, do you know? So last week I had a golf outing last Monday, and I tried this thing called the Finnish Long Drink. And it was a citrus flavor. I could not believe how good it tasted. It was unbelievable.
I don't know this.
I'm drinking this the rest of the summer.
Oh my God, dude, Sal! I had my first one of those a couple of weeks ago, and they are amazing. It tastes like a squirt, and that's
I love squirt.
It tastes like squirt, and it's got gin in it, and I couldn't believe I'd never heard of them either.
The Finnish, as in Finnish, the people, Finnish, the country, Finland, long drink. And yeah, I had 5 of them on the course that day. And
it's like Finnish, like Finnish.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Right. And my play on the golf course showed. I was terrible, but I didn't know the difference.
I have been barred from every single golf course in America. It's odd. I don't know how they found out. It was a long time ago. It was just one incident, but damn.
It gets around. Word gets around. I've been banned from a lot of places based on one incident. One of them was almost the Podathon, but I had to talk Mike into letting me back. He's like, I'll schedule the host too. I'm like, Mike, I created this. Please let me stay.
I want to say, coming out here, it's just a reminder of what I love about doing this is the people are phenomenal. Like, the fishbowl people, everybody associated, the Podathon, everyone associated. It's connected me with people like Mike, who I will sit here and we will dog each other. But man, there is not a better person. There's not a person I love having on my show more. There isn't a better guest. He's turned into a great friend. He's always there when you need him. It's just like these connections. And I look as I see the names streaming along the chat, like everyone here, this is like phenomenal. It's like, I feel like I'm like super fortunate just to show up, and I'm going to say I'm not going to accept the payment this year, guys. I'm not going to take it.
Thank God we're broke.
Yeah, I was going to say we didn't get Adam Leviton's bank account information, so we weren't going to be able to pay you anyway.
I was told that was going to happen.
We tried hard.
That's kind of how we keep going. We get money from one person, we pass it to the next person. Yeah, and you have Mike on your show. That's great. Never been asked. So
I think there's a reason, Sal. I mean, there's a reason why you two talk once a year.
But yes, Bob has the restraining order, the once-a-year restraining order lifted for that. So, Bob, you talked about drafting. You're drafting live in Dallas. You'll be at the Expo, I presume, again this year?
I will be at the Expo, yes. And
so I'm going for my first time.
We'll welcome you with open arms. It's a really good time. It's like this little room of 4 of us, except with 4,000. It seems like it's such a blast. There's so many people, and people walk up. So many great stories of just the interaction with not just the people in the industry, but fans and stuff. Matt Wallman and I do a podcast every Monday called Feel It or Fuck It. And we're, we just try to keep it simple. And I'm at the Expo a couple years ago, and an older couple walks up to me and, starts saying, "Oh, Bob, big fan of your work." The lady says, "Yeah, Bob, I have a question for you. Calvin Austin, feel it or fuck it." Right? Like, I'm just like, the whole fantasy community is so amazing. And everyone who's there is into it. Everyone is super friendly. If you haven't been before, go walk up to whoever it is you like and ask them if they're feeling or otherwise doing something to someone, and have a good time. And I know you'll have a blast there, Sal.
Yeah, I can't wait. There'll be plenty of drinking and winking from there, Steve. And Steve, I absolutely had something to say to feel it or fuck it, but I will leave it alone because there's ladies in the chat. I had a definite response to that.
Okay.
I've heard of it before, but it just got dropped on my lap like that. That was probably another poor choice of words. Your opening, Steve. I left it open for you.
Oh my God. Oh my God. All right. And so, Bob, is there anyone so far? You said you've only done one mock. Have you done any mocks for any other leagues? When do you usually start diving into preparing yourself for redraft season?
Well, I start best balls in February, and as Mike says, I'm really bad at it. So it takes me a long time to get up to speed. So I do a lot of best balls. We start a couple of best balls. I probably start 3 or 4 every week and roll through. And I think the whole idea of all this is kind of being steeped in the subject matter, because you're sitting there, you're talking about it on the radio, you're writing about it, and you're interacting with people on the YouTubes and whatnot. So I think, being steeped in it. And then by the time your real drafts come around, I think that's the key there is, even if and there comes a point where we have to make the switch from best ball mode to redraft mode, right? There's, for the most part, it's the same, but there's a demarcation, and you have to kind of make that shift, and knowing when to make that shift and get out of the mindset of, all right, I have this many shares of a player, I can't have any more. I'm overweight, I'm underweight, all that, you throw out the window and you hone in. But knowing when people are going and having a real good feel for ADP and when you have to jump for players that you're all in on, or when you can wait for players you think are great values, I think that's like super valuable. And so that's why I will be continue drafting endlessly. Besides, I just like drafting. It's a hell of fun.
Drafting, always the best point. Is there anybody that you're seeing right now that is going much earlier than you would have thought when you started when you started drafting in February?
I think there's always shifts, and I always start identifying guys like I like 4th round Derrick Henry better than I like 3rd round Derrick Henry, and I'm going to like him slightly more than I like 2nd round Derrick Henry, but he's been rising up. And I think you see those. The thing that's interesting is watching the, kind of the trends and the movements and the little spikes. And we'll see it, in redraft season as well, when people hear a positive report from training camp as they scroll through their X's and, oh, look, he cut really good and he looked great. And you'll see little mini spikes for players. And I'm looking to leverage those things. I'm going to take advantage of people who are chasing the momentary things for the bigger picture. And I, like I do at tight end every year. It's like the one position that I have the blind spot. And fortunately, I have Mike Fiala to guide me and help me along the way. If I talk to him early enough, I might even avoid disaster again.
We tried, Bob. We tried last year. We tried so hard. I got to you in July. I told you who the Patriots
but I drafted before then.
I can't. You know how to get a hold of me. Just ask.
trying to avoid holding you. The number is steadily climbing. We're approaching 5,000 viewers, which is amazing for to be so early in the morning and on the West Coast. For Steve, it is still only like 8:30, Steve, for you out there.
Yep.
Bob, you're what, 10:30 is where you are over there? What time is it? 10:30. And Mike, you live upstairs from me, so I know what time it is where you're at.
Just knock on the door if you need me.
Real quick, what are your guys' stances on time zones? Like them? Get rid of them? You want to get rid of time zones?
I would get rid of them. It's super complicated when you're in a time zone and you broadcast a radio show in another time zone and you're lining up guests from all the time zones. Like the confusion that ensues. I'm lucky if I just hold together, my own time zone. You ask me to do 3 or 4 or 7 or 8 at a time. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Do you think that the Earth would cooperate, Steve, and just I'll be bright everywhere at this time of the day, and I'll be dark everywhere at this time of the day?
Don't we all work at home now? It doesn't matter.
No, I work in a hospital. I got to go to work.
Spinning. The Earth will continue spinning and operating as it is right now. Yes.
Nobody can have a word with its representation and see if we can get that changed. I feel like you could change everything now. Or like Bob says, a lot of people do work at home, but can't we just, Truman show it and just create whatever we want out there? I walk, by the way, Bob, I now live directly across the street from where I work. I moved to Brooklyn 2 years ago. Home. And I have to actually leave the apartment, but I go 60 seconds.
That would be suitable. I could do that commute. I prefer, I feel like the stairs are a big commute for me these days. So that's an issue. And the only time I go on the stairs is to go upstairs to do my Peloton. So it's like double brutal abuse of myself. I keep the exercise devices upstairs just to make it a little harder to get started.
Well, that's the warm up. You got to loosen up walking up the stairs and getting to it. But
and I have to carry my cat because he's like 30 pounds and he can't do it himself anymore.
That is a big cat. Bob definitely has a
the
large
best part about you is the cat, Bob. We all know that. That's
he's laying next to me now.
One of the other things.
Put him on camera now, Bob. Come on, is he awake?
He's sleeping.
Oh, don't wake him up. Yeah, but just everyone follow Bob for the cat. Not tight end advice, not football advice, but the cat pictures are top notch.
And of course, the musical post. Like, Bob, what are you listening to? What are you listening to right now? Like, when you get off of here today, what are you gonna put on? What's playing on Bob Harris's iPod?
I don't know if it's on my iPod. I mean, I've been enjoying on the YouTubes. The Metallica's been putting out a lot of live performances. I was there last August last August for the 2 shows there, but they're doing a great series of concerts where they do 2 nights and the set lists are the same or different each night, and they're putting out new stuff. So you find these things on YouTube, but I'll listen to most any ancient metal and be pretty happy. And even new metal, I like some of the new stuff as well. There's nothing I'm not listening to though. Constantly, and it is playing round the clock.
Well, I you mentioned earlier about following me. I enjoy following you. Your positive energy, everything you post all the time, and of course all the different things that you post. And I want to thank you for always coming back here after I look forward to giving everybody a hug in person. But you're one of the guys who I've been following long since before we started talking this. Yes, we're both old. And I look forward to following you going forward. And, you've changed a lot in your life over the years, and that's awesome. And
I appreciate that. And I've even made friends with Mike Fiala. So that, kind of adds to all the good vibes, but it has been such a tremendous run watching the growth over the years of the Scott Fish Bowl, as well as the Podathon, and being part of the involvement, watching the money that's being raised and people. If you have not donated, go donate. If you have not purchased merchandise, go purchase merchandise. Do all the things. It's well worth it. Really cool stuff. Everyone's doing it. All the kids be cool like all the rest of the kids. That's my only goal in life, is try to be cool like the kids, like little Mike Fiala every now and again.
Mike hasn't been little since 8th grade.
No, he's smaller though.
Smaller than I was, but still, still a big boy, Bob.
Former power lifter, Mike Fiala.
Oh God, yeah, that was a time. That was a time of my life. So, Bob, I'm going to give you the biggest hug as always when I see you in August. So just be ready for the squeeze.
Who's
buddy.
here?
Oh
yeah, I just wanted to say hi, Bob. Thanks for all the nice stuff you said, and I support everything you do. I was awesome to see you every time I see you in the expo, Trophy Smack a couple years ago. One of these years I'll get to Dallas. I'm about to head down to Circa here, to giving you a little look in.
Nice.
To do some drafting. I don't know if you can see it behind me.
Oh my God!
Okay, go do some drafting. There'll be a raffle, and in the industry, I'm known as the raffle king. That's what I'm known for in the industry. Everybody knows me as that. So
That's it.
Just if anyone else comes on the Podathon later and claims that, just so you know in advance. That's
You will be shot down. And look at Barons shows up.
Fraud. Who is this fraud?
Andy was dying to come on. I saw the fist flying in the back. I'm like, let me just get him in here.
I'm not comfortable with Andy. He has compromising materials on me. He talked about it yesterday. It's not great.
Yeah, listen, that Bob Harris appearance fee, that can be redirected to me as a partial payment on the debts that Bob owes. Listen, there's one raffle king in this industry, and you're looking at him. It ain't Scott Fish, I'll tell you that.
Oh man, thank you for being so demonstrative, Andy. I had to make sure I got you out of the backstage and on. Oh my God.
You can say whatever you want about my fantasy abilities. They are limited, but don't question my raffling.
I don't know. I'm looking at the names here, and it seems like
I see like Mike
pretty
up to no good.
Well,
look, this is the year, Fiala. This is the year.
Of what, Bob? Of what?
I don't know.
Of what? Of Mike Gesicki? Of you actually getting a take right? I mean, what? I need to know which this is the year we're talking about.
Look, if you're consistent and you stick with it, at some point it's going to happen for you.
No, Steve is living proof that that's not true.
Bob is out there waiting for teams to bring back the wishbone.
Just
bring it back.
That's all I need.
Whoever's
I hope the
got
Raiders. Go ahead, Andy. Sorry.
Yeah, whoever's got the 9th pick in Bob's draft, if they don't take Gesicki, like why did you even sign up?
What was this all? I created the tournament so that I could put Bob at the number 10 spot and have Gesicki go number 9. That's the whole reason we're doing this thing.
It's well worth the effort. I appreciate it, Scott. And I'm sorry. I'm not going to come to Boston. I'm sorry I'm going to miss you, but I will see you in Canton, and we'll have a great time.
Yeah, that'll be good.
All right, Mr.
I suppose
Harris.
we should let Andy talk. I'll get out of here.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say hi to.
Oh
Tim.
yeah, of course. Scott is going to bail before he has to explain why there's no sex drive division in.
You know what? I'm still making divisions. I could make one. I guess. I know it's important to you.
There must be a great public outcry. I'm sure I'm
now.
not the only one who noticed.
Everyone go out and hit your IMDb and look for this Sex Drive. It's phenomenal. It's maybe one of the best films ever made. I had missed out on it my entire life and only recently became aware of both this fine film and the involvement of one Andy Behrens, who, man, what a creative mind. What a forward-thinking individual. I'm totally impressed.
Well, in fairness, the film is basically the Bob Harris story.
It's true.
Can I just point out, though, that Sex Drive did make Amish country very disappointing for me when I went. I had a differing expectation of what actually happened.
Bob, little do you know that Andy followed you for a year to get the material for the story.
I believe I'm just going to say it right here. I think Sex Drive is semi-autobiographical. Just like throwing it out there. People might be surprised to hear this, but I think
it's based entirely on Bob's Rumspringa experience.
Well,
I'm uncomfortable now. I feel like I feel like everyone's in on my secret now.
That's how I like you.
I'm gonna go get some breakfast before drafting, so I'm gonna head out. You guys have a great rest of your
Scott.
day.
Bye, Scott.
Pretty good, Scott.
Later.
My cat almost woke up at that.
Yeah. Well, Bob, I removed you for a second, but I had to bring you right back in when that conversation started. But
it was horrible. You could throw me out now. I don't want to cut in on Andy Behrens' time as much as I love Andy Behrens and like to cut in on everything he does. He's phenomenal.
Bob, I assume you're on your way to some airport somewhere where you can creepily lurk.
I will creepily lurk. I think I'm going to do a radio show today, so I think I'm not allowed to go anywhere.
Station, well, you know what? You have the link. Jump back in anytime you want, Bob.
All right. Thank you, fellas. Thanks, everyone. Hi,
Bye,
everybody in
Bob.
the chat, all my friends out there. Love seeing you all and appreciate you. And hey, take care, kids.
Later,
Bye, Bob.
All right, before Andy, I want to just tell everyone, don't settle for the same old convenience store snacks. Bite into beef jerky and snack sticks from John's Elgin Market. With over 30 products to choose from, there's a flavor for every craving. From barbecue beef or hot and spicy venison to exotic meats like our best-selling alligator snack sticks. It's time to treat yourself to damn good jerky. Visit johnelginmarket.com to check out all the mouth-watering options. Plus, now through July 16th, contact at Steven_Roto on Twitter or X to place an order and receive free shipping with 10% of all proceeds going to Fantasy Cares. That's right. We ship nationwide, smoking quality meats since 1880. Snack with the best at John Elgin Market. And no truth to the rumor that in 1880, Bob Harris actually was the first customer at John's Elgin Market. But it's possible. Hey, Andy, thank you for coming in. Andy Behrens from Yahoo. And Andy, we've been doing this Podathon for 7 years. I think this is the first time we've had you on. And that's thanks to Mike for getting a hold of you, because I've interacted with Liz, who's no longer with you guys, a lot over the years. Matt Harmon is some guy, you may have heard of Matt Harmon. He's been on since the beginning, but it's a score to have you on. I can remember way back, it's got to be 10 plus years ago, when I used to work on Sundays, watching the pregame shows with you guys on the internet. It's wild to get to meet the guys you grew up watching, and I'm older than you probably, but I still grew up watching those.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, man, I miss Liz. Liz is great. I mean, we have a great team now, but it probably peaked in the Liz years. She's wonderful. That's all very kind of you to say. Yeah, I miss the. Not that like this environment isn't great where you're all like just kind of in a 4-box and shooting the shit, but man, like being live in studio and being able to have that show experience is just unlike anything else. That was as good as it's ever been. So really appreciate you calling that out.
Yeah, and I wish as a community, as a world, we would get back to more in-person stuff. Like a lot of people work from home. We joked about that last segment. I'm an in-person guy. Like we have meetings at work. Everybody's like, "Oh, WebEx, stop. We're in the same building. I have a conference room. Come down here and let's have a conversation." There's authenticity, there's feel, there's a different vibe that you get in person with people, and just being around people, the social aspect of it is something I would like to see us really get back to, just in society at large.
Yeah, in terms of like live programming, there's just nothing quite like being able to pick up people's like visual cues and really being able to jump on the end of what somebody else says. And there's nothing. I mean, like I'm sure we'll have some fine arguments over the next half hour here, but there's nothing like arguing in person, right?
Mostly me and Mike will probably have those arguments. I don't know.
Sal, I'm going to give you a break for this half hour because me and Andy have had beef now for what I think 2 straight years. Andy has claimed himself to be the loud shirt king, completely unauthorized, and after last year's loss,
I am both king. I'm king of raffles and king of loud shirts. I don't even think this is in dispute.
I can't tell you how strongly I disagree. And in my unauthorized poll of 3 people, you lost. That was definitely something that happened. But
and that was your wife and children.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who was polled. It was official. It was out there in the public. According to Matthew,
there
Berry,
was
no
a
one
polling
followed me anyway. So there was a polling, and you lost.
No stumping in this neighborhood, sir.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about that for hours. But I did see in the chat from Jeremy here, and it makes me laugh because Andy, obviously, we just DMing about this yesterday about whether we're going to turn this into a WNBA segment or not, which I'm totally down for. But the big thing I wanted to ask you, Andy, real quick. Sorry, Sal, you can't catch my visual cues because we're not in person, but
no, I had a tickle in my throat. I'm sorry.
So I will say the best thing that we've had going in this community outside of the fishbowl, obviously, is the expo. can you talk about kind of some of the relationships that have been formed there, and just what it means to be able to all get together? Especially, I think we hit our first one together right post COVID, and we're all back to socializing. Didn't know if we could stand more than 8 feet away from each other, but how big has it grown through the years, and how much fun has that been to go to?
Yeah, I think I think Bob has probably had the same experience where I was there from the start of the Kings Classic drafts, right? Which is where Bob Lung was trying to sort of build up the expo around it. And those first few drafts, it was really just the participants in the league and maybe a couple of other people who would drop in the draft room at the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And just watching the expo just sort of explode around that event, and to see what it's become now. And I don't know if it'll always be this way, but it's just like the perfect blend right now of really engaged players and content producers. And like, if you had any question about the level of just camaraderie in the industry, it gets settled very quickly at the expo. It's super fun. After a short, like 10-second awkward conversation with someone, you're like friends for life, right? There's so many people that I now know. Also, we work in an industry where like so many of your relationships are social media based, and that's where you found people, and that's how you've interacted like forever. And then all of a sudden to be in one spot with all those people and be forced to have normal human interactions again was pretty great. So I love it. This is actually, you and I were talking earlier, like it's a nice situation, but like I'm taking the family to the Olympics this year, and it's going to be the first one that I'm not at ever. I'm excited to be like, whatever. I'm excited to be going to the Olympics, but man, it sounds stupid. Oh, you're going to be in Paris. You should have a wonderful time. And I'm sure I will, but man, I'm going to miss the expo. I love it. It's I don't know. It's my favorite. Weird that like a weekend in Canton would be your favorite instance of travel throughout the year, but it really is. I absolutely love what Bob has created.
What's funny, sorry, Mike, is that this is going to be my first one, and I was going to be like, hey, I get to meet you this year, Andy. But I haven't made the other ones because I have a week in Fire Island every year, that exact week, and I can never, change that. This year, I'm turning 50 that week. It's my 50th birthday is that week. And people are like, so what are you doing? Where are you going? I'm like, Ohio. They're like, what are you talking about? I can't be more excited because generally this Podathon is a month before the expo every year, and there's this momentum, and people are always like, Sal, you got to come. I want to buy you a drink, and I never make it. So I'm so pumped to go. I'll miss getting to meet you, but I feel like after I go this year, I'll be there every year. I want to be back every year, so I look forward to that.
I also, what a treat for you to get to meet Carrie Markham for the first time. She's like the glue that holds the entire fantasy industry together now. Like there's just a recurring cast of characters at every expo that I look forward to seeing.
So we will say we are going to get you there in spirit, Andy. I'm not going to spoil any surprises, but we do have some things in the works. And the Olympic story is a little bit far-fetched for when you said, can you get me a good excuse for avoiding Sal Lito's first time at Expo? But it was creative, and I appreciate that.
I believe it was mentioned in the last segment that you have Mike has like a powerlifting background. Mike also has like a track and field background, and a pretty impressive one at that. That he doesn't like to get into. But my family, huge track and field fans, and we're going to go to every night of track and field in Paris. I'm looking forward to it.
I feel like that was really Mike's been tracked in fields.
So Josh, you guys are going to have a blast. Steve, is this where we tell you we're leaving it open for you?
Yeah, you guys just need to let me know. Don't just do it. You got to tell me, give me the audio cue that this is my turn to talk. Thank you, guys. Andy, I've been a big fan of yours, obviously, throughout the years as well. I've listened to a bunch of your podcasts every fantasy season. This last season, heard you a ton on Christopher Harris's football podcast. So I want to ask you a couple questions. I don't know if anyone in the chat has heard this, but Andy's got some pretty strong feelings on geese. And I would like to hear some of those. I would like to hear some of those now, please. What have geese done to you, and why do you hate them so?
Yeah, I'm actually like this Tuesday. I think the Harris Football Podcast is coming back after its usual summer hiatus, and I am going to drop a scorching hot animal take on the upcoming Harris podcast. So like whatever, I realize the possum people are mad at me and the geese people are mad at me. I got a very special animal take for you on this one that I think is gonna try. And I didn't even think it was a shocking take. And I'm at dinner the other night and I dropped this take, and apparently I have like my worst animal take is yet to come. Geese is what you asked about. Yeah. Geese, at least like city geese in Chicago, they don't obey any of the posted signage on the lakefront trail. First of all, so they're assholes for that. They're just rude. They hiss at you. They travel in, what do we even call them? Do we call them, what is a bunch of geese?
Gaggle.
A gaggle? I think it's a gaggle.
Is it a gaggle? Let's call it a gaggle. There should be something a little bit, I don't know. There should be something a little bit more vulgar than that. I'm not aware of any like positive benefit to society that geese provide. I've never heard of one. I doubt one exists. And they're just rude. They're just big, rude birds that will hiss at you and not get out of your way. And I see, I don't know. I see no benefit to them. I'm sure there's some weird bug they eat that the goose people are going to tell me about. I'm sure they poop something out that's really valuable, but I don't want to hear about any of that. They're rude. They are rude in public spaces. Look at Mike's shocked face.
I'm actually Googling the positives of geese, and this is live. This is a live show, but yeah, all they can say is they eat weed. So basically, they're just rude lawnmowers. I don't know if they're necessary, to be quite honest.
No, if anybody's ever had a child play a sport and you've gone down to the field on a Saturday, Sunday morning, it's covered in geese shit. You have to try getting out of your kids' clothes.
Yeah, like seagulls and geese are the ones that you got to chase away from whatever field your kid is playing on. Yeah, I agree.
All right, well then we'll switch back to football now. Where are you drafting in the Scott Fish Bowl? What division did you land in, and where are you drafting from?
Yeah, Chicago Live Draft. It's a couple weeks out, and I'm in the Ferris Bueller division, which, come on, Ferris Bueller does not have the cultural relevance of Sex Drive. It's crazy that there's no Sex Drive division. I'll just throw that out there again. I'm picking ninth, which not ideal, but I think it's close to where I was the year before. One of my Scott Fish Bowl traditions is that I don't usually figure out the bizarre scoring situation until like the night before. But I have done a little look ahead this year. One thing I haven't done is I haven't like mocked a fishbowl draft. So I have no idea what's going to be there at 9, right? Like I think I want a bunch of, I don't really like any sort of tight end premium scoring, but I recognize that I'm probably going to have to go that direction. I don't know who's going to be left. Maybe it is going to be Mike Gesicki. I have no idea like what tight end is going to be there for me. I think that's probably where I'm going. But I'm really not sure. Like it's also at some point it becomes kind of a low stakes draft because your odds of winning this thing or even really making it, I don't know. I've made a couple of nice runs in Scott Fish Bowl, but not, I've never really threatened a title or anything like that. Your odds are so vanishingly small of winning the thing that you might as well have fun. You might as well get players you like, and you might as well do something wild.
Let me say that, and people might get mad at me, and I hope Scott is taking some time to walk away from this and can't hear me, but I hate everybody that mocks in the Scott Fish Bowl because you guys don't do the same thing in the live drafts that you do in the mocks. Like every year, this data comes out, and people are doing this, I'm going to go this way, and then the real Jeff comes like, oh, I can't do that, and I hate it, so I hate it.
So, yeah, we're also like, I don't know. I feel like there's enough people who, when they actually get in the live event and they have to do the thing later on where they like post their team screenshot on social, like they don't want to have picked the weird team that they picked when they were mock drafting, right? Right? Like they're not totally ready to do that. I'm not ready to show you like 4 tight ends off the top. Yeah.
Show me 4 tight ends. What are we talking about?
So I was just going to ask Andy, since we do have people in the chat that have back-end access to the Fishbowl, are we renaming Ferris Bueller to Ezekiel or Ms. Tasty? Which one would you prefer?
Either one would be completely fine with me. The other thing about the Chicago Live Draft is like the draft itself is just kind of a sideshow. We're all there for the raffle. It's probably the most hardcore raffle environment that one can enter. I dominated it last year. Anyone will tell you that. Anybody who doesn't tell you that is a liar. I'm looking at you, Wendy Early. Yeah. So like we're all there for the raffle. And then there happens to be a very pleasant draft that follows.
Someone in the chat said, do you think that Will Levis could kill a goose with a football?
Yeah, I think I insulted the Will Levis people the other day. So this is like 2 scoops of things that I dislike. Yeah. Do I think? Yeah, I think he could kill a goose with a football. That might actually make Will Levis useful to society in a way that he has not previously been.
I take that to believe that you're not a fan of the Tennessee Titans offense this year.
Like it's, I don't know, it's fine, but like, have you like, are you guys like proactive Will Levis drafters? I don't know, outside of a single game last year, I don't know that I really saw it. I had somebody try to convince me the other day that he's going to be a big rushing threat. I don't know. That'd be great. I'm all for like more and better quarterbacks. I just haven't really seen it with Will Levis, and I think I insulted him maybe excessively the other day on the Yahoo podcast, and for that I apologize. I don't think of Will Levis the way I think of geese. It's not like
So how exactly, and as an analyst, do we foresee Will Levis becoming a rushing threat? Like, is there some scenario where he learns to run that I've never seen before?
Yeah, no, somebody hit me with his college rushing touchdown total, and attempted to project that to whatever. That'd be great if Will Levis fell in the end zone 5 times. And in fairness to this gentleman, like it's Tony Pollard on the goal line as the other option, right? So maybe there is a scenario like where Will Levis has to take over touchdowning responsibilities. It would be great. I am wow, this was super weird that we ended up talking about the Tennessee Titans of all things.
Of all the things we've talked about, the Tennessee Titans is the one you're sticking out as being super weird.
Hold on, there's somebody still in the background, and look who's with them.
Oh my
gosh. Oh my gosh.
Hey, buddy.
Ming the Merciless has joined us for a brief moment. He got up. He was sad. He was sad that he missed out on Andy Behrens. He heard Andy's goose take.
Yeah,
he could take out a goose. He's pretty
is
sure.
He with me? Bet he's with me.
Do you have a take on large cats, Andy, while we're talking animals?
I love them. I love that one. The photos of that particular cat over the years have been some of the greatest things on any of my social feeds. So I'm deeply appreciative of that cat. Man, that cat just keeps like, man, that is Jabba the Cat right there. That is amazing.
He has nothing to say. What do you got to say?
Oh my God!
He just heard the goose tape, got up. I felt like he needed to get in on the goose talk. Oh, excuse me.
Well, creative.
That's just a beautiful creature.
Yoga. Oh, Rico Dowdle. Somebody wrote Rico Dowdle in the chat.
My God. Yeah, actually, that's probably right.
Oh, Zeke is
Rico Dowdle.
We got that going for us. Who removed Bob? It wasn't me. I guess he just quit.
No, I think he just left. He just came in to show us the cat and left.
Yeah, I think the cat wanted out of there. The cat was like, "What? It's time to feed me."
So what day? So the Olympics. So let's talk a little bit more about the Olympics. So you track and field, it's favorite event. You have tickets for every track and field event. What else?
We have tickets for every night of track and field, and they keep slowly releasing new events on Thursdays. I still have to check in this week. I think there's one more thing I can buy, but we're trying to get to a handful of things that you would just never ever see in any other circumstance, right? So we have like rhythmic gymnastics. We're gonna do, I believe, a round of I think we're doing the bronze medal round of table tennis and maybe the bronze medal round of wrestling. So I'm looking forward to that stuff. Like, I don't know. I went to Iowa, so I've been immersed in wrestling culture at various points in my life. I have been to live wrestling matches, but it's been a long time. So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, we're doing some of those things too.
I'm an old school, just absolute lover of the Olympics, right? Like I would, in my summers, in my youth, sit there for 2 weeks, just not move off the couch. That first year they came out with the 3 channels, and it was like, that's the most amazing thing. Well, maybe parents paid stupid money for that thing. And so I'll be immersed in it myself. I was supposed to go. So my oldest daughter, the year that she turned 16, the Olympics were going to be in Brazil. And she didn't want to have a Sweet 16 party. She wanted to go to Brazil. And I was like, all right. So we were ready to book. And then there was all kinds of water issues in Brazil at that time. And I was like, Madison, I don't want to spend the money to go there and kind of be stuck in our room and not be able to enjoy everything. So I never made it. So that's a goal of mine to go in. So that's really awesome.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I also like all those, like it's just one of those things where there are sports that you don't even think about them for 4 years, and then when they are on live during the Olympics, you and the rest of your family just decide that you are absolute experts in judging them. I love those too. Like I love all the diving things that I am in no way qualified to judge, but I immediately slip into expert mode, having not thought about the sport for years.
Oh, too much splash. How do you make that much splash?
I can't tell you if I had $1 for every time I yelled "she's running" during the power walking events. It is a fairly regular occurrence that I yell at my TV. That is a run, and I am certain of it.
How long until pickleball is in the Olympic field?
Dear God, that's probably going to happen, isn't it? Like they have like breakdancing is part of it. There's some wild stuff that's a part of it right now. So I don't know, 4 years? I don't know. Can they squeeze it into the LA Olympics? I mean, that's happening. That is for sure happening.
So
as well.
I'm from New York City, and I saw the breakdancing the other day on ESPN, and I'm like, there were people on the streets of New York City that will absolutely murder the people that are like they would crush them. Like it was good, but it wasn't. I've seen way better than that here in person. But I can't.
Okay, you're actually making me look forward to it, because knowing that breakdancing is also going to become one of those things that we can all immediately judge perfectly as if we have a background in it. Yeah,
I'm ready. Andy. Be ready to go.
So how can you watch Step Up to the Streets and not be excited for breakdancing in the Olympics?
So, Andy, serious question before you go. Any chance that you were able to score tickets for the 3-on-3 basketball?
We do have tickets to the women's gold medal basketball game, which I'm super excited about. That was one of the first things that I snagged. I do not have any of the 3-on-3 stuff, which disappoints me a little bit. But the women's gold medal round is going to be pretty exciting.
That's amazing.
Oh,
I want to make sure at least got one.
Mike, when you told me to pick up on your cues earlier, I was going to say I had such a bad run in betting in May that I finally started betting WNBA and actually started winning. But it was overs and on point totals and stuff like that. And you were getting Caitlin Clark's numbers and Aaliyah Boston at low numbers for a while there, where you could just parlay them together, and they were hitting daily. It was so much fun. And then I lost one by half a point, and I drew the whole thing. I was done. That was it.
The first time I really dove into, and it's not like I threw a lot of money on the WNBA or anything, but the first time I really got into betting it was the year the Chicago Sky won, like 4 years ago. Kalea Copper's point total just never moved, and she went through like that was her breakout. She was like the MVP of the finals. She was incredible. And she was just a badass scorer who was crushing her point total like all the time, and it just did not move throughout the playoffs. So that was like the one instance I can remember where anything WNBA related was just really easy money, and that never comes up in betting.
So I said it earlier, and we have a new tradition this year that just happened, is bringing on the next guest while the current guest is still on. So here is Mike Wright having a drink, probably just water, right? Mike's straight-laced guy. And Mike, we figured you might want to say hello to Andy Behrens.
What's up, Andy B? How you doing, my man?
Hey, sir. You're too late. I've already claimed Bob Harris's appearance fee, so that's not on the table anymore. Sorry.
What's that, like $5 to $6?
Bob brought the cat on too. The cat's appearance fee is
$8.
4 figures. Bob's is $5.
If we're paying the cap by the pound, we're screwed. And we're broke. So before we jump into Mike, I have this thing I'm supposed to do, and my iPad is of course not opening. We're supposed to read about our sponsors. So our guest, which is the FF Hitman Mike, right, is brought to you by CampusToCanton.com, a website focused on all things college fantasy, including Dynasty, Devy, College Fantasy, and Campus to Canton leagues. Campus to Canton is the fastest growing format in fantasy where your teams have college and NFL lineups. And as college players enter the NFL, they join your NFL roster. Visit CampusToCanton.com as their team of experts brings you articles, podcasts, exclusive AD, industry-leading draft guides for Devy, college fantasy, freshman, and supplemental drafts, cutting-edge tools, including the revolutionary new draft assistant tool, and the deepest set of college rankings anywhere. Check out CampusToCanton.com today. I'm getting good at those reads. You guys might want to, bring me on board over there at Yahoo.
That was a pros read. That was an excellent read. Right.
It'll be the only one, Andy. Just tune in around like 9 p.m. and watch how far downhill it goes and how quickly
it deteriorates very quickly. Andy, I said it earlier. It's the first time I've gotten to speak with you. So really, really, it was a great time. We hope you come back every year. And I hope that you get back out to the expo next year and I can meet you there in person and shake your hand, sir.
Yeah, pleasure to connect with you guys. Thanks for everything.
Yep.
Good luck, Mike.
See you, Andy.
See you, dude.
I go get my kid. Mike, have fun. I didn't want to drop out without saying hi. Enjoy your segment. I'll be listening to it in the car.
All right, man.
I don't feel like I added Scott, so I'm very confused why he's there right now. But Scott is at the live Vegas draft, Mike, which is kicking off as we speak. They're drafting Scott Fishbowl today. There he's gone. There we go. Beautiful. So, hey, bud, welcome aboard. Been a minute.
What's up, buddy? How you doing? And just for the record, dude, it's 9 a.m, so this is coffee.
Coffee, water, coffee. Yeah, and I always love that you generally you join us outdoors on the patio, I presume, the patio.
Yeah, I got the misters are on so I don't spontaneously combust. So hopefully they're not super loud or anything.
What's the heat out there like today?
Well, it's Arizona in the summer, so it's got to be over 100 already.
Are you guys looking to get roasted this next week? A little more than normal? I know up here in Northern California.
Emotionally or physically?
Both. Yeah.
It does actually. It humbles you pretty quick each and every single day. We've already had a couple days of rain. So what a lot of people don't know about Arizona is like usually starting late July and August, it's monsoon season, and we get these like big storms. If you've ever you ever seen The Mummy when the huge dust cloud is coming? We call it a haboob, which is a new thing because we used to just call it a dust storm, and then in my mid-20s, all of a sudden they're calling it a haboob, so that's what we call it now. But we can get storms like that, so we've already had a couple
new things that pop up every year. I remember a few years back when the first time I heard bomb cyclone or something along those lines, and I was
the winter cyclone thing, whatever it was.
Yeah, and I was actually trying to get to San Diego. My son was playing in a volleyball tournament in San Diego, and we knew this thing was coming. And so we tried. I went all the way to Newark, by the way, worst airport in America. But I left New York, went to Newark to try and get out early. And as soon as we got there, we were told the flight was canceled. I stayed in a hotel in Newark for 2 days. Eventually got back to Long Island and never made it to San Diego, which kind of sucked. But yeah, bomb cyclone. Which how we come up with new things that didn't exist.
I don't know, but hold on, we gotta go back. So I'm not a New Yorker, but I've been to New York quite a few times. I would say,
there, my friend.
Yes, yeah, I would say that both of your airports are buttholes in America, but Newark is actually the fastest one to get to. At least that's always been my experience. So I'm like, well, if I have to go into a butthole, I'd rather go as fast as I can, right?
Yeah, JFK and LaGuardia are not ideal. So I grew up on Long Island, where we actually have MacArthur Airport.
There's an airport there. Okay.
It's small. It's it's like flying out of Burbank. If you've ever been to LA,
yeah.
Burbank as opposed to LAX. It's like that kind of concept. You walk out onto the tarmac, so it's way easier to fly. So we've been spoiled by that. You could shoot to Florida quick flights out of there. But yeah, no, New York, flying anywhere in New York, out of New York.
Yeah.
But speaking of those live appearances, I know you guys are doing one late August, right, in Arizona.
No, we're in LA.
Oh, it is in LA. That's right. I was
Yeah.
correct about that on the show the other day. And is that tied in any way to Scott Fishbowl? Is there something going on with that? And
So yeah, there we are. We don't have all the details of it yet, but there is something percolating. Something will be happening with Fantasy Cares and like I think a couple special experiences related to the live show. So I can't fully announce anything right now, but just know that something is going to happen. Say like we are, we try to make sure we're working with some charitable folks, and Scott Fish he's that guy. And he kept begging. He's like, please do something with my charity. And we're like, fine, Scott, we'll do something.
that was actually a perfect impersonation of him. He is a bit wild. No, I was on the show with him the other day, and I know there was mention of it. So, I don't have to tell people, hey, follow the fantasy footballers. Everybody's following the fantasy footballers. There's not a person playing fantasy, except for maybe Matthew Berry, who's not following you guys at this point. I mean, you guys are, a standalone in the industry, right? You got a lot of these people come on. Andy does an amazing job. He's with Yahoo. Harmon's with Yahoo. Liz is now with ESPN, and everybody's affiliated. But you guys are the ones that created a standalone entity in the fantasy footballers. And I still get to listen to you guys in the gym, usually a day late at 5 a.m. at the gym in the morning. And it's a pleasure to see you guys succeed because it's so well done. And I do, one of the things I don't like about you guys getting really big is that you don't come to New York anymore because you're like, we don't have to.
It's actually not that at all. It is 100% related to, like, we did 2 years. We did like a 5-stop tour, and there's a bunch of factors in. Like, number one is, we all have 3 kids, so it's like this huge ordeal where it's like, okay, well, in the middle of the summer on the kids' spring break, dad's gonna be gone for a week, to go do all this stuff. So you miss out on some of that time, which is that's a bummer. And then just honestly, like, the show, like, everyone sees the show or hears the show, not everyone, but you know what I mean? Like, that's what's forward facing. And behind the scenes is we're running a business, and like, business wise, it's actually extremely difficult to do the live shows. Like, it takes up way more time than people would probably think that it takes to do all the planning, all the logistics. And then you have to like talk about it on the air. And you're like, well, when we talk about it, then we can't be talking about, hey, I hope you pick up the Ultimate Draft Kit. Right. So it's just, it's a balance of things. And so we've kind of hit, and we know where people are. We know where people are listening. So everyone who's mad that California is getting the show again, it's like, sorry, man. Like we know where people are who are listening to the show, and LA is kind of like the only place we can do a show of this size and magnitude. But super pumped for it. This is the 10th anniversary of the podcast, which is insane. That we're heading into a full decade of this beast, but it's going to be great. We'll have some surprises planned, and if you can make it out, ballerslive.com is where you get the tickets. I think we're like half sold out now.
Well,
That's
I might
awesome.
I might have to fly out there for that. I have a daughter that lives in LA. It'd be a good opportunity to be like,
Come on out, brother.
All right, Mike. You mentioned how big the Footballers podcast has gotten over these last 10 years. So,
well, I didn't, but
Sal did. Sal did for
yeah,
you.
Sal
He did it for you. So I'm sure you get this reaction anytime you guys put out any type of content where you're talking about any kind of specific player, especially on Twitter. You're going to get this kind of reaction. So I'll ask you from something that recently posted from you. Why do you hate CJ Stroud so much?
Yep. That I knew that was going to get the people upset because it upsets me, man. Like, CJ Stroud is awesome. He's a really good quarterback, but it just comes down to how the game works and functions. And right now where people are taking Stroud, which is as a top 5, sometimes a top 4 quarterback, is the bet. Oh, what's up, Mr. Scampers? Thank you. The bet on Stroud right now at his ADP is he has to be like Patrick Mahomes level of prolific fantasy type numbers of throwing touchdowns, really, because he's not going to run. I gave the stat on the show when I was talking about I don't like his ADP is that these elite ceilings that we see from quarterbacks, it's mobile quarterbacks. People, if you're familiar with the game, you know that. But what you may not realize is nearly 30% of the production from an elite season comes from legs, like that comes from their mobility. And CJ Stroud was under 20%. He's not that's not who he is as a player. So it just comes down to making a bet of will he be in that range of those pocket passing quarterbacks? Is he going to be the one who hits that? He has the season. He has the magical season. Somebody will. I'm not denying that. And I don't deny the fact that it certainly could be CJ Stroud, but on a probability wise, I'm not going to guess my 4th round or my 5th round pick that CJ Stroud will be the one to do it. Meanwhile, Jordan Love going multiple rounds later outscored CJ Stroud last year points per game. Brock Purdy points per game outscored CJ Stroud last year. So those are shots you can take much later in the draft, and your opportunity cost of missing out on those players in the 4th or the 5th is just, it's not for me. I know that the Stroud hive, they're still going to go. They're still going to be drafting CJ Stroud. And this will be one of those oh man, I could eat so much crow on this take. I'm not saying it's a definitive. I'm saying based on the research and history, it's a bad bet.
Well, I mean, it's the reason why you're where you're at, Mike. You make these calls, and sometimes they win, sometimes they lose, but you stick to them. You have fact-based evidence as to why you feel that way. So
yeah, the my Trevor Lawrence take from last year worked out, and now everybody hates him.
Yeah, yeah. No one talks about Trevor Lawrence. So where does that bring someone like Jaden Daniels, where he's going to have that rushing prowess, but he's a rookie. He's going to be his first year on a team that is not necessarily great. But a lot of people thought the Texans weren't great last year either. So that shouldn't necessarily matter. So where do you land on someone like Jaden Daniels as opposed, in that same kind of framework of talking about how much rushing is important to the quarterback these days in fantasy?
You better draft some Jaden Daniels out there, people. He's going at such a point in the draft. Maybe come August, when all the normies come back, maybe somehow his ADP jumps up, but I don't see it making a huge, massive jump from where it is right now, which is at a fantastic spot. I wouldn't mind because he is a rookie and you may not be comfortable starting him week 1. I totally get that. One of my favorite approaches right now is draft Jared Goff and Jaden Daniels, because Jared Goff's first 2 games, boys, absolute chef's kiss of an opportunity for Jared Goff to be at home versus a bad defense, which that's when our boy comes through. That's when Amon-Ra St. Brown eats, and then just have Jaden Daniels there on your bench and see what happens with him in those first couple weeks.
The crowd loves what you're doing today, Steve. I'm just going to let you keep going.
What can I say? Like I said, you get me in a good peak zone for about an hour and a half, and then everything else is just nothing. So last year I did that same thing with Jared Goff. I drafted Jared Goff, and then I took Anthony Richardson much later, which was awesome for a few weeks. And then, hopefully he's coming back this year, and we're going to get a full season of Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, I'm all in on Richardson.
Everything he showed last year was awesome. So Fishbowl, I ask everybody, what division are you in? Where are you drafting from? Who are you looking to get in your first round?
We are in the Marty McFly division. We're over on Sleeper because I'm too old to figure out MFL. And I think we're right in the middle. I think we're 5 or 6, something like that. So for the first pick, I don't even know. We'll figure that out. But we're right in the middle.
So have you looked at the changes for the roster and the scoring at all this year?
Yeah, it seems like don't tell anyone, but when I looked, I think kickers were going to get 3 points for extra points. something like that.
You get the yardage, that whatever the yardage is of the kick. So even on extra points, it's like 3.3 of whatever the distance that the kick is.
Yeah. You might want to draft some kickers because if you're getting that many, like get the kickers on the high-powered offense. They're going to score you a bunch of points.
Yeah, Scott is always in search of balance or messing with people. Return yardage is big this year. There's no negative points, which in the past, when the quarterback threw an interception, it was a pick six, you lost 6 points, So you've got to always stay on your toes. Don't presume it's last year's scoring. I was going to say I'm jealous of the Marty McFly. Back to the Future is like my favorite movie of all time. But I'm in New York City, and I'm drafting live in New York City, and I'm in the Michael Corleone division. So, and I did tell some people that I would have a gun hidden in the bathroom at that place. If you snipe me, be prepared to.
Whoa!
By the way, I saw Back to the Future on Broadway. Tremendous. They managed a full DeLorean on stage, lifted. What they do on Broadway now is tremendous. 100%. I give it definite go see it if you're in New York City. 100%.
Okay, I'll put it on the list. We're huge Back to the Future guys. Back when it was like when the podcast first started. I don't remember which anniversary it was, but they brought all the movies back to the theater, and so there was a triple header. Me and Andy went to that thing. I had my orange Marty McFly puffy vest on, which it was super fun. But man, by the midpoint of number 3, it was like I'm going to sleep.
Oh, you're wearing your life preserver.
Yeah. Yep.
Did you see that trailer? That make pretend trailer for a part 4?
Yep, sure did.
God, that made me so excited, even though I knew it wasn't real. I was like, God, this would be so great. But yeah, to me, the original one, it's legitimately a perfect movie. Like the concept, the way it was put together, it holds up through the test of time. I can watch it over and over again every single time.
It's fantastic.
All right, that's all I got, Steve.
Oh my God. What is one movie, Sal said you could watch it over and over again? What's your go-to movie that you can watch no matter what? Every time you see it on, you're like, all right, well, this is just what I'm watching.
So a couple movies come to mind. So Die Hard is my favorite movie. I can watch that thing absolutely nonstop, and I'm not trying to get the dumb argument going, but I do watch it every single Christmas when the wife and I are doing the wrapping of the presents. Every single year, Die Hard goes on the television. But let's see. Oh, what was I going to say? Oh, somehow The Departed is like what if I'm going and The Departed pops up, I'm like, all right, I guess this is what we're doing for whatever it is. You're like the next 2.5 hours, the next hour. Something magical about that movie, man, where I want every time I see it, I don't seek out to see The Departed, but when it is offered to me, I'm like, yeah, let's watch The Departed, man.
Yeah, it's got such great twists and turns in that movie, and it's another one that doesn't get old. For me, aside from Back to the Future, A Few Good Men, I could watch the whole movie, specifically that one courtroom scene. To me, that courtroom scene is so damn perfect. And I've watched a lot recently. It actually came out, I'm pretty sure, the year I graduated high school, which was 1992. It was 1992, for those of you who are listening at home. Where Jack Nicholson, he shot that scene multiple times, repeating it verbatim, just so you could get the different reactions of the people in the courtroom. And they were like, Jack, do you want to record one of these? And he's like, don't worry about it. This is what I do. And then he nails it when they actually record it. So and he's in both of those movies, The Departed and that. So he's just so great.
Nicholson's fantastic.
Yeah.
Steve,
I would say our good friend Kareem in the chat, he mentioned it. Gladiator is one for me. Every time it's Gladiator on, I'm going to watch it.
That's a good one.
And a new one for me that is a movie that I missed when it came out. I didn't even see it until like last year, is Interstellar. Every time I see Interstellar on,
brother,
I'm just sucked in. And it's like they're doing the 10-year anniversary release in IMAX this year, and I'm like cannot wait for it, for a movie that's 10 years old. And it's just like I cannot believe I missed it. I feel so like I let down a lot of people. And yeah, amazing.
I was so all in on not that I'm out, but just like when Interstellar came out, saw it in the theater. I mean, and it's such a good movie because messes with your mind, and then I mean, and it punches you right in the heart, man. You like, if you're a father, good luck making it through the him watching the video of his daughter talking to him without breaking down into primordial ooze and you're just destroyed. But dude, I was so in. I pre-ordered because it wasn't even available. It's this big old book, like The Science of Interstellar, because like I'm a science and space nerd. Like I love learning about all of that stuff, and they were as thorough and careful as they could possibly be with the science that we have right now to talk about black holes and all those things. So that, I mean, the book is fascinating. It's a little bit above my pay grade, but there was still a bunch of really interesting stuff in there.
That's awesome.
Bob Harris put up Training Day. That's another one for me I could watch. I'm Denzel's maybe my favorite actor. I mean, currently past. I mean, Crimson Tide is another one with Denzel Washington.
Crimson Tide? Isn't that Harrison Ford? Oh, I'm losing here, bud.
No, Crimson Tide is Gene Hackman and Denzel Washington.
Oh, which one am I thinking of? I'm thinking of, it was like K8 or something like that, where Ford was the Russian.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't think I've seen that.
I know what you're talking about.
It's another submarine movie.
There were a bunch of them that came out at the same time. Submarines were real big in like 2012.
Yeah, they were real hot.
Submarine Run. You know, so we're talking about movies, and the movies is the theme this year. Somebody puts up Tombstone, Val Kilmer's greatest work. Clearly, they've never seen 1985's Real Genius.
Dude.
Fills with popcorn.
Real Genius, and what was his? Was it Top Secret? Was that the name of the spoof movie that he did?
Was that him?
Oh yeah, he's in. Yeah, he's definitely in one, where it's like very much like the Hot Shots style of movie. I think it was called Top Secret. I can see that because he was like an undercover singer, and it's ridiculous, man. It's very, very funny. Like, dude, those types of movies where it's just absolute stupidity of Airplane and Hot Shots, like that gets me good.
Naked Gun.
Oh yeah. Oh, naked dude, the umpire scene for Naked Gun that's top level, man.
They obviously missed Val Kilmer and MacGruber as well.
That's fair.
So Mike, you're known for the fantasy footballers. To the left, we have another type of football on. Italy's playing Switzerland in the Euros today. I'm a big soccer fan. What other sport do you get excited for? Is there another sport you get excited for, or are you just a straight football?
No, I love basketball. Like, I was growing up in Arizona. This was Suns town far before it was ever the Cardinals town, and it still is. Like, if the Cardinals are making a run or the Suns are making a run, there's a different feeling in the city when the Suns when they made their finals run a couple years ago. So I love basketball. It is unfortunately very frustrating of seeing how much refereeing can impact the game one way or the other. And the calls are always against me and my team. So we definitely never benefit from that. But yeah, I love basketball. I had a really big baseball phase back when who's coming out to see me? I'm on a podcast, close. My daughter's trying to sneak out. But big baseball back when Johan Santana was on the Minnesota Twins. And so I watched all that. I watched the New York Yankees destroy us over and over in the playoffs. So I've kind of fallen out on baseball, but playoff baseball is still one of the best sporting events you could watch.
An intense, well-pitched playoff baseball game is
Yes.
Is wild. And I grew up when the Yankees were winning, which was fun, and they haven't won in a while. And yes, they always seem to have Minnesota's number in the playoffs.
Yeah, they did. That was brutal. It was like every year, man. Every year.
Yeah, and Johan Santana, the guy who threw the fake no-hitter for the New York Mets, That was a fair ball, by the way. It was. I'm just saying to Met fans out there.
I was already out at that time. I don't know what you're talking about.
Being a basketball fan, basketball is also my number 2. I apologize this year for your Phoenix Suns. I am a Timberwolves fan. So as sad as it was for them to go, it's been too far for me to care about any other fan base's feelings when they do well.
No, I have Minnesota roots, so that it's like I don't mind seeing Minnesota teams win, but it's also like I like seeing a new team emerge. You know, like this finals was brutal for me because Boston has won just too much sports. I don't care. Like, I get it. It's been a while for your basketball team, but you've enjoyed far too much success for sports. But then it comes out every once in a while on the podcast. My eternal undying hatred for Luka Doncic surpasses my disgust seeing Boston win again. So I was very much rooting for the demise of Luka.
What is it about Luka that you hate so much?
Oh man,
Where do you start? If it seems like it's a long list.
Look, I will start it with this. It is unbiased. I recognize that Luka is a superstar in the NBA. So none of my arguments are that guy actually sucks, because he doesn't. He's really, really good. But he's a big, fat, baby-faced whiner. Yeah. Whines about everything. And the fact that you had that end of the game in the finals where it was on display for the entire country to watch, and the entire sports shows to go crazy of his effort when he was falling down on threes and then getting up and whining because he didn't get a phantom foul call on it. It was so great to see. I mean, look, everyone's got whiners on their team. I totally understand and recognize that, and I look past the whining. But Chris Paul was on my team, yeah, and I liked Chris Paul then. But it was just like Luka to me is it's such an extreme example of if something is not going my way, it is everybody else's fault, and I hate it.
Hey, I just got a notification of something I should play, so you're gonna go silent for a second, but check this out.
All right. Well, graphically, that was really cool. I didn't hear nothing.
It was just the sound of the fire kind of spreading. There wasn't a lot of noise, but we have.
It was a lot better than silence, though.
It was a lot. We have a lot of great people working behind the scenes on a lot of stuff. Let's see. Maybe we can find him. Ready, Mike? You want? Let's see if you can hear this one.
I got to apologize. It was apparently on my end, because it gave me I thought the button that was tap to sound was on your guys' side, and you didn't click it. Somehow it was on me. So that's my bad, man.
You know, in the past, we've praised you for the good value production you guys do on your end, but this time we're gonna have to let you know.
You're bringing it, man.
It was all on you. You know, and Mike, we have a new tradition I started this year, which is bring on the next guest while the current guest is. You know Michelle and Kate, so they're here to still.
What's going on, ladies?
We're muted.
Oh, so yeah, sorry.
It's like a tradition. I'm old enough now that I've reached the point where like I mute myself and then I talk and somebody says, "You muted, Kate." Like I've reached that age in my life. I'm proud to say I made it this far.
I got a question here. What is the ball blast projection for Zach Moss this year?
Oh, RB1, of course. The RB1.
2,000 scrimmage yards, 14 touchdowns. I feel like I'm being
14. That's pretty low.
No, you're right. He's going to get 100% of the goal line work because Chase Brown,
No, I will have him as a RB10 probably, though. I will be higher on him than most.
When I projected him out and just over this offseason, I was like, I'm disgusted in myself of how in I am on it. Because look, I don't know if it's forever, but it's just like at least as long as I can remember now, it's like Joe Mixon is not good,
Yeah.
but he was great for fantasy because they keep giving him the ball over and over and over, and it's like how do they not do that to Zach Moss? So
I'm sure
We'll see.
Jason's over there looking at your projection like projectile vomit. But it doesn't like, you know what? Fantasy doesn't always have to be pretty. And sometimes the players you don't like score a lot of fantasy points. But
I'm ready to get my heart broken. It's going to be like the first carry of the season. He's going to have a season-ending injury, and my life's going to
knock on wood, man. Oh my God.
I'm ready for just like, I'm not allowed happiness in fantasy football. It's not allowed.
Yeah, I get it.
We were spreading this rumor earlier, and somebody put it on here. Taysom Hill is going to be utilized as a return this year just to mess with people with Scott Fishbowl.
Listen, that scoring in Scott Fishbowl this year is going to get wild with this drafting. I'm excited.
I just double-checked. Rashid Shaheed outscored Patrick Mahomes in this scoring
Yeah.
last year. Gnarly.
I've seen people talking about that of like how Rashid Shaheed is almost like you should take him with the first pick. You shouldn't, but but I mean like scoring wise because Scott just likes to mess with everybody.
I think that'll be the one people are talking the most about. Where is that first, return valued person going to go? Like he plays obviously wide receiver as well, but he's going to be known for that return yardage. And we've done it when Kelsey jumped up boards in the Scott Fishbowl in the past, the 101 in some leagues. I think that'll be the buzz this year on Twitter. And we used to always make sure that the Podathon was on when the online drafts kicked off, but now with all the live drafts and we want to be free to do the live draft, so we moved it up a week earlier. We got it before 4th of July. Let people go enjoy their long weekends. And we used to get all those updates. So back to Twitter for all that. And Fantasy Cares does live daily shows now. So, you'll get that stuff there. So follow if you're watching us on the Fantasy Cares YouTube network. Right now, 5,300 plus viewers strong at the moment watching.
Beautiful.
So we have more eyes, I think, than ever, more ears than ever, and it's because of this banging lineup that we've had nonstop, banger after banger. And with that said, Mike, you're welcome to stay, but I know one of your children was already trying to get to you.
Yeah, I got to go wrangle some children.
So always great to have you, Mike. You've been a supporter of us since year 1, and this is year 7. So thank you. Greatly appreciate it. If I can make it out to LA in August to see you guys, it'd be amazing.
Yeah, boys, ladies. We'll see y'all later.
See you, Mike. Good to see you.
Well, ladies, give me a moment to read our most current sponsor.
Please do.
And there we go. Podathoners, if you want to win your fantasy leagues, you need to visit goingfor2.com. Why going for 2? Well, because you can't go for 3. Going for 2 has some of the best up-and-coming writers who want to share their passion for the game with you. From redraft to dynasty to daily fantasy, goingfor2.com has it all, including live shows at Going for 2 Live, found on YouTube and syndicated on all major podcasting networks. Visit goingfor2.com today because no one remembers the extra point, especially when they miss them at the alarming rates that they miss them. Nobody remembers them. So welcome back, Michelle and Kate. You guys as well have been with us. Maybe not the very first year, but really at least 5 of the 7 years, I think you've been on the Podathon. Steve wasn't with us last year. So Steve has no idea, but I don't know if he was watching, that you followed the Yvette segment last year. And Yvette was I had never met Yvette before. I had never spoken of before. And she was so much fun, like an unbelievable amount of fun. And you guys gave a recap of that segment, which people talk about her segment and then your recap of that segment. She's on at 2 p.m. today. And she's out of the Cleveland. She's out at 2:30 East Coast time today. And she's out of the Cleveland live draft today. So I'll assume she'll have been drinking. I'll assume it will be a little raunchy. So, but right now we have you two. And what a pleasure to see you both. To see you both thriving. Mike brought up Ball Blast, but you both have other jobs. So tell us about what's going on in your world and your life, both, whatever you want to share personally, but what's going on in your work lives.
Yeah, I'm still working at NFL Network. I've been a researcher there now this is going to be my 4th season. just love the job. You know, I get to wake up every day excited about what I get to do. So it's cool. I'm loving it. And then I also do a fantasy football podcast with Locked On. It's the Locked On Fantasy Football Podcast. We record every single day. So there's an episode that drops every single day, Monday through Friday. So every single weekday, I should say.
Yeah, and I've kept myself busy over the last year. I've written for Yahoo. I've been writing for Pro Football Focus, doing the Pro Football Focus fantasy football podcast over with my good friend John Macri. Do the Locked On Dynasty podcast. So she does the redraft show. I do the Dynasty show with Marcus Mosher. And I actually have a really exciting announcement. I don't know if I'm supposed to drop it yet, but I have an exciting announcement about a new opportunity that I'm taking on here that's probably going to be dropping next week. So lots of exciting stuff.
Like Michelle doesn't even know what it is.
No,
He's got a face on it.
I don't know if I can say it. Can I say it? Should I announce it?
I mean, that's really up to you. We love it.
Okay, let's drop the news here. I'm super excited. I will be taking on an editing position with Yahoo Fantasy starting July 8th.
That's awesome.
Super
That's awesome.
excited. I'm going to work with a lot of talented people that I look up to a lot. But I love the back end of things. I've gotten to manage Behind the Steel Curtain, which is the Steelers site for SB Nation, and I've so enjoyed like the back end of everything. So I get to do what I love and continue to talk about fantasy football all day long, which is kind of the dream, right?
Yeah, I mean, one of the most fun things that have come from the Podathon and podcasting is, you know, in the first year that we podcasted, Matthew Berry came on, and Scott came on, and Mike Wright came on, and Liz, and they were already in the industry and succeeding. But that first year, we had Matt Harmon on, and Matt was really just kind of breaking his teeth. I'm talking like 2015, 2016. And to watch him grow into what he's become. And I mentioned Lawrence Jackson earlier, who's now with Matthew over at NBC and doing all that stuff. And Elliot Christ. Steve was the guy who turned us on to Elliot Christ in the year that he was doing all his college individual profiles, which was the year that Baker came out and he wore that terrible headband every but to watch you two grow and not stop. Like you had other jobs along the way, but you're like, no, I want more. And Michelle, you've landed a great job with NFL, so you don't want to move on from that. I get it, but Kate, I've seen you grow so much, and that's the most fun part about this is to see that Steve and I are running in place, and everybody else is really expanding themselves.
You're just keeping the treadmill rolling, man. Like I will say it's like amazing because I mean, so many people have just changed so much, not just us, but so many people have catapulted forward. But you really can't do it without the support of the community, just lifting each other up. So like we couldn't have done it without the immense support of everybody. Like shout out to Liz Loza, who I could literally call. Like I got laid off. I had my first industry layoff last year. Was super hard. Like Liz Loza took the time to like pick up the phone, pick me back up. Like so many people pick each other back up in these moments, and like, you know, putting in a good word for somebody that like you appreciate your work, like that goes so far in this industry because it is so much about like knowing people and making those connections. So like we've been so blessed in that regard to have so many people there for us, like, you know, just to lift each other up.
Yeah, and it's no doubt that the great people involved in Fantasy Cares are those same people. Like Liz is on the board at Fantasy Cares, right? She's one of those people. And she was first year we were on, came on, and we were terrible at our podcasting at that time. And I don't know, we're not much better now, but and I miss getting Liz on this Podathon because she did a segment at the airport one year, and it was Matt Harmon's segment. And she jumped on, and it was like year 2 or 3 of the Podathon, and she slayed it. And we want her back, but she's always traveling with her family this week. And I think her and her husband are celebrating an anniversary.
Yeah.
Weekend, and she's like, Sal, if I could get up early and find time on Sunday morning, I'll just jump on. She's probably not going to, and I get it. I love and respect her so much, but just the effort. But that's great to hear that. And I really don't think you find a more uplifting community, like you said. I mean, when people say, like people you speak to at work, and you guys work in a football, I work in a hospital, something I think you used to do, Kate, many years ago, right?
I left that stable nursing career for the roller coaster of football.
Yeah, well, when I talk to people at work and they're like, they play in a fantasy football league, and then I tell them, oh, we do this, and they're like, what? Yeah, there's this whole pocket. This pocket of niche that we're involved in, but it's really not small anymore. It's so grand, and that's why these jobs have become available, right? So many people. For me, I did have to make a decision a couple of years ago because I did want to go in this, like maybe try to make this a full-time thing. Unfortunately for me, I had kids in college, so at the time I had to keep that job that had
penny.
I had to keep the jobs that. So, and I'm not upset with my decision because I've actually progressed in my career to a level I never even aspired to. The last 3 to 5 years, we'll put it this way, in the middle of a pandemic in 2020, I switched over to work in emergency management in a hospital in healthcare. So that might have been the dumbest move ever, but it actually launched me to where I am now, which is an assistant vice president position in an admin at a hospital. And I never even aspired to that. So much like you guys probably didn't realize these weren't a thing. And it wasn't because it wasn't a thing at that time. I'm not upset with my decision. I still get to do this Podathon and hang out with all you great people. And I'm going to get to go to the expo this year for the first time and meet so many people. Will you guys be there?
We're trying to figure it out. We want to go really bad. We did not go last year. So we definitely want to get there this year.
I need to figure out. So this new Yahoo position, it's like a full-time role. So I need to figure out, I need to get in the groove of things before I decide to take off, to Canton. But I do want to go.
It was much easier in the past because we lived in Pittsburgh, so it was like a 45-minute drive.
Yeah.
So that was much easier. Now it's a little bit different having to fly there. But where do you live again?
I live in Brooklyn, New York.
Okay. Are you going to drive or fly?
No, I already bought my ticket. I'm flying. I don't like
You own a car?
What's that?
You own a car?
I have a car.
Okay. Well, I have family in Brooklyn and Bay Ridge, and none of them own vehicles. So
You know how far I am from Bay Ridge?
Are you in Bay Ridge?
Literally less than a mile. I
okay.
I live less than a mile from Bay Ridge. So
Okay, well, say hi when you see all of my cousins and my aunt and my uncle.
Tell them I'm coming over. I moved here 2 years ago for this job. I grew up on Long Island, and I used to do those commutes, which were 2 hours each way every day. It's horrendous. Your family will tell you traffic. That's why they got rid of their cars. But I barely use it. I train everywhere. I Uber everywhere. I get around, and I haven't driven much at all in the last 8 months. It just hasn't been a thing for me. So I get it.
So you're just a glutton for paying outrageous fees to store your car.
No, I'll let people in on a secret. So hospital.
It's not registered.
I have a $100 a month parking spot.
Wow.
Yes. So
I couldn't get that in Pittsburgh, let alone Brooklyn, New York. That is wild.
I got a shot of tequila for you, Sal. Laquan. Do you get to interact with Laquan?
I do. We're on the same team. He does more of the TV show stuff, where I do more of the writing, but we do work together quite often. When he says, "I have a White Claw for you," we're drinking White Claw over here.
Yeah.
Cheers. It's a little early, but
I drank Gatorade.
I just started drinking
those.
that.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
We got to last 36 hours around here. But I was out in LA 2 years ago. No, it was a little over a year and a half ago, and I went to a brewery with Laquan, with Matt Harmon, and with Sam Holt. So that was
a fun crew.
Awesome for me. To meet up with them. My daughter was with us, and she got to meet everybody, and we hung out. So great crew. Laquan will be on. I think it's later today. He's definitely on one of these 2 days. But
yeah, that's an awesome crew. I'm jealous that you guys did that. So when I went out to LA last year, and got to hang out with the people who I work with in my department, and it was just such a cool experience. I do wish I was out there getting to work there, but then at the same time, I don't want to pay those prices of LA, So it's much nicer to live in Houston and get to make the California money instead of having to pay
Houston prices.
Yeah.
Right, if you could find that. No, you're cracked the code, right? My daughter lives out there. She's a publicist in the film industry, so she's in LA for those reasons. She's got to be at premieres and she does all that stuff. She usually gets a film at the beginning, and we'll take it to release date, and that's kind of what our job is. But yeah, I'm super jealous of how they fly to the film festivals. I mean, literally in France, all over the place. She's doing way better than Paul.
That's awesome.
Well, it's all you want in life, right? I mean, look
Yeah.
at Steve. He's done nothing for me.
Guys, I was going to say, you got the terrible towel hanging out up there behind you. It looks like earlier this week you learned that you are not actual Pittsburgh Steelers fans. Is that what I heard?
What?
No. What?
Oh, because of the cash, the post office guy being a.
Oh my God. So that wasn't even I had the weirdest experience at the post office. So somebody.
That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, no. I'm saying I don't even like go to the post office because I'm
It's
you know
2024.
Yeah, I'm in 2024. Somebody broke into our community mailboxes and stole all of our mail. So it's been like this nightmare. So I go to the post office. I don't want to go to the post office. Nobody wants to go to the post office. And then they're dealing with like our broken into mailbox, which is just already a horrific thing. It was terrible and so annoying. And then this guy starts on me. You're not a real fan. And I'm like, I'm never wearing a Steelers shirt out in public ever again. I don't ever want to talk to another man over the age of 60 about football.
It's also so subjective to say who's the most famous Steeler.
Who's the most famous
Who would you
Steeler?
guys answer? Who's the
Who's
most
the most
famous?
famous?
There's so many answers.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Who's the most famous Steeler?
Of all time?
Yeah, well,
Well, I said right now, I was like TJ Watt, Cam Hayward.
Because he said right now, that's who it is, but he never said all time. But
He
like,
wanted you to say Terry Bradshaw. Is that who you
no,
wanted?
say Mean Joe. See, he wanted Mean Joe Green, and he said if she's a real fan, she would have known the answer.
He's not the most famous.
I know.
Thank you.
And then the lady behind me, she was like, I would probably say Ben Roethlisberger. And I was like, she's got a great point. Like, but he like harped on me. He was like,
You would have known his answers. Antonio Brown,
Bradshaw.
Franco, Terry Bradshaw. No one's naming me.
Nobody's naming me.
Palomalu, yeah.
Like the most famous Steeler. And I was like, maybe that's your favorite Steeler. I wouldn't say he's and I said, oh, you know what? Like fair answer is like he was, unfortunately so far behind, early before my time. And he said, well, nobody would be before your time if you were a real fan. And I was like, can I get my mail? Somebody go get my mail.
You guys live in
So yeah,
Houston?
I don't wear Steeler shirts out in public.
I don't blame you.
Was he an actual Steeler fan or was he just a jackass?
The fact that he mentioned Mean Joe Green, I think he's probably a Steelers fan because only a Steelers fan would ever be that big a jackass about me not naming Mean Joe Green as the most famous Steeler.
Fair point.
Antoine Randall L. Listen, he had some exciting plays.
Fast Steeler talker.
Come on, none of you guys are real fans, I guess, because we're all. I haven't seen a single Mean Joe Green here in the comments, but I appreciate like the richness of the Steel, and I left it. I left it very nicely. I said, "Boy, aren't we blessed to support a franchise where there are no wrong answers and there are so many right answers." And everybody was just staring at each other because they were like, "That was a weird interaction."
So Steve, you're a Broncos fan. Who's the most well-known Bronco of all time?
John Elway. That's an easy one. I think Broncos fans have it easy. There's one answer for us. So
I don't have it easy. I'm a Raiders fan, and for me, I immediately would say Marcus Allen.
There's no one. That's because there's no
Derek Carr.
But Derek Carr is clearly the answer.
That's so sad.
It is Jamarcus Russell. Jamarcus Russell is the most famous Raider for no good reasons.
I would say infamous, most infamous. But I was my very first football memory is Marcus Allen in the Super Bowl. So for me, it's that, right? It's whoever it was for you at the time. People will say Bo Jackson, but the reality is Bo Jackson didn't play that long because of the injury. He was amazing, but he didn't play that long.
I was actually just saw something that showed Bo Jackson's career stats, and I could not believe the number. It is people will rush for that. I mean, his career rushing yards is like 1,200. It's insane. It's insane. So yeah, it is like Michelle said. It is such a subjective question to put someone's fandom on the line for that answer. Is just like you're asking them to just agree with you, which is what so much of this. You see so much of that on Twitter. is like, I don't want your answer. I want you to agree with my answer. And like, that's all I want you to do.
I will say, I'm just like so over being like told to prove my fandom. Like there was one time we were out to eat and Michelle was wearing a 49ers t-shirt. She's a fake Steelers fan. Just kidding. She was wearing a 49ers shirt and this guy was like, well, name the college of every single O lineman. Like,
no, and then
he's not even a 49ers fan, by the way. He's a Saints fan.
Well, no, and he's had name. So I told him I was just like, like I was like, I work for NFL Network. Like I'm really into football. We were just chatting. He's like, well, name the center who plays for the Saints. And I'm like, why are you quizzing me right now? And I did ask him, I said, would you quiz me if I was a man? He was like, no, probably not. I'm like, then do you hear yourself? And he was on a first date. So I went to the girl and I said, red flag, run. Run.
That's the perfect response.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Mark Davis's hairline, I think, is probably the most famous Raider. The retro coach. That seems to be the correct answer that you were looking for, Sal.
Why is it the more rich that you are, the more desire you have to cut your own hair? It seems like all of the richest people in the world have the worst haircuts. It is insane.
All of the richest people I know are also the cheapest people I know. And you know why they get rich? Because they're frugal AF. Like my aunt, she has plenty of money. They, they're all into like investment banking and blah, blah, blah. And she is the first person to like Venmo charge me for $3. Like it's so funny, but I'm like, you're not hurting for money. But then I'm like, okay, well, think of all the Venmo charges I just let slide, right? I don't Venmo charge people. So I'm just like, I guess I'll go broke. And that is why I'm not a financial superstar and my aunt is. So like I think that it's the inner frugality of these people that is like, why would I pay somebody to cut my hair when I could cut my own hair and save $8? Like that I think is Mark Davis's whole vibe, right?
I think he loves the attention he gets from it.
It's a vibe.
Do you want that attention?
Who wants that attention?
You do not want that attention.
He wouldn't have it otherwise,
Steve mentioned Jamarcus Russell, and then I got an alert about Jamarcus Russell. I'm not kidding, just came through. Jamarcus Russell, former #1 NFL draft pick, was fired as a volunteer assistant coach at Williamson High School in Mobile, Alabama, and is facing a lawsuit accusing him of taking a $74,000 check meant as a donation to the school.
Oh no!
Just when you thought this guy couldn't be lower and worse.
Oh my god!
I just got that alert too. That's hilarious. Got fired as a volunteer.
That's a Friday level, the movie Friday level type of firing right there. How do you get fired when you're not even being paid?
That is hilarious.
That's crazy.
Some things happen, and I just feel a little bit better about where I'm at in life. Sometimes.
Yeah, it could definitely always be worse. Listen, life is good for me right now. I was mentioning earlier, my kids, and my youngest one's going to be 20 this year. So all my kids are in their 20s now. 2 of the 3 have graduated college. The other one is 2 years away from being done. And I am just like getting that time to travel and meet people and go to places, and it couldn't be better. So I said it earlier, go live your life. It's not waiting for you. Go.
I mean, that's part of why I took the leap to go full time in the industry. I left my little stable nursing career. And a big part of that, like my mom had just passed, and I was like, you know what? There is literally no time to not be enjoying. Like you need to just do what makes you happy as long as you're not hurting other people. Like chase the dreams, because you could, we could all be hit by a bus on like Monday.
Wow.
I don't know. We live in the suburbs, so do we have a busing system here? I don't think we do.
Wow,
so I probably won't be hit by a bus, but most people
Knock on
could
wood
be
now. You're gonna get
maybe
hit by a
the
bus.
trolley might come by, Kate. I don't know, but
okay, maybe like a tourist bus. I don't know, but I don't think we have city buses here.
Over here on the right is the home of Kate and Michelle.
Yeah, there's a map of like the stars.
Here's the world's biggest Steeler fan. He lives over here on the right. Don't meet him at the
Presumably. We'll see. The test results have not come back in yet.
They were
I have-
inconclusive.
I want to ask some actual Steelers questions. I have one of my best friends is a Steelers fan. They've had a little bit of a transition this year. Obviously, they've got the 2 new quarterbacks with our old quarterback, Russell Wilson. Then you've got Justin Fields as well. They've got a new offensive scheme going in. How are you excited about the Steelers? If so, how much? And what do you expect from them this year?
I think we're both naively excited, right? Be
Mhm.
like, it's the off season, you get super optimistic, and we're like really hoping for old Russ to come back. Now, I am interested to hear how you thought the Russ
Here's the
situation
thing.
went down with Denver.
My perspective is if I get 2023 Russ, that's a monstrous upgrade over what we had in
I'll just say
the last 2 seasons.
We're both so happy Kenny Pickett's gone. I shed tears when they drafted him because I absolutely hated him as a prospect. And I thought they were going to stick with him for the next. I thought he was going to be the next Derek Carr, where he was just going to destroy your franchise for 10 years. And then they got rid of him really fast. And I shed a tear when they got rid of him of happiness. You know, of
We
joy.
went out to celebrate. I'm not kidding.
We
went
were
out
like so pumped.
We went out for champagne.
We're so excited to see that man gone. But yeah, I think we're both really optimistic for this year.
Arthur Smith, like not a good head coach, but was a offensive coordinator that got a lot out of Ryan Tannehill, which makes me very excited for Russell Wilson because I think they both succeed with like the play action concepts. Like Russell Wilson, one of the best play action passers in the league last year, but like that is going to be baked into the scheme. Like they say, okay, well, he hasn't thrown over the middle. Well, he hasn't really had like, you know, let's look at, you know, since Jimmy Graham, he really hasn't had any like viable tight end. I think Pat Freiermuth, one of the best receiving tight ends that he's played with since Jimmy Graham. That's a huge upgrade. Roman Wilson, one of my favorite. So my draft day wish, and I had this, I called my father-in-law, big Steelers fan. He would answer Mean Joe Green to this dude. So like, I wish he was standing in line for me.
True fan.
But I said to him, my draft day wish list, I want Zach Frazier and I want Roman Wilson, but they're both going to go in the second round. And then they didn't. We got Zach Frazier in the second. We got Roman Wilson in the third. And I was the happiest. I was singing. I did a dance. Like I was so excited. I feel like the offensive line is in the best situation they've been in a long time. Obviously, you want a lot out of your wide receiver too, but Roman Wilson, I think, is probably one of the more underrated receivers coming out of this class. I loved, you know, him coming out of Michigan, you know, didn't have a bolsterous stat line necessarily, but none of the Michigan receivers or passers, like they just weren't a passing offense. So I'm very excited. I think it's Russell Wilson's job. I don't really think that there's really any sort of conjecture that there is like an actual threat for Justin Fields to take the job, though I love him.
I want to ask
And I
Steve
wanna
though,
see him.
what did you why did the Broncos bench Russell this year? Do you agree with their decision? Because he was playing just fine.
I think Sean Payton just did not like him.
I do think that there were definitely some personal things going on with that, with the way that was going, because they started off so terrible. I was all tanking for Caleb Williams. We were done. We were like 1-6, and then they went on that streak, and they did what all teams do when they do that. They gave us hope. They were playing well, and then then they got towards the end of the season. I think they realized that they weren't going to make the playoffs, one, and then if they were to make the playoffs, any type of push, that wasn't happening. They were not a Super Bowl team. And so, I think they use those excuses to bench him, because I think they ultimately, Sean Payton through the season, probably after those first 7 games, said, fuck it, I'm done. Like, I want to get rid of this guy. Like, that's what's going to happen. And then they started playing better. And so he took things into his own hands and got rid of him. I was, with what Denver had dealt with after Peyton Manning and until we got Russell Wilson, when we made that trade, I did not care how much they gave away. I was so happy and so excited. And then that first season with him and Nathaniel Hackett was just like, it was murderous. It killed me. So
go ahead, Steve.
I was when they came back this year and they started off 1-6, I was in that same boat. I was like, I'm done. Whatever. He's going to be gone this year. I'm so happy that the owner of my team also owns Walmart, so they're able to just cut bait on him and not care. And so they don't have to they don't have to do what the Steelers could have done with Kenny Pickett, where they sit and suffer with him for so long because they've got all this money on the books. They cut him, they got rid of him, then they made their next choice. They got Bo Nix. And so I think Russell Wilson will be good in Pittsburgh. But what do you guys do with Justin Fields, knowing that he's on the end of this contract? If he doesn't get any type of playing time, are you just going to end up cutting bait with him? Or what do you do with it? What do you do after this season if Russell plays well?
Yeah, that's a difficult. I mean, that's a decision we want to be in, right? If Russell plays well, like, let's go. I'll take that.
If Russell Wilson plays well enough that we don't see Justin Fields, that's
a win.
That's a win. Like, and
I do think they'll move off of Russell pretty quickly if he's not good,
Yeah.
right? They'll get Fields in there because they only have him for this year. They need to see what they have in him. So I think I'm not too worried about if we can't see Fields. That means that Russell Wilson did a fantastic job, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I think the whole goal of bringing in Justin Fields, I think he's a good backup quarterback, maybe not what the Steelers are looking for in a starter, because I think the Steelers are one of those traditional old school organization. They put a lot of emphasis on like the experience factor, the leadership factor. Those are all things that are in Russell Wilson's favor over Justin Fields. They put a lot of, emphasis on ball security. That also goes in Russell Wilson's favor. I think the whole goal of bringing in Justin Fields is to let him hit the reset button. He's also a better backup quarterback than they would have had otherwise. Like, see what you have, and really, if there isn't anything there, then like, okay, you traded a conditional 6th round pick.
Do you think
like,
Russell Wilson got on here to say that it's at the end of his career anyways?
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I put that up there. I don't agree with that because, and I met Russell Wilson at the Super Bowl this year, so I'm not name dropping. I want to tell you that I met his manager.
That's exactly what that is. What you
No, I'm going to tell you the story, Joe. I'm going to take it easy. I met his manager, and she told me she managed him. I told her I was a Raiders fan. She's like, "Well, I got to introduce you to him." So when I walked over to him, she had already told him that I was a Raiders fan. So when I said, "Hey, Russ, nice to meet you," he's like, "Raiders." I said, "Well, we beat you twice." He goes, "I didn't play the second time," and that was the game that he was benched in, Steve.
Dang.
So he drew that right out there. So I thought that was such a great story. I like Russell Wilson. I don't know why he gets so much hate. People don't like people who are good people. He's a good guy. So he went and got
he was an
married.
average quarterback like, even if you're just looking at the stats, like, he was an average quarterback. I also don't think he had the best personnel. Like, didn't have a tight end. I'm sorry, Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy are your benchmarks for like passing weapons. I just don't. Hey, Emma. I just don't think that like that is a adequate measuring stick for where Russell Wilson is at in his life, right? Come on.
So I had these guys in the background and rolling on with the tradition of new guests with the current guest, Theo and my man Memphis. Memphis and I go back, got to be 2016, 2017. We'll get to that old business in a minute, Memphis. But Michelle and Kate, really great to have you ladies join us again. I hope you figure out a way to get to Canton, but I totally understand if you don't. Life gets busy. Life gets in the way sometimes of the fun, but I'm sure we'll come across each other somewhere, sometime, at another place. Again, happy to see the success. Keep it going, and we'll be following on the socials.
Bye, guys. Thank you so much for having us. I do hope to see you in Canton. I think we'll be there. I think.
All right. Awesome. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
All right, you two, don't open your mouths yet. I got to read this. This guest is brought to you by yardsperfantasy.com, where the content is all about you, literally, at yardsperfantasy.com. Sign up for a full-length podcast episode about your fantasy football league. Fill out a brief form, and actual analysts from Yards Per Fantasy will break down each team in your league. Personalized podcast episodes include player takes, trade advice, draft strategy, team outlooks, and they don't pull their punches. Sign-ups are happening now, and there are limited spots available. Head over to yardsperfantasy.com to get started. It's good to see the Yards Per Fantasy guys because they have been a sponsor for many years. And it's just nice to see them coming back and having more success. And just like our guests that are here now, that have been here before. Theo, you've been on with us before, right?
Yeah, last year we came on. It was our first year doing it, and it was a lot of fun. Today I brought my man Memphis Young of the Dynasty Warzone, one of our best Dynasty shows. Super stoked to be here. Super stoked for the Scott Fish Bowl to start up again. Always an exciting time.
Yeah, and of course Memphis. I mean, again, we go back to the mean streets of Twitter.
Yeah, at SFB 7, whatever Al Bundy division was.
Division. I went to the semifinals.
Yeah, you beat me.
You came in second place of the division. I was the champ, so that is true.
That is true.
Yes, sir. And Memphis and I have the other connection. My son was there he goes, Bo knows. My son was a longtime travel baseball player, so we had that connection too because your boy plays ball. And
That's where I'm going when we're done here.
Yep, I know you're big with that. So how old is your son now?
Almost 17. We're doing 16U this summer.
Which is wild because my son will be 23 this year. And so when we started, I think Steve was my son's age when we started this. Early 30s, right? Steve, were you like 30, 31 when we started?
Yeah, right about, let's see, when was that? 8 years? Yeah, 31.
Well,
I'll be 30. I'll be 39 this year.
Well, you're like Benjamin Button. You age in reverse. You look younger than the last time I seen you.
Well, we haven't seen him in 2 years, so he might have had some work done.
That's true. Yeah,
You
just a
never
little
know.
bit.
So yeah, my son graduated college recently. He's moving on to real life now, and it's just wild to see the years go by and everybody's still plugging away here in the fantasy industry. So I thought you had one more guy coming with you, but that'll just give you guys the opportunity to actually speak.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
He's going to do an old school pro wrestling run in here in a little bit.
Did you see where I was last night?
I did. That's why I used that reference. You and your son were at the pro wrestling show, and was at Madison Square Garden?
I was at MSG last night, the original home of WWF. When we were kids, it was WWF. It's WWE now, and he's a big fan. I was a huge fan as a kid, and I got out of it as I got older. But he's into it, so that was one of his graduation gifts. We were on the floor, right where the wrestlers come out of the back. So I got a nice close-up picture of Paul Heyman being taken out in a stretcher. He got wheeled right past us. It's just, listen, when you're there and you're watching it, it's pretty cool. Somebody brought up the Polish Power. You guys remember this guy, the Polish Power?
I do. I remember because you and I are about the same age, so you and I would have loved it at about the same time. I was hyped for you. I don't watch it like I used to. We'll still use some references on the Dynasty Warzone here and there, but yeah, like the Macho Man, the cream will rise to the top, a classic drop. We use it quite a bit on the soundboard, but what I took away from that, besides you were having fun, is that you're spending time with your kid. And to go back to how long Sal and I have known each other, his son was approximately my son's age when we first met. And to think that he has had a successful baseball career and then went on to graduate college, man, the time just flies by.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. And good kids. I've been fortunate to have really good, healthy kids. 2 of the 3 are completed college. One more has 2 years to go. And I can't stress enough that it's the most important thing in my life, to spend time with them, to make sure that they're in the best position possible for their own success. Everything I do every day is geared towards that. And, if you got that going on, those are the type of people I relate to. And I think that's why we've always gotten along so well.
Except you beat me in the Al Bundy division. Not that I'm holding a grudge, but I remember.
I grew up wearing old number 33, so it only makes sense.
Polk High's finest.
Polk High, legend.
Wait, let's talk about my favorite. So Married with Children is great. And we had Matthew Berry on, which, by the way, if you don't know, Matthew Berry started out as a writer on Married with Children. If you don't know Matthew's history, he wrote a few episodes before writing one of the Crocodile Dundee movies. So that was what Matthew did before he went full-time into fantasy. So there's an episode where Kelly goes on a game show, and Kelly has the capacity to remember only a specific amount of information. So when she learns something new, she forgets something old. So when she gets on the show, they teach her how to press the button. That means she has now lost a piece of information that she previously had, and she kills it. She crushes it. Al's in the crowd, and the final question is, who scored 4 touchdowns in one game for Polk High? And she does not know the answer because that was the information that she lost in that time. So that was just, I don't know why that stuck with me all these years, but I love that episode.
Oh, I remember that episode. I'm just as big of a fan as you. The quote from the show was when you have a shot glass of a brain and you pour in a gallon of information, there's going to be some spillage.
Incredible memory for Al Bundy quotes with Memphis right there. I gotta say, Memphis, like off the cuff, that was really good.
I don't know if I'm impressed with myself that I've retained that memory for the last however many years, or I've lost something else that was more important, like my wife's birthday. I don't know.
That's right. That's right.
Just
the
don't
things
lose
you
the
could have
life.
learned in order to retain that Al Bundy information.
It's critical.
All right, I'm going to jump into some SFB talk. Theo, what division are you in for SFB, and where are you picking from, sir?
I am Henry Hill division, and I grabbed like one of the last spots in the Henry Hill division. I went back and forth, but Goodfellas, greatest movie of all time. Very cool that they are that was the way that they set it up this year with the movies. I actually went back and forth. Memphis and I both love Marvel movies, so like I was going to do one of them. And there was a ton of different divisions, but then I was like, Goodfellas, I'm hopping in. And I'm in the back. Last year I was towards the front. This year I'm in the 11 or 12 hole. So we obviously haven't started up yet. But I like it, it gives you a little bit more flexibility. I felt like last year Billy Muzio and I decided we're taking Travis Kelce at the 101. And we both did that. We had that strategy. And you just feel like you kind of get a little boxed out with like the third round reversal, drafting from the early spot. But this year, I think there's flexibility in the back. You can really win from any spot if you draft the correct players. But yeah, I'm excited for it.
Memphis, what about you? What division are you in? Where are you drafting from?
Well, I've got to give a shout out assist to Ryan McDowell. I was one of the people, I was having trouble getting in. Every time I tried to click the link, it said this page is not available. I tried Sleeper. I preferred MFL. Ryan reached out. He's like, what division you want to be in? Because, I don't want to hold things up. I'm like, Ryan, I trust you. Put me in one. And I am drafting 10th in the Cheech and Chong division on MFL, which is great. I grew. So when I was a kid, Cheech and Chong was forbidden. Like we had HBO, but like that was forbidden. So of course it meant I automatically had to watch every Cheech and Chong movie every time it was on, period, in the discussion. So it was a great choice by Ryan McDowell. And I'm in a group with a bunch of good guys.
Up in Smoke, Nice Dreams, Corsican Brothers. Which one? Because like you said, we're about the same age, and my dad was a Cheech and Chong fan. So
Up in Smoke is by far the GOAT of those movies. I mean, that's the
true,
standard bearer.
But my favorite is actually just the one with Cheech Marin, which is Born in East LA. Because he was born in Los Angeles and they deported him anyway. And he didn't know Spanish. It's a tremendous movie.
It is very good, very good. Corsican Brothers is underrated. If you don't know that one,
very much so.
And the other one could feel what happens miles away until they find each other. So great, great. There's some great one-liners out of those movies as well. So yeah, we really are about the same age. Jeez, I'm going to be 50 in August, Memphis. How old are you?
I'm 47.
Yeah, so same time zone.
Yeah.
Theo, you want to spit it out? You want to spit out? Steve said he's going to be 39.
Yeah.
42.
42. All right, so all in the same neighborhood over there.
We'll see if we'll see if we get this mystery running. But I know he's in that pocket as well.
Mr. Kelly, he still keeps his boyish looks, though. He does look a little boyish.
I had the pleasure of meeting Matt in person. So we brought the Dynasty Warzone to Player Profiler a year and a half ago, and it's been nothing short of tremendous. And I will tell you one thing about Matt Kelly that people may not know is he's a first-class dude, and he does everything first class. He rented this big, huge house just outside of Detroit, had everybody there. I walk in, I meet Matt Kelly. He is a much bigger man in person than you would ever think he is watching him on YouTube or listening to him as a podcast. He's a very tall, athletic fella and a good guy. And I really hope he makes it because he would also have some takes on Cheech and Chong, as well as Al Bundy, I'm sure.
Matt,
yeah, that was for our coverage of the NFL draft. That was a lot of fun. Memphis, Matt, we had a packed house. It was really, really good time. Cody Carpentier, Matty Kiwoom, that was loaded. That was a blast this year. We went the year before and did it in Kansas City, but the vibe in Detroit was unbelievable. And the house was super cool. So a lot of fun hanging with Memphis.
I said earlier in the show when we had Adam Levitan and Matthew Berry was still hanging around that I don't want to work for any of those companies. I just want to come to the hangouts. So that sounds like I don't want to do more work. I just want to be privy to the hangouts, and that sounds like a lot of fun.
With Matt Kelly, real quick, last year as football season is just getting started, I was scrolling through Twitter. Of course, I see his ugly mug pop up on one of those videos of one of those little quickies, and so I click on it. It was a Sunday morning. I'd just woken up, obviously getting ready to do lineups, all that kind of stuff. And it is just a good 2 minutes on like, this is your last chance to pick up Devon Achane. And I was just like, oh, okay, like that. All right, I'll go ahead. I don't have him on any of my teams. Went through my redraft leagues, added him to the bench. And that was the game that he exploded for his 4 touchdowns and that was it. And I had him for the rest of the year. So like the amount of times that he's called some obscure, or Devon Achane wasn't obscure, but just somebody that was a waiver wire on people's benches, just somebody that wasn't one of those big names that's ended up popping off and hitting, is like you can tie those guys to Matt Kelly's name year in and year out. It's amazing.
That was one that we moved up in the dynasty rankings pretty highly, and then that was Sonic Truth. That was Matt and I and Alan Soslowski on that episode, and we were just like pleading with everybody, this is your last chance for Devon Achane, and that's one of those ones where we got a lot of compliments after. You can't get them all right, but the timing, we pushed him during the summer. I remember how many arguments I would get in with people. It was Devon Achane versus Kendre Miller, and I was on the Achane side. And, I took some flack for that with the, low BMI versus Kendre, and they were going about the same range of rookie drafts. And when you hit ones like that, it's good for the brand for sure, but you can't get them all right, right?
Absolutely. You're not gonna. I mean, you have to talk about everybody. So when you're in this industry, you're required to talk about every single person. You're required to have an opinion on everyone. So the hit rate's not going to be there. But when you land someone like that, and when for me, it was just so immediate from me picking him up that morning to him exploding that afternoon. It was just like, well, like those are the moments that you live for in fantasy when you get that guy. And he's the number one waiver wire on that, for the following week, and you picked him up that morning, and he's not available for anybody.
And I'm absolutely back in on him this year. This has been like a constant. I think this is one of the biggest like hot button names right now. Is some people see Devon Achane in the third round in some leagues right at the 2-3 turn on Underdog as like either the greatest value ever or a player who we're going to fade this year. And I'm on him as a guy that I want a lot of exposure to. I think there's very few players in that range with the ability to potentially finish first overall in points per game at their position. And if it all clicks for him this year, I think he could be right around where he was last year, 17 points per game with room, to get up to be a 20-point per game scorer. So we're very much in on him still. It's still a little bit polarizing with him, but I love the player.
What's up, guys? Wanted to come on and say hi. If they let 10-year-olds drive, I'd be, I would have been here a little earlier, but had to drop the kids off.
Oh yeah.
So, always love seeing you guys. Theo, I just wanted to jump in quickly and you talk about HM, but how are we feeling about them bringing in Jalen Wright? That made me, and I was on HM last year, that makes me a little nervous that we're getting similar type players. And do you think they're going to split them more to keep the wear and tear, or how do you see that breaking down?
So for me, I did a handcuff rankings article and like some work with that this year. And Wright is like the only number 3 back that is a priority target right now. I do view him as that, though. I think Miami has 2 clear roles when we roll out for week 1. Raheem Mostert and Devon Achane. Both of those guys are in your starting lineup without a doubt. But Jalen Wright gives you the contingent upside for both of them. And with Devon Achane, it's a slighter back. Even if he's put on some weight, this is a guy who could potentially miss some time. And Raheem Mostert, as effective as he's been the last 2 seasons in Miami, you're talking about a older running back who had missed a ton of time early in his NFL career, season after season after season, and it's sort of just fallen into place in Miami. So for me, Jalen Wright has a chance to earn a weekly role, but I think that it's more likely for him getting opportunity because of one of the 2 missing, and that's the way I'm treating him. When I draft Devon Achane, I love adding Jalen Wright later on. I've done that in some FFPC leagues. You take Achane in the 3rd, Wright's right there for you in the 10th or 11th round. If Mostert goes down, I've got 2 starters. And if not, it's an early kind of handcuff, but one with exceptional upside because we think Miami could lead the NFL in points per game as a team. And Wright, if Mostert goes down, steps right into that role, and it's sort of wheels up. He'd have potentially some big-time breakaway ability. We think Wright can catch the football. And they gave up a 3rd-round pick to get him. But I do believe it's more of this is the long-term answer to replacing Raheem Mostert. Raheem Mostert last year gave them top 3 running back production. He's an older back. They're just going to keep the wheels churning. Devon Achane is not a guy that's going to be ever a threat to kind of lead the NFL in carries. They need to mix in 2 running backs to keep him effective, keep him fresh, and get those kind of high-value touches for him to make these explosive plays. So I'm in on drafting all 3, and I don't mind drafting 2 of them in any particular draft. The price is right to double down on this backfield.
I love it. Yeah, I mean, I love the confidence. I'm a little nervous because Miami's adding so many weapons. And week in and week out, I never have any idea how they're going to deploy them. Like I said, they're all explosive. But man, in weekly games, and especially in something like the Fish Bowl, where I'd have to look at what their playoff schedule looks like who they're going to be going up against. It's just that boom or bust that will either A, propel you in a tournament like this, or B, sink you. And I love swinging for the fences or something like this, but man, that backfield makes me scared because there's so much speed, so many weapons. I mean, people are even forgetting about Jalen Waddle being there. We talk about Tyreek. There's so many fast guys and so much speed that have that similar stature and similar explosiveness that the weekly projections have been driving me crazy trying to figure it out.
You had them finishing 3rd in the NFL in scoring as a team. They were 27.9 points per game in year 2 of Mike McDaniel. Mike McDaniel doesn't seem like a guy who's going to top out and settle in. It seems like this is an offense that could potentially score more. This is a team that I think could lead the NFL in scoring. They could be north of 30 points per game. I think it's a draft your Dolphins type situation. Waddle, you got to remember, Waddle, he's healthy now. This is a healthy Jalen Waddle makes this offense even scarier. And I think stylistically, this is the first time we've seen Mike McDaniel with a tight end of his choice in Jonnu Smith. So there's speed, there's talent everywhere. And I think it's sort of the pie can grow larger type argument where there's going to be more opportunities for lots of guys to score fantasy points in Miami. So I'm certainly not afraid to draft Dolphins at all.
Love it.
I'll be in Miami for the Raiders and Dolphins November 17th to watch the Raiders lose. That's my team. But if anybody wants to, you're in the Miami area and you want to meet up, parking lot, drinks, whatever, I'll be down there for the game.
Miami's in that sweet spot where they were awesome offensively last year, but ultimately they didn't really accomplish anything. So you don't have that worry of them having a hangover of them or them being like, okay, well, we did this last year, so we're just going to kind of do this again. They were awesome last year, but they didn't do what they wanted to do. So, and just from everything that you said about Mike McDaniels and what we've all seen from him on Hard Knocks and all of those shows, he doesn't seem the type to just sit back and be like, okay, I think we've reached the peak of what we can do here. He's going to be one of those guys that's turning dials and, twisting knobs, doing everything that he can for their offense to go to that next level. So I love it. Miami, plus you never have to worry about the weather. You got 8 home games. You're not going to be worrying about the weather.
Well, yes, you do. Go look at the last 8 games of Miami last year. We're talking about all this, that 20 points, 34. There's a good one. But then down the stretch when it got cold, fantasy playoff time, 22, 19, 14. When the weather gets cold, Tua turns into a pumpkin, and all you have to do is go back and look at that Kansas City game. He's cold. He's small. He doesn't have the arm to move the ball. This is why I mean, Miami's great to get you to the fantasy playoffs. Miami's going to be an uphill battle. I don't have their schedule pulled up. I'll pull it up here in a second. But when they've got to go to Buffalo, to New England, to the New York Jets, those are tough games because they're not built. Speed's great in October. Speed's cool in November. But you get into December and January, a.k.a. fantasy championship winning time. I just caution you real quick about overloading on Dolphins. I know Theo's Theo's mostly right because you got to get to the playoffs to win the playoffs. But this is the kind of team that when you need them the most, might not be there. Just look at Tua's points per game last year. Pretty simple. It goes like this.
This is the year, Memphis. They only have a cold weather game in the last up until week 17. That's where they play Cleveland, but they're playing New York at home, Houston on the road. Obviously, no concern about weather there. San Francisco at home. Then you finish 17 and 18 is Cleveland and the Jets. So that's when you really hit those problem spots. But you might get lucky. This is the first time I can remember in maybe the past 4 years they're not in New England in the fantasy playoffs. I feel like that's been a staple.
But also the teams you mentioned from a defensive standpoint, those are really good defensive teams. The New York Jets are really good defensively. Under DeMeco Ryans, the Houston has been really good defensively, and they added another pass rusher. 49ers? At the 49ers? Is that what you said? That doesn't sound like a lot.
No, home.
Okay, good. That's good. That's good. But I'm just saying, I get the Dolphins love. I don't get the Dolphins love as much as I get the Lions love.
Fair.
Tua looks great right now. Tua looks like a new person. Like this is the most we've seen Tua put work in, on his body that he won't even reveal how much weight he lost. But the guy looks good, Memphis. I know the whole Tua turns into a pumpkin. He's going to be at least a very a leaner pumpkin.
So was this year 5?
Yes.
Year 5. So all of a sudden the what was it, 17? So the 68 game sample we've seen for the last 4 years. Well, minus the injuries, of course, because we forget about those casually because he did play every game last year. All of a sudden he's a brand new man. Lose a few LBs. I heard this last year about Russell Wilson, who, by the way, the previous guest, they were talking Russell Wilson. I don't buy it. I don't buy the hype. Again, you got to get to the playoffs. Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, all these guys are going to be great. I just, between that schedule, I just don't love it. Just not as high as Theo. I'm more of a Lions guy.
Hey, Memphis, did you hear that? I didn't drop Russell Wilson's name. Did you hear that?
I did not. Oh, yes, you did. You mentioned that you ran into him in an event because you're a big to-do in New York City when you're not at pro wrestling events. You're at golf events. You're at baseball events. I mean,
this was in Vegas.
I'm waiting for you to be at the Met Gala in some ridiculous costume.
I did go to the Met here in New York City this year for the first time.
You and Little Nas X, you guys can have like who's wearing the most
right.
extreme costume.
I can't wait. I'm waiting for him to call me up. He does have my number. That was out in Vegas though, which I'll drop the ultimate. I did meet Joe Montana. I met Joe Montana at an event the night before the Super Bowl, which is like running into Santa Claus on Christmas Eve. It was insane. It was a great week. I met Todd Gurley. He appears to be out of work.
Todd Gurley's been out of work for a while.
Yeah. Hope he saved his money. Hope he invested that well.
Like 20, he's like 28 or 29 years old. Todd Gurley's still like
that's why I looked it up, Theo. I looked it up when I seen him walk in and so I see him walk in the event. I'm like, wait. I know what this is. And I'm running through a couple of different names in my head because, there's so many, we see so many players and they wear helmets, right? And I was like, oh my God, it's got to be Todd Gurley. So I did. I looked up like, oh my God, he's like 28. Like 28. He hasn't played in 2 years already. And I remember the Capitals Pigs Leagues. He was the biggest player being traded around so much. And I got rooked for him by somebody in that league. They clubbed me over the head for Joe Mixon. But good times in Vegas. Memphis, you can come hang out with me anytime.
Hey, we're going to, as my wife calls you all, my internet friends. I have met more of my internet friends in the last 2 years. Went to the initial Canton experience, the expo out there. Obviously did the draft with Theo. So Sal, you're on the list. You are someone that next time I'm in New York, I'm going to look you up. We're going to go get dinner. And you can take me to some of these fancy places, with my country ass.
Yeah, I'll take you anywhere you want to go, but get back to Canton this year. I'll be in Canton, so
that is my goal. The problem that I face with Canton is that's usually the same weekend as my son's birthday, and that makes it.
Really?
Yeah. This summer I think Metallica is playing that same weekend in Chicago. We're talking about driving up there, so it's a firm maybe. I mean, I get another chance to hang out with Theo and get a chance to meet you. I just might tell my son and wife have a great time.
I might just buy a ticket to see Metallica in Chicago.
That just fly into O'Hare. I'll pick you up on the way.
All right, Jets. Well, we're rounding out your segment. So I want to give you the opportunity, do a little promotion where people can find everything and the like, please.
Yeah, you can find all my written work at playerprofiler.com. You can find Memphis' show, The Dynasty Warzone, every Sunday night, Player Profiler YouTube, and anywhere you get your podcasts. You can find all of my podcasts as well over at Player Profiler YouTube, Dynasty Life, Sonic Truth, First Class Fantasy Press Coverage. We're putting out a lot of them. And we have our draft kit dropping. Sometime this week, we should be dropping it. A lot of work went into it. A lot of cameo appearances. We offer you a video version of it, in addition to rankings from Billy Muzio, who finished first in the Fantasy Pros contest a few years back, also as a second top 5. My rankings, Bradley Stouder's rankings. Yeah, we're just bringing out a lot of shows, a lot of high-quality content, and we think it's very actionable content at Player Profile that can help you win in fantasy.
And Theo did such a nice job of promoting my show. I want to promote one of our new partner podcasts, which is the FF Dynasty, because those guys have been friends of mine almost as long as Sal. So when you tune into Player Profiler, whether it's YouTube or you listen to the podcast, yes, you get every show. And I recommend, if it's your kind of fantasy football, try it. But if it's not, listen to it anyway, because sometimes it's just fun to hang out with those co-hosts. And you have like a better than average chance of running into Theo, because Theo hosts like every third podcast on Player Profiler.
That's right. They
Awesome,
keep me busy, guys. They keep me busy.
Well, listen, you're doing great work, and people tune in when you're doing good work. So thank you so much for joining us today, guys. Memphis, we'll be in touch for sure, because we're getting older. We got to meet before it all ends.
You got that right, brother. I'll catch you over there in New York.
Enjoy the rest of the weekend, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, guys.
Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you.
Appreciate it.
Sorry, I just screamed in excitement.
You screamed in excitement, really?
I did. So I've decided recently that I enjoy sports memorabilia. So I have nothing in my house, like nothing of my own. I don't collect anything. I don't do anything like that. So a buddy of mine put me onto some breaks on TikTok. I don't know if you guys have ever seen any of these, where people have these mystery boxes where they do these breaks. Long story short, I just bought into a break for $120, and I just won an authentic autographed Bo Nix jersey. So I'm very stoked. I've also gotten an autographed John Elway jersey, authentic, and Terrell Davis and Pat Surtain. So like my collection is growing.
Cool, man. That's awesome. And yeah, I've seen them. And Russ has his own card breaking site. In fact, I have the obviously you're going to see my face disappear for a second. It is TKO Breaks. TKO Breaks, Dynasty Outhouse does that there. I'm trying to figure out what this thing is on my screen here, but while we do that, take a look at this. Value, and you come back at Josh and Laquana in the room. I'm really good at this stuff, guys. I'm telling you, gentlemen, welcome aboard. Give me a minute to read our latest sponsor before we get jamming into your 30 minutes. This guest is sponsored by the Dynasty Rewind, a fantasy football podcast that entertains and informs listeners with the best rookie breakdowns and strategies in the industry. The Dynasty Rewind team consists of host and founder Michael Bauer at Rewind CEO, at Nate Christian at Nate NFL, and we strive to provide you with actionable advice and have fun doing it. For all things rookie-related, strategy, team building, and so much more, the Dynasty Rewind has you covered. For even more access to our crew, head on over to Patreon, patreon.com, Dynasty Rewind, now offering 10% discount for yearly signups. And as always, be kind, please rewind. And up on the screen, we have the auctions, which are ongoing. So you just get your little phone out there, scan the QR code, and we have all kinds. Somebody asked me earlier if I had an autographed jersey. I have no idea what's actually up there. I'm not running the auctions. So, but Bob popped that on for us, and there's a Ray Finkel jersey in there. So there's a Jason Voorhees jersey in there. If these are all things we're giving away, this is
the
awesome.
Fletch jersey is awesome.
Which one?
Fletch.
Oh, Fletch is up there. Bobby Boucher is up there. Ricky Vaughn, Coach Kine. Very, very awesome. All right, Bob, you put that up there. You want to take it down now? I'm going to have to go up top to where Bob put that up now. Remove it. Talk amongst yourselves.
Yo, what's up? What's going on, guys?
What's up, guys? Oh, we're going Mike solo.
Look at Mikey. Put Mikey's ugly mug up there.
I'm just trying to cover you up, man. That shirt was giving me a headache. I had to cover it for a second.
Oh, the shirt gave you a headache already? Oh, just wait until Canton, my guy. Just wait. It's coming.
Oh, dude. I got some fire coming to the house, I'm told.
Ooh.
We had a special delivery for Loud Shirt Day.
Is there an official day? Did I miss Loud Shirt Day? It's official. Like there's a day you guys do.
It's been Friday. We kind of been doing for the expo. You know, everybody shows up. You know, show some love and have a good time, man. And Sal, I gotta say, man, you said you're almost 50. You said you're almost 50, Sal.
I'll be 50 in August.
Man, you look good. You look like you're just coming out of your 30s, if anything, man.
I don't want to argue with you on this. You're right. Just thank you very much. Now listen. I'll be serious about something for a minute, and very rarely I am. On my 49th birthday last year, I was like, you know what? I want to be in the best health possible when I turn 50. So I've changed the way I eat. I cut alcohol out for a time. I am enjoying alcohol again for the summer, but it was a period of time where I had no alcohol for probably 12 straight weeks, which really helped drop some weight. I'm 30 pounds lighter than I was in January, and I work out daily. It's something that's just become very, very a part of my lifestyle. So thank you for acknowledging it. I feel good, and it's nice to hear that it's showing.
Listen, I'm on that same journey, and the time frame of where you said January is kind of when I made that change. I've lost 26 pounds since March, and I haven't had much alcohol. I've just kind of been working and walking every single morning, kickstarting my day 6 a.m. and I feel good the weight that I am now.
Yeah, you were already a handsome son of a bitch, so it didn't hurt. More weight, but Laquan, you and I met in person last April, I think it was April, out at the brewery in LA, which was cool. Man, we had a good time with that. I have some great pictures and videos of us taking some drinks. Steve, we did a little drink and wink together, Laquan and I. So
a drink and wink.
Good time. We got Harmon before he moved back over to this side of the country.
Yeah. As soon as I get here, he leaves. Like, do you see that? Yeah. Like, is he running away from me or something?
Yeah, he's trying to tell you something. Everybody was running away.
Come on, Matt. Bueno.
Listen, go around the table and tell everybody what you're up to. We'll start with you, Laquan, and we'll jump over to Josh.
Oh, well, man, I'm just working over at Rotoballer, man. I've been doing their YouTube content for a while now and just kind of pushing that, and I can't wait until redraft season hits. And then working at NFL Network, man, it's been great experience and the opportunities I've been able to get on the NFL Fantasy Podcast, which we're doing twice a week. And then on Thursdays, we have the Cheat Sheet, which is basically a live stream where we kind of just hang out, talk movies, and we're trying to get out of the 90s action movies and kind of branch off for the film festival for Florio. But I'm just a 90s kid. I love all the action movies like Van Damme to Chuck Norris. Like that's the karate movies. That's all me in the 90s. But you guys can catch us every Thursday doing that.
Anytime I hear somebody mention you on the air and it's like that was Laquan's like supply, I'm like, I know him.
Shout out to those guys, man. I never expected, I never wanted. It's kind of like when they give me the shout out, it makes me feel really, really good that I'm doing my job in, I would say, in that capacity, to make that impact on some of the people I used to just watch on my couch, watch on TV and admire. And like those guys like Andrew Siciliano and Steve Weish and Brian Baldinger, he's a great guy, man. But I told him I worked at Tesla, but he keeps saying on air that I used to build Teslas as if I was some type of engineer. No, I'm an auto mechanic. I was just turning the wrench. I wasn't building these things, but I love those guys over there.
Josh, what do you got going on?
A lot. So I run Club Fantasy FFL, and I co-founded Women of Fantasy Football with Faith, and everything that we've done with Club Fantasy is really kind of like, helped the WAF movement sort of explode here over the last few years. And so, I mean, we're up to, I think, like 9 or 10 shows a week on our YouTube page at Club Fantasy. We do 3 different mock draft shows now, one of them being our Women of Fantasy show hosted by Wendy Earley, who just popped into the chat, and Julia Papworth. So it's been a lot of fun working with those two on that show, and all the great creators that we have and everybody that's so supportive of everything that we do. just kind of keeps the train moving, and I love doing this and love giving people opportunities. And that's honestly why I do this. So.
Let me tell you, I was out in Vegas for the week of the Super Bowl. I got an invite from a friend of mine who was actually doing an event out there, and he's like, I could use an extra set of hands. So I got a really unique opportunity to go out and work in Vegas for 7 days in and around the Super Bowl, and it was 6 days of Super Bowl parties, and I was working at them. I was there, and I just kept seeing all the women of fantasy football ladies out there who were getting into the events and giving a shout out to thanking for the opportunities that they were getting. And I love following that page on Instagram and seeing all the places that they are and what they have going on. But I can't not acknowledge that Scott Fish, the Raffle King, he's at the pool at what I want to say the name of the place right. It's La Circa, or how do you say it?
Circa.
Yeah. Scott, what's up? You're on mute.
Also known as Heaven. That is where I would love
It's extremely loud here, so I didn't think you'd be able to hear me very well. But I wanted to come on and show you what's going on here. It's absolutely insane.
That looks amazing.
Definitely tell you your face is way redder than it was when you were on earlier, so the sun appears to be strong in one place.
It is 108 degrees right now. So
God.
Good times.
So that is cool. That is the first live draft to kick off this year. I don't know what time the Cleveland one starts. Mike, do you know when the Cleveland one starts, or if it started
I think
already?
that already started, actually.
Yeah,
I've been seeing some
already
updates.
started.
I've got some friends in that one.
The Fort Lauderdale, I believe, is today also.
Fort Lauderdale is already started as well. I think they kicked off at 1, if I'm not mistaken.
Look at the boards. Look at that.
I think we're live.
You guys, sorry, Mike. I just was wondering if these guys are live drafting anywhere.
Say that again.
Laquan and Josh, are you guys live drafting anywhere?
Yeah,
or?
I'll be at the LA live draft. I think that's next month.
July 20th, because I'm coming.
Yes, let's go.
Yeah, I will actually be in New York in 2 weeks with you, Sal.
That's
I'm
right.
drafting out of I'm
do you
drafting
not
out
know
of the
these?
Blade division.
Making
in
your
NYC.
rounds, the world tour.
Yeah, I'm going to be in Orlando next weekend for their live draft, just kind of hanging out. I've got some people on it that contribute with me over at Club Fantasy and WAF that are going to be at the Orlando one, and it's not a far drive for me, so I tend to go up every year for that. And then Faith got us some plane tickets to head up to New York, and I'm like, all right, well, let's go.
Faith has been talking a lot of trash in the New York City chat. A lot of things coming out of
Faith definitely talks it up. I unfortunately haven't really gotten too much into the chats. A lot of behind the scenes stuff kind of keeps me really busy, and but I tend to read quite a bit of it as it happens. So, but yeah, Faith is a talker. Let me tell you.
Sorry, Mike, I cut you off, but I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to point out, like, one of the things I love about our guests is how unique each one of you are and what you're known for. And Josh, obviously you're known for, promoting women in fantasy football, which is super important. LQ, you're known for loud shirts and cranberry juice. I mean, so that's what I mean by like the diversity of our guests and what they bring to the table is so different. But, one thing I wanted to point out is that we follow women in fantasy football. We all do. And if you don't, you shouldn't. And this year we tried to put together the best lineup we could. And we used to do a women's power hour. This time, we cannot fit the amount of amazing female analysts into any kind of time category anymore. They are spread throughout. There are so many amazing people that have come through that we see promoted in women in fantasy football. So I just want to say thank you for all that you do and all that your brand does to promote equality, and the amount of analysts that have come out of that, what we've seen from the galvanized movement. It's just been amazing, man. Just absolutely incredible. And I can't wait to celebrate all of them that are coming on throughout the next 36 hours.
I appreciate that, but in all honesty, it's nothing without great people like you guys and everybody else in the community that continues to support everything that we're doing. Because at that point, it's we're falling on deaf ears. So thanks for responding and being supportive, because that's what it's all about, and just trying to give more people more opportunities. Everything that WAF does, everything that the Cookout Group does, Chris Allen. I know a lot of people are involved. There's more than just a bunch of white people that do this stuff. So give everybody some time and their place in the community. So,
hey guys, I'm going to put this back up for a second because I just saw Bob post about under an hour on certain jerseys, and I want to scan the code myself if I can. And I think it's being blocked by the thing at the top there. They're a little too low for me, and I'm gonna go bid on them and raise the price up on these things. We need to bring in more money for these jerseys. There's some really nice jerseys out there, and there's 4 of them that have under an hour to go, including Ray Finkel, Squints, Coach Klein, I believe. There's good stuff. Oh, and Ricky Vaughn. They're definitely worth more than what they're going for right now, and there you go. So they're currently they're a steal. Steve, you want to win today, Steve? Go buy one of these.
Get after it. There you go. I mean, can we get LQ to sign his shirt and auction it off? I think.
Oh my God, no!
Come on, buddy, make it happen. You've got 12 of them. We both know that. You wear them to breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day.
I went to the grocery store in this shirt thinking I would look ridiculous, but then as soon as I walk in, I hit the first aisle. I see another dude with a Loud shirt. I'm like, "Hey, man, I like the shirt." And he's like, "Hey, I like your shirt, man." Those are great moments.
Hey, it could definitely happen. Those types of like novelty pieces, they do really well, LQ. So sign it, auction it off. The very first year we did the Women of Fantasy raffle, we actually did. We
Nobody wants my shirt.
Lauren sign a bottle of Tito's that we auctioned off, and it actually raised more money than any of the pieces of memorabilia that.
You know what? I'll do it. I'll do it.
All right, Bob, put it on the board as
shirt.
Matthew Berry say, put it on the board. I want an LQ signed shirt, buddy. I'll give you one of mine in Canton, even though I know you have 50 of them. As a replacement, if you need it.
He can't afford to drop down to 49. Okay, that's the thing.
This man legit, like, we will leave George's at like 3 a.m. He's wearing a Loud shirt. I pick him up for IHOP at like 7 a.m. He's got another Loud shirt on.
Ready.
Hair is fresh to it. I don't know how he pulls it off. But like the man never doesn't look this way. Like, in how many years have I known you, man? I've never not seen you done up like this.
Listen, man, we go back, man. It's just something I like to express myself, man. The Loud shirts, man, and I love that I could spread the love too. You know, going to the expo, seeing everybody enjoying it, like it's really amazing to see.
Now, let's just clear the air because we did have a guest on earlier, the true Loud shirt king of Canton.
Last year it was Andy. But I'm not giving him no credit because I already DM'd him and said he had the quiet shirt on for the Podathon. Very, very disappointed. This is the big stage here, my guy. You got to come up here with the Loud shirt if you're going to have the title and the championship. But this year for Expo, I'm showing up for the title and bringing it back home, baby.
Oh, just know I sent him your text. I said, bro, I was like, you didn't impress everybody. You did okay. But there were some unimpressed people in the audience. So I sent that out.
I had to get right in his DM ASAP.
Oh, yeah, he already knew. It was over. I had changed his name to Quiet Shirt because, it was disappointing.
Oh, I love it. Sky looks like he's having a great time over there, man. Like, I wish I was there.
It's incredible here. This is absolutely unreal. They had fishbowl logos up on the big stadium swim screen.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
It's starting to feel like this thing might be getting a little bit big, maybe a little too big.
Scott, how many drafts are going on there right now? It can't just be one, right?
3 right now, and then when these are done, we'll have more. But yeah, there's a lot of people, and this one's kind of
gotta love it.
Yeah, a lot of people hanging out, jumping in the pools, watching sports, drafting. It's a heck of a time. I hope more people come next year to this thing
That's awesome.
Or just go to live events. Laquan has a good time at LA each year.
Yes, amazing. Shout out Trophy Smack for the HQ, man. That was a hell of an experience.
It is.
You guys. I'm just registered.
LQ, do you feel that way sometimes too? That this is our job. We do this stuff for a living.
Yes,
it's a little insane.
It is, but you gotta love it, man. This is a good time, man. This is exactly what I want to be doing for the rest of my life, to be honest.
You don't want to.
Hey, if you're having fun, it's not really work, right?
What'd you say, Sal?
You don't want to build Teslas?
No. We're done. I'm never working on cars again unless it's my friends and family's cars. And of course, you guys get one free ticket. I could work on your car, diagnose over the phone, whatever the case may be.
Diagnose over the phone. That thing broke.
That's a big no-no in the industry. That's a huge no-no.
Shit's broke.
Dude, who's tired? You just get tagged in 14 times.
Oh
Someone's
my God. That was a crazy time. People were showing like, "Are my tires bad?" I'm like, "Yeah, you're about almost where it's bad to where you can crash. Like, get those tires." Linda, she finally got her tires done. Shout out Linda. Remember, I was on her about her getting her tires. I was like,
that was a
"Listen,
long saga.
yeah, it's been 2 weeks since you told me you're getting your tires. Where they at?" It's all about safety.
I'm gonna drop out, guys. So you guys have a fun time.
Thank you for
I'll
this,
probably
Scotty.
drop back in later, but football as well.
Enjoy.
Take care, Scott. All right. I guess we should.
Guys, I'm bidding on jerseys. You guys keep talking. I'm going to go get my credit.
All right, Laquan, you got all that Rams stuff behind you. Am I to assume that you are a Rams fan then?
Yes, diehard
Okay.
Rams fan. Yeah.
All right. So, what do you think about Cooper Kupp this year? People are they're fading him for two reasons. Obviously, the injury-riddled season he had last year, and then also the emergence of Puka Nacua. So, what do you feel? Do you feel that Cooper Kupp is a draft value this year because he's being faded a little bit, or do you think that the end is coming and the baton is going to be passed off to Puka?
No, I'll never quit Cooper Kupp, man, because the times that we doubted him before, he's bounced back from injury before and ended up as a top 5 wide receiver. These are these cases of where last season he came in a little banged up, and, Matthew Stafford had his thing, and then it's like, all right, let's hit the reset button. Puka Nacua is what he is. We have another valuable weapon. We've seen this offense be able to coexist together, where we had Robert Woods eating, where we had Cooper Kupp eating, where even we had Brandon Cooks eating as a trio. And I feel as though now you have healthy Cooper Kupp, man. He's a value in drafts at where he's going. You can go ahead and get Puka Nacua. I just don't agree that he's going in the first 7 to 8 picks. But I feel like Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp can coexist to where these guys are going to be on an offense that's going to be scoring a lot of points. So you can't bet against Cooper Kupp.
No, you can't. Do you think Puka is being drafted at his peak? Like, do you think he's going to eclipse what he did last year and pay off that fantasy, the value that you're paying to draft him as early as he's going?
He's definitely being drafted at his peak. I think people are banking on a Cooper Kupp injury, and that's why they're taking him in the top 7 picks, which I respect. I understand, with injury, you can't really predict, but I just feel as though I will back off a little bit, because what if Cooper Kupp stays healthy? They're going to balance each other out, where they're going to be averaging similar fantasy points per game, because even when Cooper Kupp came back, he was about a point off of points per game, where it's like, okay, let's just get Cooper Kupp healthy. Let's reset the season. Let's get this offense. Let's add some pieces to this O-line where Stafford's going to be protected now. This is the best the O-line has looked in a very, very long time. Kevin Dotson from the Steelers. We go out and get Jonah Jackson from the Detroit Lions. Like, this offense is solid with Steve Avila at the center, where he was a brick wall last year as well. So this offense, I'm just really excited to see it get it off the ground and go to get another ring.
So with talking about that offensive line, where do you land on Kyron Williams and their newly drafted running back Blake Corum, who obviously coming from Michigan? He's got the chops. Everyone saw him in that national title run. So how do you think that dynamic is going to work? Are they going to coexist together, or is Kyron Williams going to be getting 35 touches a game like he did last year?
Listen, I think McVay is going to ride Kyron as long as he can handle it, but therefore Sean McVay kind of been chasing this 1-2 punch for a very, very long time. It goes back to the Todd Gurley days with Malcolm Brown, where Darrell Henderson was in the mix, and then you get Cam Akers, and every year we've been drafting a running back to kind of be able to step up to be the security blanket for that back that ends up, getting injured. Cam Akers, Todd Gurley, Kyron Williams was added to that bag last year. So now we have somebody in the room like Blake Corum, where it's kind of like same, but different, but still the same type of play style. So if Kyron Williams gives us 10 games and he's out for X amount of games, we have Blake Corum as a clear plug and play. The guy knows how to find the end zone. My dude just cannot stay out of the end zone. So therefore, to have a guy as a threat like that in the red zone, oh my God, man, I'm just too excited for this 1-2 punch behind this crazy O-line. Like, I still can't believe we've been able to pull this off to where I see Kyron Williams running out of the gym every single game.
Crazy. And then Joshua, with the hat, are you an Eagles fan?
Oh wait, I'm an Eagles fan? No.
Are you? No.
I'm an Eagles fan.
I will leave this entire show. I don't want to talk about the Eagles. I don't want to hear about the Eagles.
Oh, Mike, come on.
Well, Mike, I let questions for you.
You just got a championship. What are you bitter for other teams right now for?
I'm just angry still. I stay angry for a long
It's
time.
the Boston in you, my guy.
You know me. Never happy.
So Philadelphia obviously also has a new running back. How do you feel about Saquon being there? Do you think that he is going to pay off with where he's being drafted? I feel like he's not being drafted high enough. How do you feel about Saquon being in Philly?
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I think he's a good value in drafts. I think people are scared because of the tush push. I think you bring in a running back like Saquon Barkley because you realize that you don't really want your quarterback running into huge piles like that. I don't really subscribe to the belief that the effectiveness of the tush push is going to suddenly diminish so much because Jason Kelsey's not there. I think they're just going to use it more strategically. I mean, they drafted Cam Jurgens to be the heir apparent to Jason Kelsey. He's been there. He was starting for them last year. You know, it'll take some time to adjust, sure. I mean, the center quarterback relationship is very important, but you know, when you have a back like Saquon who's able to do the things that he does, I mean, between Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley, they squat over 1,200 pounds. Like that pile's still moving if they really want to run the tush push. So I'm not really that worried about it, but I think that Saquon's touchdown upside has never been higher when you put him in an offense with someone like Jalen Hurts and the weapons around him, like a Dallas Goedert, AJ Brown, Devonta Smith. So I'm really excited. I'm really curious to see how much this team throws the football because Kellen Moore offenses typically are well over 600 pass attempts per year. And that's something that Jalen Hurts has never done. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out.
I was on mute. I was trying
This
to
is awkward.
I was like, somebody going to talk?
I was going to say something. I'm like,
the price up on a Ricky Vaughn jersey. We got it up to almost over $100 now. So let's keep going on those auctions. Autographed Ricky Vaughn jersey.
Love
so,
it. Awesome.
Well, we're actually getting close to the end, guys. So I want to make sure we get out there everything that you guys see. Someone outbid me, so I don't care if I lose that. I care that people are spending.
There you go. Drive that price up, Sal.
So next we're going to drive up somebody else. I'm looking forward to meeting you, Josh, in a couple of weeks.
Likewise.
I'm working my way out to LA, but are you guys getting out to the expo? Can we talk about that earlier?
absolutely. Yeah. I'm going to be going out with Marcus. Yeah, with Marcus and Florio, we're going to go out to the expo this year. And, you know, it'll be Florio's first time. So hopefully it lives up to, you know, how I've been kind of serving and selling it to him these last couple of years.
I unfortunately will not be able to go this year.
All right.
What do you mean, dude? What do you mean you're not going this year?
I can't. I had some work stuff that came up, and
isn't your birthday around that time too?
Well, see, and usually it is, but with the way that the month worked this time, it shifted up a weekend, and it's actually the birthday of one of my other managers that I work with, and we only have so many, so we wouldn't be able to have both the weekend off. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to New York this year, so that'll be my expo experience. So maybe we can try to run it back to the expo next year.
What you said, I thought your birthday moved, but we're both Leos.
So my birthday is August 14th. So typically it's been like the weekend of the expo.
Yeah.
And because like I guess everything sort of shifted with the leap year, and now it's like the 9th through 11th, and my birthday's on a Wednesday this year. So, but her birthday is the 9th, and it falls like that Friday. So her boys always go down to like Key West or something for the weekend for their birthday. So.
Fellow member of the Leo gang, happy future birthday. I'll wish you a happy birthday in July when I see you. You know, just remind everybody where they can find you, what you guys are working on, and all that good stuff.
Go ahead, LeQuan.
Well, you guys can find me at Real Deal Fantasy on all social media platforms. Most of my content, fire content only, is at Rotoballer. Sign up today to the subscription using promo code FIRE. Let's go. And catch me at NFL Fantasy on the podcast twice a week, you know, with Marcus and Florio, and then catch out the cheat sheet every Thursday morning and afternoon for you guys on the East Coast. And that's about it.
You can find me on the socials at the One Hudsonian. It's the same on literally every platform: Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and of course follow Club Fantasy at Club Fantasy FFL and Women of Fantasy Football. That's Women of _FF. A lot of good, great things coming on. And if you don't want to follow me, that's fine. Just make sure you follow Women of Fantasy Football because that truly is the the most important thing. And I saw Dave Fantasy in the chat earlier, so I want to give a shout out to the Sneaky Girls. Really excited for the Sneaky Flex to come back. If you don't know, it's one of our Women of Fantasy Football shows hosted by Kelly Singh, featuring the Sneaky Girls, Rowan and Maisie. They're 9 now, going on 10. So 10-year-old girls with their own start-sit show. It's a little 15 minutes. It's literally some of the best 15 minutes you'll spend on YouTube. So be sure
That's
to check that out
awesome.
when the season comes back.
I mean, that sounds like a lot of fun. Thank you, guys. You want to say hello to the next guest, Mr. John Lau?
John!
Hey, what's up, man?
I gotta get a beer for John.
It's been
Hello,
real, guys.
gentlemen. Good to see you.
Yeah. Thank you guys for having
So
me.
I'm going to go out. I'm going to go to
Appreciate you guys.
Canton too. So hopefully I'll see you there.
If you're in Canton and I'm in Canton and you don't see me there, John, then something has gone really, really wrong, and I'd be extremely disappointed. But I'm gonna read this sponsor first, and this guest, maybe appropriately, is brought to you by CampusToCanton.com, a website focused on all things college fantasy, including Dynasty, Devy, college fantasy, and Campus to Canton leagues. Campus to Canton is the fastest growing format in fantasy, where your teams have college and NFL lineups. And as college players enter the NFL, they join your NFL roster. Visit CampusToCanton.com as their team of experts bring you articles, podcasts, exclusive ADP, industry-leading draft guides for Devy, college fantasy, freshman supplemental drafts, cutting-edge tools, including the revolutionary new draft assistant tool and the deepest set of college rankings anywhere. Check out CampusToCanton.com today. And John, you're known for a lot of things, but your work in your knowledge of college football, probably the most. So what's up, pal? I tell you this every time you come on. One of my closest friends, who also happens to be my boss, he loves you, and he always tells me, "I don't care who you book, who else on the show, just tell me when Lab's on, and I'll be there." So.
That's very kind. And, I've been listening all morning. I started at 8 o'clock. I took a break to shower. I wanted to at least have my hair a little appropriate. And I realized there's 2 themes this morning. One, it's Old Man Day. So, Sal, you'll be glad to know that I am 58. So
Woo.
I am 8 years ahead of you. So I don't know how I'm surviving, but I am. So I'm still 58. So you got a glorious decade ahead of you, my friend, turning 50. And so I remember turning 50 like it was yesterday. And unfortunately, I'm almost going to be turning 60. And the other thing that I've really been thinking about as you've been talking everything, and I'm a teacher if someone doesn't know, and it's about opportunities. And one thing that the fantasy industry has given me more than anything is opportunities. And I think for young people, they don't sometimes see when opportunity presents them itself. I know when I was younger, I probably missed a lot of opportunities, especially with the female persuasion. I was a little nerdy kid, a little stupid, and didn't understand when someone was trying to flirt with me or ask me out. I completely ignored all of that. Took years to figure that one out. Second one is, in the fantasy industry, I've been extraordinarily lucky with opportunities. And I look back just before I came on. I've been doing Scott Fishbowl since 480. So what is that? Scott Fishbowl 4 or Scott Fishbowl 5?
That was number 6.
It's been 10 years. This is my 10th year. And that's just a wonderful opportunity. And the interesting part about it is I had no idea who Scott Fish was. Now we all do. But I got an email years ago, and Scott Fish said, "Hello, I'm doing this giant fantasy football, and your name was given to me by Emil Cadillac and Bob Harris of Fantasy Football Diehards. Would you like to represent the site?" And what I realized by that time in my life, that's an opportunity. I don't know who Scott Fish is. It doesn't matter who Scott Fish is. You take the opportunity. And here I am 10 years later, and I'm playing in another Scott Fish Bowl. And then Sal, I think it was Sal, DM'd me on Twitter. And this must have been 5 years ago, 6 years ago now. And Sal's like, "Would you come on the Podathon?" I never met Sal. I have no idea who Sal is. And I'm like, sure, why not? Right? Like, what I've learned in my life, when someone gives you an opportunity, no matter how big, how small, who they are, where they are in their professional career, when you have that opportunity, you take it. And I've been extraordinarily lucky. Even this year, Mike, heck, and you don't look anything, Mike, like your avatar on X. So I see Mike, and I get so many, it's like emails and DMs just drive me crazy. I mean, I'm known at work so bad because I can't take emails. I can walk in my emails, there's 150 emails. I want to shoot myself. Like, can't I go back to a world before there was email? I literally cannot take answering 150. So I'm like, oh my God, who's this dude DMing me? And I look, and it's Mike. And he's like, you want to come on the Podathon? I'm like, good thing I read that one. So opportunity stares you in the face constantly. And when we've been listening today, I've heard a lot of people talk about how the fantasy football industry has given them opportunity. I say that. Reach out to other people. Give other people the opportunity. You're going to be remembered for the kind actions you take and how you help others. Nothing else matters at the end of the day. Whatever, if someone comes on, I've been on shows that have 6 podcast downloads, 22. If someone's kind enough to ask me to come on their show, I take the opportunity. It also makes you better. You learn from going on shows. Maybe you rewatch shows to see how you did when you were talking, how you were speaking. So give opportunities. And to wrap it all up, this is essentially about Fantasy Cares today. We're here to raise money for children. My whole life, I was very blessed. My parents gave me presents at the holidays every year. Sal's a father. I don't know if Mike or Steve are, so I don't know, but I know Sal is. I'm a father. There is no greater joy in the whole world than the holiday seasons when you see your son and your daughter, but my son. There's something about boys opening that gift, or their eyeballs are like that giant. And when you do Fantasy Cares and Scott posts all the gifts that they buy and they send out, it always touches my heart because there's kids out there who don't have that. I mean, being a father, I can't imagine what it must be to be a parent and not be able to give your children 1 or 2 things that they want so much. I mean, we've all had the gift from a son, or a request from a son, a request from a daughter. This is what I want, right? We've all had that. And as long as it's financially possible, you go get it. That's what a parent does. My daughter wanted earbuds for her 14th birthday. I got earbuds, right? Probably couldn't afford them, but I'll figure it out. Somehow I don't get an extra pair of shoes, or I don't have an extra pair. Who cares? I don't need an extra pair of pants, but she needs earbuds. So when we do Fantasy Cares, when we are here, this is about these children who don't have this. I took it for granted as a kid, right? You just you don't know the world beyond you as a child. I had gifts under the tree. I assumed everyone had gifts under the tree. And then you grow up, you get old, and you realize that's not always true. And as a teacher in an urban community, just finished my 20 years, you totally understand that not every child. You have to be careful how you speak to young people in my school, because we're so used to people go on vacation, they go skiing, they go to warm beaches. Well, guess what? Not all my students do. Not all my students come back from Christmas or winter. I should use winter vacation. Not all my students come back from winter vacation happy. They live much different lives. So if we can touch kids and parents with these wonderful gifts in this Podathon, this is incredible. This is an incredible opportunity to help those young people.
Let me say real quick, I'll jump in, and people have said, John's going to make us cry in the chat. And John, you always deliver this powerful message. And I want to say this, and it made people get a little teared up as well. That guy Joshua I talk about, who loves John Laub, right? In October, Josh was on his was supposed to come to work on Monday morning, and he reached out to me on Sunday night. He's like, I'm going to be a little late. Vincent, who's his son, He's got some bruising on his body. We don't know what it is. It doesn't make sense. So we're going to take him to the doctor tomorrow. And, I'm going to tear up saying that Josh reached out to me and said, he's got cancer the next day. He found out his son had leukemia. And I'd shout Vinny out on this because Vinny's my guy. He's that's my guy. And I was like, just so taken back, But Vinny had a tough time up front, really tough battle up front. He came through it, and he's still battling now. And then Josh reached out to me. Josh has been a follower of the Podathon, a supporter of mine, a good friend. He said, Sal, in those weeks that my son was in the hospital, the toys that he had every day were so vital to keeping him busy. The video games are so vital to keeping him busy. You think that Fantasy Cares would do something in his name, not give to my son. He didn't want me to give to his son. He wanted to give to other kids in that hospital that were going to be in the same situation as his son. And I said, Josh, I'll reach out. In my heart, I figured they would do something. What they did, I couldn't have imagined. Bob and Scott and the crew came through, and they donated money directly to the organization in Vincent's name. And then they also sent a set of gifts, a set of toys to 2 different areas to make sure the areas that he was in got specifically what they asked for. So I won't put the number out there that Fantasy Care supplied total, but it was way more than I expected. It was more than I felt like they needed to do, but there was no hesitation when they did it. And Josh and his family was so thankful. Josh works from home a lot now because he's got to make sure he doesn't bring anything home to Vinny. But one of the joys of that is I get to see Vinny on WebEx almost every day when I'm in meetings with Josh, which is really, really awesome. So I see that he's doing well. He's got the same beautiful smile with the teeth missing. He's 7 years old now. And he's bald as they come right now, but he's positive and he's reacting well to the treatment. And they got another 2 years of battling to go. But it's awesome what Fantasy Cares is doing. And it's grown beyond even just giving the hey, Josh is in the chat. Josh is in the chat right now. So it's grown beyond even Christmas time. It's a year-round thing that Fantasy Cares is doing now. And I couldn't be more proud of anything outside of my children than being a part of what we do.
It's awesome. I'm here for a half hour, and it's incredible. I love it. I love helping.
So somebody else better talk because I don't think I can.
My heart is pulled. I need to have someone ask me a question.
I was going to say, I'm not going to be able to transition off of that into anything meaningful. So I'll just go straight into football. John, I wrote in the chat, again, I am another one of your Giant fans on here. When we have you on the Podathon, always my favorite half hour. The excitement and the energy that you bring is always just so infectious to everybody that's on with us. So I just really appreciate it. And as soon as I found out that I was going to be coming back on, I wanted to make sure that I was on during your time slot. So
I missed the cheer, my friend. I missed the cheer. I mean, come on.
Hey, cheer. Big fan. Big fan.
Cheer.
And you're a Broncos fan. I haven't got to talk any Broncos at all today because everyone else likes these other shitty teams. But you are a Broncos fan. Let's talk about the Broncos for a little bit. We have a potential new quarterback. We've got a new wide receiver, and we've got a new running back maybe. Tell me a little bit about what you think about the Denver Broncos offense this season, what you're hoping to see from them, and then you can go from there.
Sean Payton used last year as a barometer to see what he had in the locker room. And you mentioned, I was watching earlier when you talked about the Russell Wilson and Sean Payton spat on the sideline. That had nothing to do with that game. I think that was a very, very long film watching kind of process where the two of them just philosophically, as far as players, were much different. If Sean Payton has his way, he wants the ball out of the quarterback's hands in less than a second and a half. When Drew Brees was at his absolute best, pow, 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 3 steps, ball out of your hand. That's not Russell Wilson's game. And I think the play which he blew up on, if you watch it, it was probably a quick slant right into the end zone, and Russell doesn't pull the trigger. And I guarantee you that was a fight that Russell Wilson and Sean Payton had all year. Like, Russ, I've designed this play. This play is open. Pull the damn trigger in the red zone. And Russ just wouldn't. He's a scrambler. He's a playmaker. You know, look at how he succeeded with Seattle, those long bombs to Tyler Lockett and to DK Metcalf, Doug Baldwin, and he had, Marshawn Lynch. So philosophically and skill set wise, the two men just could not get along. Why do I say all of that? I probably watched more Bo Nix than anyone other than his father in the last 3 years. If you don't know, Bo Nix set the all-time record for playing quarterback in college football. I think it was 61 starts, if my old man memory serves me well. I saw Bo Nix at Auburn, saw Bo Nix at Oregon. He's no Drew Brees, but I will say this. Bo Nix will get the ball out of his hand quickly. He will get the ball into the playmakers. Now, if he makes the right reads, if he's willing to pull the trigger into tight windows, I mean, that's something that I think is overlooked, but I call it his quarterback chutzpah. In the NFL, if you have an inch, you're open. Randy Moss is open with an inch. The great ones are open, and you got to have the quarterback. And we've seen Brett Favre's, Dan Marino's, Dan Fouts. I'm very old, going way back here. They will throw that ball into the most minuscule of spots. I don't know if Bo Nix will do that from a psychological. Will he throw it there? That's what Sean Payton wants. I also think right now, Bo Nix is going to be, I hate the metaphor, but a good soldier. He's going to do what Payton tells him. Russell Wilson was more of a free thinker, right? He wanted to create, he wanted to make plays happen. And I think that absolutely drove Sean Payton mad. So I do like that. He's going to get the running game working. I can't tell you who it is yet. I have a sneaky opinion that Audric Estime is being underrated. I don't know if I'll draft him. He's a late last round pick. But if you saw him at Notre Dame, he's a clock killer in the fourth quarter. And if you remember Sean Payton with those Mark Ingram teams, there was nothing he liked better than being up by 10, 14 points and just pounding Mark Ingram between the tackles late in the game. So I wonder about that. Then who's going to be the pass catcher? Is it Jaleel McLaughlin, the young man, or is it Javonte Williams? Like, there's questions. He will get the running game working. I do believe that. And I'm a Troy Franklin guy. Always have been. I liked him as a prospect. I understand why he fell from an NFL perspective, but I think the young man gives a really nice skill set. And when you have Martin Mims and Cortland Sutton, I think there's value here. I try not to be. I'm hoping for 500. Well, you can't be 500, right? You have to be 9-8 or 8-9, right? So I'm hoping right around there. It's a tough division too. I mean, I like the Raiders. The Chargers are going to punch you in the mouth, and then you got the Super Bowl champ. So it's a tough division.
Well, my heart is happy now. Thank you. I appreciate all of that. I appreciate all of that. You said that Bo Nix is not Drew Brees. Can he be Drew Brees? Do you think that is in the potential range of outcomes for Bo Nix, that he can become that type of player?
It's a 5%. It's in the range, but it's such a small. Drew Brees is such a special. Like, Drew Brees is such a special player, and he was so good at finding windows to open and so good. He had tons of chutzpah. I mean, there were throws that you're like, wow. I got to see it more out of Bo Nix at that level. So we'll find out. Who just joined us? I don't know who that is. What's going on here, folks?
Bob with the Charlie Conway throwback.
That is the worst character in sports film history. This whiny kid who only had a spot on the team because his mom dated the coach, talking about how hitting the post is okay and that everybody loses sometimes, then eventually gets overthrown as the captain and Charlie Banks takes over. Bob, put that in the trash. Nobody needs it.
Are we trying to get bids on this jersey, Mike? Or
I'm gonna bid it up to burn it, Sal. I got a wood stove right in front of me.
we don't get one, we get the money. We just get it. We get the money.
So I just think it's funny that Steve said he was going to go from something sad right into football and went into something sad, which is the Denver Broncos offense. So I mean that was a perfect segue. So John, just curious, when you get to the 14th round, who do you think should be the first Bronco off the board?
Bronco. Let's see. Javonte Williams, I will assume, is gone. So I'm going to say I think I'm going to have way too much Marvin Mims.
Really? Now, is that for return yards or?
Well, you see, I loved him coming out of Oklahoma. I think I had him in my top 5, might have been number 6 in my rankings pre-draft. And my son and I watched the Broncos, and all year long we're like, why is Peyton not playing Mims? We could not figure that out. And I said, Ronnie, Peyton is old school. He might not like something Mims has said or something Mims does, or maybe Mims is running the wrong routes in practice. I'm not really sure, because we don't have access to the practice film every week. It was bizarre. Late in the season, they weren't getting Mims more snaps. So there's a warning sign, right? Why was he not on the field more? But I can't give up on a young receiver after 1 year of NFL and they lose Jerry Jeudy, right? So there is opportunity to see snaps. He was a good kick returner. He might return kicks, but I don't know if they're going to use him that way. That's the whole Scott Fishbowl. We all have to figure out that pretty soon. How do we figure out Mims? And I heard you guys talk about Rasheen Shaheed earlier. Like, how do we figure out, are they going to get the opportunities they did last year?
So the follow-on question for you is, because I do like Mims, but his game is certainly unique. And the question I have for you is, does whoever ends up winning the starting quarterback role, I know you talked about how high you are on Bo Nix, but how much will that change your ranking for Mims if it's, say, Nix, who tends to go with the shorter and intermediate routes, or if it's Stidham or Zach Wilson at this point? Does that fluctuate your ranking with Mims at all, or do you think he's pretty much set where you have him regardless?
Well, if Zach Wilson or Jared Stidham open up the season, I'm done. I'm not even watch week 1. I don't think I could watch one snap of those two players. I mean, that would just be a complete nightmare. You look at Nix is 24. He's played 61 college games. We draft, what was it, number 8 or what? No, number 11 was that?
10, I think it was 10 or 11.
He's on the rookie contract, and we all know, right? That is the biggest benefit to an NFL organization is the rookie contract. I cannot watch Zach Wilson play quarterback anymore. Sal lives in the tri-state area. We probably watch way too much Zach Wilson. It is my best friend's a Jet fan. It is a disaster. Jared Stidham he's a third-string quarterback. He's a clipboard holder his whole career. If we have to watch those two, man, Mike, I'll just cut all Broncos. I'm done. It's a disaster if that happens.
Yeah, my son is a Jets fan, unfortunately. I'm a Raiders fan, as we've established multiple times. And when he was younger, I was like, I don't want to subject him to rooting for the Raiders. So I tried to make him a Giants fan, because the Giants, they have a winning history, And I took him to Albany for a Giants training camp in 2008, 2007, and they won the Super Bowl in 2008. So I figured then they win in 2011, and he has 3 cousins who are Jets fans, and he becomes a Jets fan. I'm like, I could have just made you a Raiders fan if you wanted this kind of thing. You should have went with the Giants, and he's loyal to his Jets, and so he lives that horrible life. Listen, one thing, when Bob popped on with that jersey, he wants me to make sure I say this. So Bob Gilchrist, FF. If you go on X, Twitter, Bob Gilchrist, FF, he posted this. I was touched by John Loud and Salito, FF. Thank you. Let's give something away. Any donation to fantasycares.org/Podathon and all retweets of this till 4 p.m. will be entered to win that jersey that Bob was holding up on screen. So any donation, $1, $2, $5, $20, and a retweet of that tweet, and you'll be entered for a chance to win that I Shot the Puck Off the Post Charlie Conway jersey that we just had up.
Hey, Sal, I got to run.
Amazing.
John, you're an absolute star. And Sal, just make sure to let them know that we're going to be announcing all the auctions at the change of the link. So anyone who's made bids on auctions, anybody who wins one of these jerseys, at each link change, we'll be announcing the winners at the beginning of every new show, if you will, because apparently StreamYard can't do 36 hours straight, nor can I. I'm going to get some sleep at some point. But John, you're an absolute star, man. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate it, buddy.
Thanks, Mike. And why has somebody out there not created a platform that could do just nonstop live streaming? I guess maybe I don't do Twitch, but maybe Twitch can do that, Steve. I don't know.
It might be. I mean, them Fortnite kids on that Twitch, they figured it out. So I have no idea.
Did you say that Fortnite kids on that Twitch?
Yeah, them Fortnite kids on that Twitch there. They be streaming for hours.
So at 3:30, I believe we wrap up this first feed at 3:30. And we used to have these links, and you'd have to go look for them. Everything is on the Fantasy Cares YouTube page. If you follow and subscribe, Fantasy Cares YouTube, the next link is right there. You don't got to go. You just click right back on the page. It's seamless. You come over to the other one. Right now, we just hit 6,800 live viewers. So right now, there's 6,800 people watching this segment. It is climbing. It has not gone down. It has not gone backwards once all day. It was up to 2,000 almost immediately when we came on. It's been a steady climb, and I'm so proud of the people that are hanging out and supporting this. We cannot accomplish what we accomplished without all the people creating the buzz around us and donating. I mean, what we bring in every year now, it used to be I eat a Podathon would bring in a nice chunk of money. We don't even break it down that way anymore. It's Fantasy Cares, 501c3. All the money goes where it needs to go, and it's really, really awesome. John, 5 minutes late, so I want to let you just run. Unless Steve's got more Bronco fodder, but I want to let you run through whatever it is, whatever else it is you'd like to bring about and talk about.
Well, first, I was really hoping, because one question that was not asked. I'm in the King Kong division, and I absolutely love King Kong. And it's funny because when I was a little kid, anyone who grew up in the tri-state area in the 70s. There was Channel 11 and 9, and they would have these weekend films. And when it was rainy in January or February or March or snowing, my brother and I would hunker down on the old black and white TV and watch movies. And I fell in love with the first King Kong. I think it's 1938, the old black and white King Kong. And I'm old enough to remember in 1977, they rebooted the King Kong series. And my mom I have 3 brothers and myself, and she took our best friend, Kevin, our neighbor, and we all went to see King Kong in the movie theater. And that was like, to see it in color was just like, oh my God. And, it was a little different, everything. And I have just been in love with the King Kong series. I mean, if it's Godzilla and King Kong, I am there. Like, I am down. Like that new King Kong versus Godzilla movie, I probably watched it on FX or whatever it is 50 times. So I the King Kong division just for that. I absolutely love it. So that I heard other people talking about it. I just think King Kong's one of the most interesting characters in American literature or American pop culture. I do. I think it's fascinating, King Kong. There's and even the Jack Black King Kong is actually very good. If you ever seen that one, they're all pretty good. Sometimes they get a little weird, but I mean, there's a lot of quality King Kong. So that's why I joined that one. And I just want to say, if you want to, I'm on Fantrax. Salad mentioned all my college fantasy football stuff. That's all on Fantrax. You can check it out. And you had Memphis and Theo on earlier. I joined the player profiler team this year, and all my rookie profiles are up there on there. So you can check that out. I love working with the player profiler team now. It's a new start. It's even an old dog can do something new once in a while, I had to switch teams this year, and so far it's been incredible. But yeah, you can see me on Fantrax. I'm player profiler.
2 things, John. Go ahead, Steve.
I was going to say, you're in the King Kong division. I'm in the Godzilla division. So this is Kong versus Godzilla right here. Have you seen Godzilla -1 yet?
No, I have to though. I want to see, but I have not seen that one.
It's on Netflix right now. It's amazing. It's so
Okay.
good. It is new. It is just a 2024 version of the old style Godzilla movies. It is amazing.
really?
You'll love it. You'll love it.
So the words don't match the mouths. I'm looking forward to it.
Correct.
How good was that, Sal, as a kid? Like,
It is amazing. John, you will love it.
If the world has your energy at 58 years old, John, we have all won. And one little thing before I let you go. I was born in Astoria, Queens, and the building I lived in as a child, and I moved out of there when I was 5. They used to film movies right alongside of it, and King Kong movie in 1977 was filmed part of it on the side of the building I lived in at that time. So they used to film some Sally Struthers movies down there. Back in the day, I met her, and I think I slapped her in the face. But that's a long time ago. I was little, but John, I want to let you go, pal. Always a pleasure. I hope to see you at the Canton get together, the expo. My brain is freezing. And be well, pal. Thank you.
You too, gentlemen. Thanks for having me on. Have a great day.
All right. See you, John.
Before I bring up our next guest, I could see that she's in the background trying to find a spot, get herself set up. She's dancing. I'm going to read our sponsor because I have a feeling once she comes on, I won't get that opportunity. This guest is sponsored by the Dynasty Hot Sauce Podcast, a Dynasty football podcast hosted by FF, Larry Monkey, and Run DFF, and friends to discuss strategy, player value, and hot and spicy takes. At the Dynasty Hot Sauce Podcast, Larry and Justin talk Dynasty football and make you laugh as they let the good times roll and provide valuable and actionable Dynasty content every episode. Larry Monkey has a flair and brand of insight that can't be rivaled anywhere. Meanwhile, Justin Rogers seamlessly reels him back in with his data-driven analysis. Listen to Dynasty Hot Sauce Podcast today on all major podcast platforms. Now, Steve, you didn't get to meet Yvette last year, so be prepared for a lot of energy and just actually a super cool person, Miss Yvette LeBoy.
Wait, you're leaving now. They're coming on. Am I on? Woo! What's up, Cleveland in the house?
So Yvette is live at the Cleveland SFP live draft today. And Yvette, is your draft over? Not started yet? Where are we at?
We are in the middle of the draft. We are I'm on my 5th pick.
All right.
I've got a great question for this.
Go ahead, Steve.
What division are you in, and what pick are you picking at?
Okay. I'm in the Ricky Vaughn division because, Major League, Cleveland, and I'm picking number 1, numero uno.
I'm also picking number 1. Who did you take with your first pick?
I took Josh Allen.
Okay. I've said I'm taking Bijan. I'm taking Bijan Robinson number 1. That's going to be my number 1. So you're the first person that we've talked to. I know.
Yes, yes.
You're the first person we've talked to that's gotten any drafting done. So how is your team looking so far?
You know what? I was told last night I was already hating my team before I drafted it. And I am so loving my team. It is so freaking good. I'll take you in there. It's so loud in there. That's why I'm outside right now. I don't know if you guys can see. Can you guys hear me from all the way back here?
Yeah, we hear you. Perfect. Yep.
Aren't you holding a microphone?
I got my mini mic.
Okay.
I lost my thing. I just did a shot, you guys.
So Yvette, you and I have joked about back and forth a little bit on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. You had a very memorable spot last year. We had a lot of fun. What I tell everybody all the time is Yvette is a hard worker. I first met you on last year's show, but what I've watched you do over this last year, and you're not focused just on football. You cover all sports. You did a whole, mob thing this year. Let's talk to everybody about. I think maybe lift your mic up, because I think we're getting a little feedback from your mic. Yeah. Talk to everybody about the Yvette experience, everything you're doing.
Well, thank you so much. I'm glad that you mentioned the mob. I got interested in the mob because I'm from Youngstown, which is in the middle of Cleveland and Pittsburgh, and come to know we're like a huge mob city. I didn't even know it, you guys. I didn't even know, and it was really interesting to find out the history of my hometown. I'm very proud. You guys know, if you guys follow me, I love to see I have my Youngstown shirt on, you guys. Baby. I'm proud of my hometown and found out that we were pretty much, the central of the mob between the Cleveland and Pittsburgh mob, and it was so interesting to explore that, and I had a really good time learning about it.
Yeah, I followed along with that, and it was always good. It was a change of pace and a different content, and nobody loves their hometown like that does. Nobody pledges to Cleveland and Cleveland sports. Those are Ohio sports like that does, and you're legit. You're out there. You're at the events. There's no fluff. People have joked a lot about our segment together last year. I did let you down at Canton. We were supposed to be beer pong teammates, and I didn't make it last year. So I am showing up this year. So I don't know what events they'll be there, but I'd be fortunate to be a teammate if I get the opportunity.
Are you planning on going to the expo this year?
Hello. Yes, I am. The expo is in my backyard, so of course I have to go. Not only is it a wonderful thing to do, so if you guys are watching and you're deciding whether or not to go, wait a minute, you guys. Sorry, somebody just picked in my league right there, which is so exciting. Let me just say, I know I'm no squirrel. That's how I roll. But today is so much fun right now. I am live, like we said earlier, and it's so exciting. And there's like draft boards in there to look at. You could like walk in there and look at real draft boards, which is really awesome. Anyway, what were we talking about? I'm sorry. It's draft mist. Come on. It's like Christmas today. Give me a break.
No, we get it.
Is my lighting okay outside? Oh my God.
I don't know if you can.
Hi, guys.
We can see you. We can hear you. I don't know if you can change the lighting even if you wanted to, but no, you're fine. You're doing great. Steve had something. I think Steve had a question.
No, I was
Wait
going
a
to say,
minute. Yeah.
how you said you started off your pick with Josh Allen. How is the rest of your team rounded out so far? You said you're in the 5th round,
Yeah.
right? How many picks have you gotten through?
Well, I'm so happy that you asked, because let me just tell you something. Last night I was like, oh my God, like this is happening tomorrow, So I'm like, I got to do some mock drafts. So I have the 101, and there's a 3rd round reversal, as you guys know, which kind of changes things up, especially when you have the first pick, I think. So I did a whole bunch of mock drafts last night, and every single mock draft I did not like it unless I did quarterback. So there was just something like, I think with the 3rd round reversal with the first pick, I did not like any of my quarterbacks, if I didn't take quarterback. So I went quarterback. I'm so proud. You want to know who I went? All right. So I went Josh Allen. Who do you guys think I went second? Just guess. I'm going to see if you guys get it.
Jordan Love.
Oh, I was going to take him, but you just got taken. So close. So think around that level. You're right there. You're so close.
Close to Jordan Love. Boy, it's not the guy who plays for your team, Steve, or my team.
No.
No.
I guess Deshaun Watson, because he's a Cleveland quarterback.
Brock Purdy, you guys. Duh.
I was going to say Brock Purdy. God damn it.
Hello. I mean, when we get closer to the end, I'll bring you guys in there and I'll show you.
Oh, and somebody says they invited you on their show and you got no response. What happened? Dynasty Hot Sauce says they can't get any love.
Wait, I gotta put my cheaters on. I'm not that age now, you guys. Hold on a second. Let me put my cheaters on so I can read. Okay, what did he say? So I invited Vet on the show and no response. That's a lot. Dynasty Hot Sauce Pod. Let's go. I'll be on your show. Let's do it.
Well, Larry's a liar, so we all know that.
Say, you know what? You probably might have wrote me, but I don't really check my messages that often. But I would love to be on your show.
Well,
I'm so excited that you're coming to the expo. Yay!
It's gonna be a
Remember
good
last
time.
year when you said you were going to come to the expo and you were going to be my teammate in beer pong and then you didn't come? Remember? That was fun. I remember that.
You haven't even made me hear about it even once the whole time. Yeah, you've only said that to me a bunch of times. I'm excited. Listen, I have a birthday that week, so I'm very excited to be celebrating my birthday. I'll be the big 50. I'll be 50 that week. I fly into Cleveland on Thursday, the 8th. So I'll be there nice and early, and it's gonna be a good time.
Okay, I'm so excited. I'm have so much.
Well, we lost you a little bit. We're losing you a little bit. The mic.
Oh, my mic.
Oh, now we got it. Now you're good.
Am I back?
Yes.
I am Hawkatua.
Oh, you know, our first Hawkatua reference.
Woo! You invited the girl from Ohio.
Oh my goodness.
You guys did.
Did you meet John Bosch and Ryan today?
Who?
Ryan McCall and John Bosch?
Yeah,
Never heard of them.
They're inside. They're inside there.
Yeah.
So how much time do we have? We have 20 minutes.
They have 20 minutes. Oh, we have 20 minutes. Yeah.
Yvette, are
you
you?
guys, I'm sorry I cut you off. I was going to
You're
say.
fine. Yeah, you're fine. I'm
Nobody
totally used to.
can say anything about how I'm acting because I'm at a live draft and I've been drinking. And
Well,
it would start at 12.
I prepared everybody for the fact you'd be drinking by the time you came on. So,
it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yvette accused me of drinking girly drinks last year, which I don't recall happening, but whatever. Steve's
Are you a Cleveland Browns fan of that?
Oh God.
I gotta go right now because why would you? Did you really ask that? Obviously, you don't know me.
I didn't ask that question. I didn't ask that
Oh
question.
man, dude.
Steve's new.
Yeah.
All Cleveland sports all the time. Steve.
That's what I assumed. I saw the hat. You're in Cleveland. I get it. That's why I was asking.
Yes. Well, I have my Youngstown shirt on. I got my Guardians hat on. So you guys, I was trying to do a major league Cleveland fit. So because I did order some SFB merchandise. If you guys haven't ordered Scott Fishbowl merchandise, you can order that at fantasymerchandise.com. We have beautiful merchandise. I just didn't get mine in yet, but I will totally be wearing that when I got it in. But anyways, that's what she said. Twice in a year. 2 years in a row I got to say that's what she said. Anyways, I did order some merchandise. And anyway, so what were we talking about? Oh, my outfit. So I did Major League. So it's kind of Major League, Ricky Vaughn, Scott Fishbowl, and Cleveland at the same time.
Yvette, we have an auction right now that's about to end for an autographed Ricky Vaughn jersey. There's auctioning it right now. I ran it up to $100 because it was too low. It was at $50 when I got on there.
$50?
Yeah, I ran it up to 100. Somebody outbid me now, but I'm trying to do a show, so I can't really bid too easily.
You guys, you know what? I could barely hear you guys.
Well, what do you have? You have something in your ears, or you're just listening to us through the phone?
I came outside, and I don't have like headphones or anything. I'm wasting my whole half hour on shit, you guys. That's your fault, not mine.
Come back tomorrow, Yvette. We'll have you back tomorrow.
Wait, I could floss.
Go ahead. We're here for it. All right.
What's up? Go Browns.
Yvette flossing live in the air, highlight of the year.
Wait, you guys just lost all your ratings. I feel so bad. Let's talk about Fantasy Cares and how what of a great organization is. Can I talk about my golf outing that we have coming up to support Fantasy Cares?
Yes,
talk about
that.
that.
By the way, we're at almost 7,000 viewers right now. We've lost nobody.
Oh my God, you guys, I love you guys so much. I love you, Pookie, forever.
Tell us about the golf outing.
Anyways, so August, the week after the Fantasy Football Expo, and this is just the way it worked out. I wish we could have done it the same week because that would have been fun, but then at the same time, maybe not because there's so many activities. So much room for activities 2 years in a row on that statement too. Anyways, August 8th is the expo. Get those tickets. August was 7 days after that, and I turned 16th. I knew that. I was just joking, you guys. August 16th, we have a golf outing for Bougie Sports at Copper Top Golf. I don't know why I can't say that place, but Copper Top Golf Field. It's not a fucking field. Oh my God, this is embarrassing. Rewind. Anyways, all the money's going to Fantasy Cares. That's all that matters, anyways. At the end of the day, right? So I want to say, like, I'm going to give a donation, and I don't know what it's going to be, but it should be pretty substantial. All the money that we've raised, and I want to say shout out to Bougie Sports Girls, Lana and Lysandra, who have put this golf outing together, and they're working really hard to do this. So if you guys want to come and you're in the Ohio area, we're donating all the money to Fantasy Cares because it's an awesome organization, and what you guys do inspired me to want to give back. Honestly, real talk. Hashtag real talk. So I want, especially being a Browns fan and sometimes getting a bad rep from you guys, which I think a lot of you guys, hi Kelly, hi all you guys that hate the Browns. I think you guys like me now because you know that the fans and the Browns are two different things. And the fans, the Browns fans, I love you Pookies. We're amazing, and we're going to prove it to you by how much money we're going to donate for Fantasy Cares in this golf outing. So please help us. And also you can sponsor a whole and the beer cart. There's other things if you can't make it, because not everybody can make it on a Friday. I understand. That doesn't mean you can't give back. Do something. That's what I'm saying. You can look at the Real Squad Pod on X. Find Luana. She'll help you out. Oh my God, that was a complete run-on sentence. I lost the audience. I lost your audience, Sal. I did.
No, we're doing great. We're cruising at 7,000.
Yeah.
So my daughter moved all the way. We're going to get back in here. Hey, what's up?
SFB Podathon.
What is that, an Eagles hat? What are you wearing?
No, it's a Dynasty Nerds hat.
Oh, there we go. Oh, Dynasty. Hey, what's up?
We're just drafting, here in Cleveland, crushing it. One of the winners is coming out of this draft, so we're feeling really good about ourselves.
How bad is John Bosch doing? John Bosch doing terrible?
John's not drafting whatsoever. Him and Ryan McDowell are in here just socializing, helping organize things, just raising money for Fantasy Cares, man. We're just out here crushing, get as much money as we can for Fantasy Cares, selling a lot of tickets, a lot of good raffles out here, so things are going well, man. It's been a great live event here in Cleveland. We're excited. Hopefully it's going to be a little bit bigger next year.
Show everybody the shirt you get when you come out to draft live. Come closer.
This is yellow and black. So rude. So rude. So rude.
The official SFB live draft for the year with all the great sponsors here.
Not like us.
Awesome.
Not like us.
Well, the shirts are the same color in every draft event, just so you know.
Every draft.
I
On
know.
purpose. On purpose. All right, I'm going to go draft.
And what he said is so true. The environment here is all geared towards giving back and charity. I felt that since I walked in. These guys are kicking ass, just promoting Scott Fishbowl and everything. It's fun. So much better than a slow draft, but I mean any draft. You gotta take anything you can get.
So I was going to tell you before you got a visitor that my daughter moved out to California 3 years ago, and she's now dating someone who was born and raised in Cleveland. He's a diehard Cleveland fan of all, just like yourself. And she's now watches all the Browns games with him, the Guardians games. So I have one of you now of my own. So she's an honorary Cleveland fan.
Sal, I have to tell you something. Cleveland people, I mean, look what we've been through, and we still love our team. I think your daughter made a really, really good choice, and I'm happy to hear that. Good, yeah.
Steve, give me something.
All right, you told us about your first two picks, Josh Allen, Brock Purdy. What are the next two? You said you're in round 5, so you've got 4 picks in. Round out the rest of your team for us, Yvette.
Okay, so I did throw a Browns player in there.
I'm shocked. Shocking.
I know.
Was it Amari Cooper?
Who? Amari Cooper?
Was it Amari Cooper?
It wasn't, but I love him, Pookie too. I hope
Was
he
it-
gets signed, baby.
Was it David Njoku?
It was. Okay. That guy sucks. All right, you guys, I'm obsessed with David. I'm obsessed with him now. I mean, come on. If tight end premium league, right? 1.5 points per first down. I'm drinking, but I'm still there, you guys.
Are you worried that Joe Flacco's not going to be throwing the ball to him? It's going to be Deshaun Watson now, because as he exploded last year, it was Joe Flacco that brought that out of David Njoku, not Deshaun Watson.
I'm glad you asked that, and I'm going to tell you something. I am not worried at all, because I think that Deshaun Watson and David Njoku have that same type of relationship, and that's one thing that I could say. Think what you want about Deshaun Watson, and that's fine. Whatever. We're not going to go there. This is not that show for that, right? But we're going to talk about fantasy. But what I could tell you about is what I could see about how their relationships are. And they like each other. I know who he likes. Oh my God, someone just picked Keenan Allen. It went on my screen. And I think that they do like Dave Njoku, and I think he's going to throw him the ball. And Cleveland's Clevelanding right now. Cleveland, there's like a fight, but I don't think it's not our people, but that's what's going great about going live. You guys, I'm outside in Cleveland. Look at me. Woo!
Where's this draft being held?
What?
What's the name of the place that the draft is being held?
I'm at the Barley House in Cleveland, which is a pretty popular place, I would tell you. And I'll say this, like, if you would say, like, where do the hottest girls work at? It's here where I'm at. For sure, the hottest girls work at the Barley House. Every city has that place, you know?
So, Yvette,
It's a good place to have a draft.
Do you know what Scott wanted us to do this year?
What?
He wanted you and me to go to Vegas and host a Podathon live from Vegas.
I mean, I think that would be amazing. Wait a minute. Could I dress up in a gown?
You could.
Be in a white. I would love it. Like, I would want to be like really like overdo it, like a silver. Like, I don't know. I don't know what year. I don't know what month we're talking about. All right, I've been thinking silver, like sparkly dress on the red carpet. Scott Fish. Hey, so what are the rules this year? What are you wearing?
So here's the deal. Next year, right? Next year, the Vegas Scott Fish Bowl draft. I'm gonna go attend. You have to come, and we're gonna do some Podathon segment from there.
Like, are you lying? Don't lie.
I won't lie.
I mean, that, like, the Joan Rivers on the red carpet asking someone, who are you wearing? Wait, I'm dead right now. I just died. I died.
Welcome back.
Like, wait, if fantasy football had a Joan Rivers, could it be me?
Of course.
I mean, come on. Like, that would be my theme, don't you think?
I think it's a done deal. I think we're doing it. So,
Okay. Do you guys want to talk about Jameis Winston, how funny he is?
Oh, he's hilarious. Hilarious.
You guys, Christian Kirk just got picked. You're getting interrupted by all my sleeper notifications that keep coming down. Because again, we're drafting, you guys, in June. Wait, do you know they're filming Superman right here in Cleveland?
They're still making Superman movies. Wonderful.
They're filming the Superman movie. So actually, wait, can I show how hot you are? Wait, because I just said the hottest girls work at the Barley House, and I have my server here, or my bartender. I hate that word. My biatch, right here.
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
Oh, okay. So, like, how hot? This is just a sample size. That's a fantasy football world. You're so cute. But you're so cute. Didn't I not tell you that when we were in there? You're my favorite customer I've had this year, for sure.
Well,
I said.
It's so nice to meet you. What is your name? What is her actual name?
You're too sweet. Yeah. She's hot too. She knows she's hot. I said it to your mom, but I'll take it. You cannot. No, yes, I could. But thank you.
No, she probably could.
Yeah. sure. Wait, what was the name of the beer that you gave me? Juicy Truth. Juicy Truth.
Kevin
That
Murray.
is a good beer.
Kevin
by the way.
Murray's pulling his hair out in the background. I could see it.
What? All right. Wait, we got 8 minutes. I want to bring you guys in before my time's over.
Let's go on the tour. Do it.
I might lose you guys. So if I just go like this, that means I really don't hear you. But I'm just.
Okay. Well, we're
Well,
gonna
let's
just
play
shut
it
up. We're gonna shut up.
We'll play it off. We'll play it off.
You narrate.
All right.
Go ahead. Go.
What's that? All right, so do you guys know the Cleveland Guardians are killing it right now? We're won 50 games. So we'll start right there with the official Cleveland Guardians. Hey, what's up? Go Cleveland. Cleveland Loud Drop. All right. We're walking in. We're the hottest girls work.
Right, show us that Beyonce.
Okay. So we're right here. When you first walk in, made in Cleveland. Whoop, whoop. Good son in the house. What's up? We're going to start at my league, the Ricky Vaughn League. Can you see right here?
I do.
You see our job board? Wait, here's mine. Oh, yes. I went Josh Allen, Brock Purdy, Marvin Harrison, Travis Etienne, Dave Njoku. That guy sucks. He doesn't, but he said that. Devontae Smith. All right. Can you guys see him?
Yeah, we see him. Yes. What's up, fish bowlers?
Yeah.
Welcome to the live show.
Yeah.
Wow. Good looking crowd. Very good looking crowd out there.
I don't want them to be like how Boston acted when they won the championship, like all boring. Because that's not how we roll in Cleveland. We're like, oh, that's your guy right there. That's the guy I'm talking
Hey, what's up? Hey, Ryan, what's going on?
Ryan, hey, we saw Ryan on the road this morning.
I cannot hear you guys at all.
It's hard. I told him. I said we're just going to smile and look pretty. Yeah. We're just smiling and looking pretty.
And Ryan was successful.
So, someone's going to get fired.
The youngest drafter.
Woo!
The youngest basketball drafter. Camden Dotson out here crushing.
You're right, honey. Just pose. That's all.
Do yourself a favor, kid. Keep
Yeah. Like I said, I still can't hear you guys, but the 230 slot's killing it. Oh, I know that. The 230 slot is absolutely killing it.
Oh, you said slot. Thank God.
Cleveland, live job, Scott Fishbowl. Everyone, have fun. I can't hear the words. Do you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? I can't.
We can hear you. That's fine.
That's all that matters, right?
Not from Jared. All right.
The guy let's go back and look at my men's talk tab.
Yvette, what are the names of the other divisions?
What?
What are the names of the other divisions?
Okay, the other divisions?
What's the
We
name?
don't care about the other divisions.
All right.
We have, let's see.
All right.
Cleveland Rock! Cleveland! Nobody jumped in! I mean, would you guys jump in that are watching live if I said Cleveland Rock?
Yeah, I would jump in, but the rest of them look really scared.
Ohio!
Ohio!
But can we go to the Cleveland Vaughn? We're going to go to Ricky Vaughn Lake.
Is there a jukebox maybe between wild
Here's our friends.
I have friends.
Yeah.
Hey, Johnny Bosch. What's up?
John.
Wait,
John, thank God, John.
There's no way I'm going to hear you. I'm
we
deaf.
can't hear you. We just look pretty. That's what I said. Sure.
Yeah, well, not John.
Hello.
Hello.
You doing all right? I hope. Hello, Steve.
We got 3
Hello,
minutes
Cher.
in Cleveland.
Hello, Cher.
Well, Yvette, can you hear me? I have a feeling.
Podathon love, yes! Go donate. There's nothing sexier than someone that gives to charity. I'm sorry. Like, show me those charity receipts.
Live pick, you're up.
Oh, you guys, I'm going to pick live. That's
Live pick. Don't fuck this up.
There we go.
I feel like it's not fair because I had like all this fun stuff going on in my segment. Like a live board. You guys, like, I'm gonna prop this up. Oh, wait. Look at that.
That's perfect.
I'm actually I'm drafting live here. Let's see.
All right, Steve, what are your predictions? What position you're going to
Do you guys have to go to your next person?
Quarterback.
I can't see who I am.
Fred, put the microphone down and make your pick. We'll just be here until you make the pick. All right.
She doesn't have a running back yet, so I'm gonna guess. Oh wait, she has ETN. So I'll guess another. I'll guess a wide receiver. That's all I'm gonna guess.
Alrighty, that we're taking guesses on what position.
I literally didn't hear one thing you said. I was just like looking at the screen like this.
That entire place is in
I
trouble.
think
Oh,
are we done? Oh, I have 2 more minutes. Wait, I get my full half hour, you guys.
We'll give you. We have 1
I'm
minute.
paid for this full half hour.
I wouldn't dream of taking anything away from you.
I can't.
Full 30
I can't
minutes.
hear anything.
Yes. So make your pick. We want to see the pick. That's it. You're
Scott
voting.
Fish, you're the bomb. Sal, you're awesome.
Sal,
Keep
post my
killing
question.
it. Scott Fish Bowl Podathon is awesome. The whole thing is awesome. The whole thing's for charity, and it's so much fun. I'm so excited to be a part of this. Thank you guys for having me, and go Browns!
All right, Yvette. Thank you. But once again, the most memorable segment of the year so far. Now, until we'll be beat. Good luck the rest of your draft, and follow Yvette on Twitter. Tell me Twitter handle.
I can't hear what Sal's saying, but just probably best.
All right, Yvette.
Bye, guys.
We might need. Russ waited. He absolutely waited.
I was not getting in the way of that. I was letting that happen.
I feel like I need a nap just from this. Okay, Jeremy, why was I covering my face? You know what you wrote. I couldn't put it up there. I probably should have, but I didn't. And Jeremy asked me which hole I'd be sponsoring at the golf outing. Between you and the Dynasty Hot Sauce guys, I'm trying to remain a gentleman.
It's too early in the day for that humor. Like we need to like hit sundown before we can start making those jokes.
Listen, somebody wrote that was amazing. It was, Charlene. That was amazing. Yvette is, in all seriousness, I'm not saying this. I don't want to make fun of Yvette. I don't want people to come across that way because she's got a ridiculous amount of energy. But she's, again, I've spoken all day about authenticity. That's Yvette all the time, 24/7. She's not shy about who she is. She's very comfortable in her own skin. More people should live that way. And that's why she brings that kind of energy. I cannot imagine that it would not be a ridiculously fun time to be any place where she is at. And she works hard on top of it. She puts out a lot of content, and she does quality content. She's a single mom working hard. So props to all the good things that Yvette does do. And this golf outing, which is going to be 100% donated to Fantasy Cares. So very,
That's awesome.
Very Russ, how you feeling?
I'm alive. I mean, my head was a little better before jumping on and watching the end of Yvette's, because you're not kidding. I met her at the expo last year. That woman is pure energy. She is energy in human being form. If you call her human, whatever, I am a shy person. I'm terrified of people, but she jumps over, she starts talking to me. Next thing I know, she's walking around with my name tag on and just introducing herself as me. It was,
thank God it was just your name tag. So
I mean, my shirt was off already, so there's not much else that happened.
That kind of party. So listen, Women of Fantasy Football began as a way to highlight outstanding women in the world of fantasy football. Now, WOFF is a movement. Through partnerships with organizations like Galvanize and countless creators and personalities, we strive to support women who want to pursue careers in sports and build a sisterhood through a shared interest in fantasy football. For more information on WOFF, follow us at women_FF on Twitter or X and Instagram, or check us out at womenoffantasyfootball.com. And we have two great guests waiting in the wings, and one of them is a woman working in fantasy football. Oh, Mike wanted to say something.
No, go ahead. Let's bring in our great guest. First of all, whose phone is not on
Not my
vibrate?
phone.
Let's try that.
No, it's mine, and it's my my child is trying to FaceTime me, and I.
Let's all do it. Let's all do the FaceTime. Put it on video. Why not?
I'm not letting her on. I apologize, you guys. I'm gonna mute this really quick.
So, Sal, before we bring on these two amazing guests and the amount of alliteration with Kevin, Casey, Kasem, like, I love this. Love these two. One of my favorite pairings. You guys know that. I told you the DM. Just two things to be aware of. Number one, this is the final segment on this link. So when we get to the end of this segment, go to the Fantasy Cares YouTube channel, jump on the next one. We're kicking off with the open bar reunion on the second link. And number two, love it. Perfect hat. Number two, before I drop and sell, do not check your emails. It's going to make your head spin. I believe I have rewritten half of the Sunday schedule. So we will put out a new graphic with what Sunday now looks like. And that's why I haven't been on for a while. So I'm going to work on that and listen to these two wonderful people backstage while we figure this out. But just remember, this is the last show on this link. Once we complete this amazing segment, move over to link 2, please, and y'all have fun.
You know, thank you, Mike. Thank you for all your hard work. Mike, again, I mentioned it at the beginning of the show, but we're 7+ hours in now. The schedule and then reschedule and move the people around. Mike is an absolute beast at doing that stuff. Guys, we are at 7,064 viewers right now. That's live watching right now. So please make sure you change over to that other link. I don't want to lose that momentum. We have 9 more hours to go of Podathon. I'm so good with the math today, Russ. 29 more hours of Podathon. But I mean, here I have two of my oldest friends in the community, in the industry. Casey since the beginning, legitimately since the beginning.
Yeah, man.
Back with us, and Kevin's been around forever. We met at one of the baller shows in New York City a handful of years ago, probably 5 years ago now, Kev, right?
Probably more. It was. I think it was. 5. Yeah, 5. Yeah, it was 2019, I believe.
It was right before COVID, the year before COVID. So, welcome in, guys. What's up?
I'm excited to be here. I don't have as much energy as your prior guest, who I was also. Yeah.
No one.
Well, Russ, I was with you when we met her. Yeah, and yeah. I was like, wow, man. I thought I had energy, but nah, man.
I am ashamed at the moment that I'm not wearing my Sunday Dreamers Club shirt right now. Like,
it's
I have
fishbowl season, baby.
on the top of the pile of my t-shirts is Ask Me About My Fantasy Football Podcast. It's the next shirt in my rotation.
Casey, just tell everybody what Russ is talking about, because you have a business venture out there that you're doing, a few of them, but
yeah,
tell them about that.
Yeah. So like my major big thing that I'm doing right now is I have Sunday Dreamers Club, which is a fantasy football inspired t-shirt company. It's sundaydreamersclub.com. It's over on Etsy right now. I have a lot of different options for y'all, but I have with fantasy football season coming up, with the drafts coming up, there's so many things over there that you could purchase. I've got my fantasy football as my love language shirt, but there's all different kinds of shirts over there, including the Expo shirt that I created, the unofficial Expo shirt. So yeah, Sunday Dreamers Club.
So I
have a this is my fantasy football era shirt.
Oh, yeah.
That I'm sure you made more for your wife than for anyone else, but my daughter steals it. That's I barely
awesome.
get to wear it because she constantly steals it from me.
Well, we know that your wife isn't the big fantasy football and sports nut that you are, but is she digging the shirts? She loves the shirts?
Yeah, she does. She's very picky about the fact, she's unisex. I need a women's cut shirt, but every women's cut shirt out there sucks. So, we're still in the process. I think we finally got it down. So, yeah, she's happy about that one, but she's digging them. It was kind of her idea in the first place. I take credit for it, but she was like, if you're going to quit your job, you need to have something that can bring in some sort of money. So there we go.
So I put fantasy football as my love language on my dating apps, and I've gotten no swipes. Nobody seems to
Not
match.
yet?
I don't know why.
I don't either. You would think it would be like an instant game changer, but whatever. I'm sorry, Sal. I tried.
Hey, I do appreciate your help, Casey. But let's shoot over to Kevin. And Kevin, talk about everything you got going on in the world of fantasy now.
Well, first off, Yvette was fantastic. I've consumed so many hours of Podathons in my lifetime, and I've never been more entertained. That was fantastic, and it's true. Her energy, it's off the charts. You know, I had the same type of experience last August at the Expo, and she's just infectious. I mean, she's so fun, and that was fun. I mean, you can't corral that. You just got to let her do her thing. And you guys did a great job just letting it happen. That was quite fun. But for me, you know, I love this. I love this game of fantasy. You know, I think to me the foundation of fantasy is that league experience, and so that's where a lot of my passion has come from as a commissioner, just trying to make my league fun and do fun, creative things to make it special. That's what led to the Commissioner of the Year deal way back in the day. But since then, I just have been embraced so well with the community way back in the day with the commish contest that I discovered, like, I had been playing fantasy for 20 years. And then I just discovered like this whole other world that existed of content creators out there. And it's just the most amazing community. I think that Casey's a perfect example. Like, I think she's one of the greatest examples of someone who loved the game, found the community, and has kind of surrounded her life around this fantasy space, because there's just so many amazing people. Her and I both obviously, get to talk to a lot of great people and see more about their personalities. And like I said, with Casey, she's just, I mean, of all people to take a total career change, and dive in and just chase her dreams and create, like Sunday Dreamers Club. I know what it's like. We have merch on Fantasy Football Unlimited. It's hard to figure out, like, the brands and the quality and this and that. And she's plugging away and creating awesome designs. And I love seeing how well she's embraced in the community, because no one deserves it more than her when it comes to just reciprocal love and appreciation, because she loves everyone out there so much, and she appreciates everyone. And I love seeing people support her because she's rad.
Yeah, well, and that's a Casey word, right? So she's an OG. Like, people don't realize she's been in these fantasy streets for a long time. We go back to Casey live rapping to raise money, literally live rapping, freestyle rapping to raise money for fantasy cares. Like, she's done it all, and now she's doing it full time. And one of these days she'll actually have me on that Get Real.
I know. Look.
Nobody wants to hear you talk, Sal. This, like, we put up with you for this, but nobody wants that.
I do, though. I do.
Yeah,
sorry, Russ. I do want that.
Russ?
I've talked to him. I'm just so bad at, like, circling back around to people. Like, I'm so bad.
Yes. It's totally accidental that she doesn't get back to you.
Yeah, it was that. Yeah.
This is why we don't like men. Because men are hurtful and they try to hurt me all the time. And I'm sick of men coming at me the way that Russ just came at me. He's a very mean-spirited person. If anybody knows Russ, they know his roots are mean-spirited.
Oh, yeah. He's the meanest dude I've ever met in my entire
I love you, Sal. I appreciate you.
See that, Russ? Kevin's a real man.
They hear your accent and they think that you're like connected or something. So it's out of fear more than anything
Well,
else.
I used to tell people Sal from New York. That always happened. I'm like, guys, I grew up on Long Island. There's nothing going on out there.
It's not all the same.
No,
Yeah, they don't.
I live in Brooklyn now, though. I did move. So now it's like, I could drop the accent like this a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I could let it go.
Out from New York. You're from Buffalo. You don't get to say that. That's not the same.
It's a different country, Buffalo. And it's not even New Jersey's more New York than Buffalo. And New Jersey,
hold on. We need to talk about the dedication that we have going on down here. There's nothing wrong with having the Podathon on 4 TVs, so we are wherever you are in your house.
Yeah, I mean, listen, more me, less Steve. He's back.
He's back.
Hey, Kevin, you going back to when you won, I think I've asked you this before, but I'm going to ask it again. Was there ever another Commissioner of the Year, or was that like, that's it, you won it?
That's the best. I mean, that's the best part about the whole thing. It's just obviously a running joke that, like, they gave me that award, and then it didn't happen again. What it was funny. I talked to the the Pizza Hut sponsors at the. I was at the what was it, the Sports Con or NFFC, National Fantasy Football Convention. I talked to them. They were there, and I was wearing the jacket, of course, at that time. And they're like, "No way, it's you!" And then I talked to them, had a conversation. They basically said after that contest, they didn't think it was going to get any better, so they pivoted to college football advertising. So since then, yes, there's never been another ESPN Commissioner of the Year. So it's just in perpetuity, like it's just a title. Which, hey, if you Google Fantasy Football Commissioner of the Year, it just has an article about me in my face. It's the greatest thing in the world as a commissioner that takes pride in making leagues fun. I love it, but it's a fun joke for sure.
What are the royalties on that?
What's that? Yeah, none. Well, the package, I will say the package was insane. I got to go out. Yeah, I got to go out to ESPN, spend the day with Matthew Berry and Stephania Bell and Field Yates and Mike Clay and like all those greats during their ESPN Rankings Summit. I got the jacket. I got the ring, I got a diamond encrusted, like ruby encrusted ring that's all, Commissioner of the Year. And they gave me like 3 years of free pizza. Like it was wild. It was wild. It was really fun.
Is like your trademark, right? So when I at the Ballers, I think you were online to use the bathroom. Like, Kevin?
Yeah.
What's up? So no, it's cool. And actually, if you follow Kevin, and he does so much more now with FF Unlimited, but even back then, what you do for a draft and how you handle your league is a reason why you won that. I mean, that's an experience. What Kevin brings to the table as a commissioner is a legitimate experience. And in the first year of the Seattle live draft, we did a full 30-minute segment with you on live. And what you set up for there was, I haven't seen a live draft set up like that. And it was very more personal than the ones that are out at the bars that are open to anybody. But no, I mean, nobody could argue with you winning that.
Well, I appreciate that. Again, it comes down to that foundation. I love the league experience. I love making it fun. I know, in my home league, it's all friends and family from going back to childhood, elementary, junior high, college. And so I get like how fun fantasy can be just from a league experience and how much it affects lives outside of just the game, right? When it comes to connections and staying connected. I appreciate it. So I want to give back with my league, right? And then with SFB Live Seattle, I wanted to try to give that unique like kind of experience that I try to give to my league to an SFB crowd, and it was so much fun, like something I'll always remember.
Well, we've come to the Steve Marcus portion of the segment.
All right, Casey, we're going to start with you.
Hey, bud.
What division are you in? Where are you picking from?
I am in the Leatherface division in the Houston live draft. So yeah, next weekend we'll be living life. And I'm picking in the second spot.
Who are you hoping falls to you at number 2?
Oh, man. I'm really hoping I can get if Josh Allen. It's either Josh Allen or Christian McCaffrey for me probably. Yeah. I mean, and watch me like totally pivot because it's live, and live just like changes everything when you're like on the clock right then, and people are like waiting for you. So that's how I'm trying to go.
Okay. Because I'm a one picker, and I've told people I'm taking Bijan number 1.
Okay, so then both my guys would be there.
With the one running back only required to start, I'm going to get one that I can rely on week in and week out, or maybe not rely on, but one that I am assuming is going to have a decent workload each and every week. And so I'm going Bijan. I'm hoping to get that before he becomes a consensual number 1 overall pick next year. So. Kevin, what about you? What division are you in? Where are you drafting from?
Yeah, I'll be going down to Trophy Smack. I'm in Seattle. I went down there last year to LA, and I have to go back because it was so much fun. I love everything that Trophy Smack does with Kelly and obviously Matt Walsh. Like, it's just such a special experience, and the people down there are just amazing. So I'm in the snake pills. I don't even Pliskin vision. I don't know. Escape from LA. Yeah. Okay. So Escape from LA. I'm in that guy's division, but it's fun. It's got it's like Adam Rank and Liz Loza and Mr. Scampers is in that division, and then you got Tom Everett Scott. Like it's such a fun. It's Scott Frankel.
Just a couple names to throw out there.
Yeah. So I just want to last year again, it was an amazing who's who in the industry type of league that I was in. I'm getting into a different group this year. But I mean, how can you beat Liz Loza? How can you beat Adam Rank? I think that's going to be a ton of fun.
Well, a couple of things. First, you have to watch the Escape from movies. If you're going to be in the Snake Plissken division, you need to at least have watched those movies before you go down to the draft. And where are you drafting from?
So I will be at the 107.
Okay. And who are you hoping falls to you at 107? What would be your dream pick there?
I haven't honestly. This draft is out like a few weeks. Purposely, I have not even looked at it because I'm going to wait and see what everyone else does. I know that at 107, I'll have my pick of the litter, and then I like kind of being on the other side of that third round reversal. So there's nobody I have in mind because I feel like whether it's one of the top running backs or a solid quarterback, I should be in good shape. My competition in that division is not that strong, so I figure I can go in there and just wing it.
Kev, I'm working my way towards LA for that live draft just to be there.
Yes.
It's a busy week. I'm going to be traveling to 3 different cities, I think, including Pittsburgh and Boston. So I don't have all the details worked out, but I am, I'm trying to get out there. So.
Yes. That's awesome. Yeah, it's a great experience for sure.
Yeah, plus Trophy Smack was our first title sponsor of the Podathon years ago. And they did, I mean, there's a lot of moments in Podathon history, and it's weird to say that because we are 7 years in now. We're half as old as the actual SFB. We're 7 years old this year, and there's a lot of like little landmarks that you remember. And obviously, year one, Barry came on and Mike Wright came on. Those were guys that we had like relationships with already. Year 3, I spoke about this earlier when I came up with the idea, and I said to Kevin and Steve, "Hey, I'm going to do a 24-hour telethon type show, right? Because telethons with the Jerry Lewis telethon. You guys can join me. I don't know if you can." And they were in immediately. They were in, and we begged people to come on. I remember we had Falafel After Dark people the first year, like 1 hour segments just to make it to the end. Year 2, we had a few more people. We raised like $4,000, then $7,000, and then year 3, I remember I was on my way. My father had a stroke, and he's fine now. So this isn't a sad segment. He recovered tremendously. He had a stroke, and I was on my way to go visit him at the hospital, and I'm like, it's almost that time. Let me post. And this is back when I literally used to book everything myself. And in the 15 minutes after I posted that, Heath coming, so I didn't have a relationship with Heath. He's like, "I want to be a part of this, book me segment." And I was like, "Oh, wow, that's really awesome." Heath reached out to me, and then boom, 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 boom. We had 24 hours, 48 30-minute segments, and a Podathon raised $42,000 that year. I was like, "Holy shit, what the hell just happened?" Like, we couldn't believe it. And it hit 2 years earlier than I thought. I thought year 5, this thing would maybe. And it just got crazy after that. And I mentioned this earlier. It is a 501c3 charity now. We used to collect the money in ways that made all of us uncomfortable. What I mean, like, we were worried it was going to get taken from us, and it was, some stuff like that where we wanted to make sure it was all legitimized and we weren't going to get taxed, all this BS. And so when Scott made it a 501c3, we don't really focus on what is this raise, what is that raise, the eliminators, all that stuff. It's one big family, and you guys have been supporters since the very beginning of that. So there's a couple of landmark things that I remember along the way.
Yeah, it's such, it's obviously such an amazing ride and journey for Scott with all this and everything that Fantasy Cares is doing. Like, it's just amazing what it's turned into. And I don't know a bigger supporter than Casey Kasem when it comes to just love for the Scott Fish Bowl and celebrating, all the great things that Scott Fish has created, and then everyone around him. And, it's just, again, it's incredible what this has become, because it's a kickoff to the football season for a lot of people. It kind of signifies the start. It's obviously the charity aspect is off the charts. It's fantastic. And so to see this community celebrate each other and giving and charity, like, it's one of my favorite things in the world. And I appreciate you. I appreciate Mike. Like, he is busting his butt when it comes to making this happen and scheduling this. So you guys, everyone involved, it's so much respect for everybody.
So Jorge Edwards, he said hello to Casey, and then He wrote Sal going to SmackDown last night, and now going strong on the SMP Podathon. I was on the floor at WWE and MSG last night, but I bring Jorge up because I met him at that same footballers event that you and I met at. He was there that night too, so he was in the crowd. So it was really, really cool.
I brought that up to him. I was on his show like 2 days ago or whatever Wednesday was, because it's the weekend. We don't have to do math. He forgot about us, by the way.
Holy Jesus, that's right. Russ was my date that night. Russ, you were my date. It was me and Russ.
Jorge forgot about us.
All right, Jorge, you're out.
My heart broke on live stream.
Jorge was the recent episode of Get Real with Casey Kasem that I just dropped in case, I'll give him his props.
So Jorge forgot me and then got on the show first. All right, no, it's all good, Casey.
You know what, buddy? My brain is so scattered.
If we want to talk about who got on first.
Yeah, right.
Were you the first guest, Russ?
Russ was the very first guest.
I remember that. I actually remember. Listen, guys, I'm getting older, but I actually remember this shit. So don't test me.
And when Casey was interviewed, Russ was the one that did the interviewing, correct?
Yeah, that's true. My sister was asking me what that episode was because she's driving home tomorrow, and she's like, "I need something to listen to." I was like, "All right, it's from 2 years ago, but yeah, here you go."
How is that show going, Casey? How many episodes are you up to?
116, I think, is what we're at right now. Yeah, I say we're me and everybody except for Sal, I guess. No, yeah, it's going awesome, and it just I've got so many more people on the horizon that I want to talk to that I need to circle back around to and talk to get them scheduled. But yeah, it's going great.
I do not recognize Russ as my tribal chief. And the last person who said that last night got carried out on the stretcher. So that was pretty cool.
I mean, to be fair, Sal is the one that took me out on a date that night. So, I mean,
it is
while
true.
I don't get the wrestling reference whatsoever because I haven't watched wrestling since the 90s. But
we were in the city. Was that the night we went to the video game? What is that place called, Russ? Barcade.
Yes, yeah, Barcade.
With Bobby and Trader Joe. It was a handful of us. I only had 2 tickets. So Russ, he won my heart that night. I took him.
I let him beat me in Mortal Kombat. That's his love language, is beating people in video games.
And that was the last Fantasy Football's New York City show.
Yes.
So
they're like, all right, well, this was a date for Russ and Sal. You can't beat that. So
yeah, great. It was a great night, actually. Which one of them jumped off the stage and didn't get?
Oh, that's Jason. Yeah, I captured a ton of footage of that. I made some. If you look for a GIF of Jason, it's probably something that I created because he's jumping off the stage and I was right there. And it was such a great moment. Like they had so much that like those live fantasy footballers events off the charts. So much fun.
Yeah.
Oh, guys, I feel like I have at least another 10 hours in me. What do you think? Right? How do I look? Do I feel like I'm holding up there?
Yeah, you guys. I
just getting started.
If you take the next like 16 hours off, yeah, you might have another 10.
Well, I am gonna. I believe I check out at 4:30, and then Russ and Steve will carry it till 6:30, and then I'm back till about 10:30, 11 o'clock tonight, and then we got to get up bright and early tomorrow. My problem is 2 years in a row there's a UFC on the night that I'm supposed to go to sleep after this, and I usually end up watching the UFC and not going to sleep.
You did that last year. That was ridiculous.
I did. I stayed up. I got off the end and watched the UFC till 1 in the morning.
Unreal. And Sal, you're going to the expo. That's right?
Yeah,
this is my first year making it to the expo.
Let's go.
My flight is booked.
You're ahead of me on that.
And I'm staying with the gents of Fantasy Cares at the Fantasy Cares traveling brigade. I think we're in a Winnebago somewhere. So wow, Russ is all over me. He is. That's the way Russ is.
Literally always.
So I'm excited. I'm going to get to meet a lot of people for the first time this year. I mentioned this earlier too. Usually the momentum coming out of this show, everybody wants to meet me at the expo rather and buy me a drink, and I never make it. I feel like I let everybody down. So
this is exciting. I think it'll be a fun thing for a lot of people to finally get to meet you because I've done it and it's a fun experience.
I need to, man. Falafel. Like seriously, like y'all know how much of a fan. Like I've been the biggest fan like since the beginning, and I was a fan. I mean, I got into the Scott Fish Bowl as a fan from her fantasy football, another OG, you know, and so like it's just this feels so comforting and so nostalgic and so awesome right now. Like
I'll tell you this, and I'm very modest, as people know. Falafel and the Falafel House podcast, even prior to us becoming Fantasy Football Funhouse, I went back and listened to some of those shows, Steve, of you, me, Dev, and we really got into a groove. It was a good show, and it was before the market was saturated with shows. And I talk to people sometimes. I tell them, no, we had legitimate sponsors. Like the Draft app reached out to us, and it wasn't one of these, you know, you sell a certain amount. They straight up gave us money. They were like, how much money an episode? And we were like, holy shit, we should have asked for more. They were like, okay, no problem. We see people wearing your shirts, and we were like, can you send us those pictures? Like, so, like, I do miss those times. Steve mentioned earlier, he doesn't know how he had all the time back then for the chat, have any time back. We were probably just bad husbands and fathers at the time. But,
Case in point, me and Sal.
I was about to say, there's a couple of divorces that have gone around. So
no, that's my one thing. That I'm like,
worth it. Totally worth it.
But so maybe we get back. Maybe Steve and I rekindle it a little bit and do something, just for fun. But it was a legitimate show, and I do miss those times. But what it brought us was this: it brought us to Podathon, and it brought us close to so many people. People like all three of you that are in this room right now, and so many more. I remember somebody said earlier, I think it was John Lau, to ask. I remember when Matt Harmon was doing Backyard Banter, and episode 50 was coming up, and he wanted people to send in their clips of, you know, what they learned from the show. And I reached out to Matt, who I didn't know as well at the time. I said, Matt, I want to come on. I want to come on the episode and tell you what I learned there. And he thought that was amazing. So episode 50 of Backyard Banter, which is an evergreen podcast. You can listen to that now. And it doesn't lose its time.
Do what I do.
He brought me on, and that was so much fun for me. Like, I told him that day, if I never make $1 in fantasy football, I at least took a shot, and I had fun. And I ended up making some money, nothing crazy, nothing that, you know, put me in this palatial New York City, you know, backdrop.
House view.
But I made relationships, and I made friends, and I made a difference through this charity effort, and that's more than I could ever ask for.
Well said. Well said.
Well, wait, somebody misses the Festivus episode.
I think Zach because that's the once a year Zach complained about something. I think that's really what it was. Zach doesn't ever complain about things, but when there was a Festivus episode, he let it out a little bit. So it's like he has a couple years of repressed fantasy football anger going on inside of him that he needs to get out.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to jump off and go start the other live stream because it switches over at 3:30. I'm going to let Steve and Russ sign off with you two while I get the other one going. I love you both. Thank you for joining us. I look forward to meeting you. Seeing you again in person, and Casey meeting you in person.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, guys.
All right. I mean, we are hit up against that line in the sand of when Sal, leave if you're gonna leave. I need to talk about where you're not
out of here.
You need to talk about it. Yeah, I need to leave.
Waiting for people to pour more praise on him before he leaves.
Throw your last goodbyes out there. Remind everybody what you're here for, what you put out into the fantasy football world that brought you here in the first place. Just remind everyone who you are and why they should care about who you are. Kevin, go first because you're both staring. So
which one of us is going to go first?
About to say ladies first. So, okay, I'll go first. So, Fantasy Football Unlimited, essentially the website, it's a portal into the industry, just sharing resources, links to every imaginable category in fantasy. Love again just celebrating the resources out there that a lot of people don't know about. Casual players of fantasy. There's just a lot. There's a whole world to discover. And so I just, again, love sharing those resources. Obviously, the Fantasy Football Unlimited podcast has been a ton of fun over this last year. Again, celebrating the people in this industry, celebrating the personalities and again, the resources, and just celebrating the game of fantasy, which we all kind of come together and enjoy. So check that out. As for me, also obviously be doing some work with football guys, commish stuff. If you want to get your league, take it to the next level. Fantasy Football Unlimited has a ton of resources there for ideas for last place punishments and choosing draft order and ways to make your draft fun and just fun stuff like that. If you love celebrating fantasy, check us out at fantasyfootballunlimited.com.
Casey, go.
All right. You can find my content with Fantasy Six Pack, Roto Baller, and South Harmon Fantasy Football. Also putting out some content for Optimus Fantasy as well. I've got my podcast, Get Real with Casey Kasem, where you can learn more about the fantasy football industry, talk to a lot of awesome people in the space, and SundayDreamersClub.com for fantasy football inspired t-shirts. Please, please, please help me out there. That'd be super dope. And I appreciate everybody, including you gentlemen in front of me right now. Heart, heart, heart.
You're the best, Casey.
Thank you, everybody, for hanging around for this long. If you do choose to keep going on, there is a second stream. If you go to fantasycares.org/lives, you will see the next stream coming. So there's a video in here called Rust Theme Song. I'm going to click that as our outie here. And because I have no idea what it is. So we'll see you in a few minutes, everybody.
All right.